accidentally became a third-rate villain in the game, Ed Taylor, because I offended the Imperial Princess. My family disowned me. In less than half a day, I was kicked out by the people of Taylor. The onlookers showed no sympathy. Instead, they were overjoyed, thinking that someone like Ed was a disgrace to the nobility. What terrible luck. In this life, I've been walking on thin ice, never doing anything terribly wrong, yet I ended up in this predicament. I entered a game, based in the magic school Sylvania Academy, from my favorite game, The Failed Swordsman of the Sylvania. Usually, when you enter a game inside webtoons, you possess important figures in the game. Of all the possibilities, I'm a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the dorms at the beginning of the game, Ed Taylor. This isn't fair. You can't be serious. I always lived a frugal and simple life without greed. Hearing my complaints, the students around me sarcastically called me shameless. To this, I could only respond with a bitter smile. At that moment, I opened my attribute panel, but I was stunned by the numbers I saw. All my abilities were in the single digits. However, this seemed reasonable. After all, Ed is just a third-rate villain in the story. I can't even remember his ultimate fate. Suddenly, a blurry image flashed through my mind. The tragic character at the end of the story seems to be Ed, a streetwise little thug, fallen on hard times. Having one life left is already not too bad. Although I don't know why I ended up in this body, I refuse to let myself be discarded. I must survive until the finale. Rather than a school, the academy is closer to being a city with the entire Arkan Mountains as its premises. This place is in the northeast of the academy, the undeveloped forest. I was trying to escape the prying eyes of the students and ended up walking for half a day. That's plenty of time to understand the situation I'm in. I find myself at the Sylvania Academy. Fortunately, although I was expelled from the family, I haven't been expelled from school. This is crucial for my future life, as Sylvania is a top-tier academy. As long as I can graduate, my life afterwards will be secure. So, my current goal is to graduate successfully. Next comes the issue of the expensive tuition. If I can secure a scholarship for next semester, this problem will be easily solved. But when I look at the attribute values next to me, I fall silent. Do I really have a chance to get a scholarship? It would already be good not to be held back a grade. For now, let's focus on the immediate problems, solving the basics of food, clothing, and shelter. I opened my suitcase and assessed my situation. How can I avoid turning into a bum? I see I have enough clothes. According to the original script's assessment of this guy, unable to find work and unable to return to the expelled dormitory, it seems I'll have to live temporarily in this forest. Afterwards, I find a spot near a stream. I plan to build my house here, where there's a water source. Food should also be more plentiful. Although I can use magic to chop trees, this body gets exhausted after cutting just 5 or 6 branches. Right now, I'm very hungry, so I turn my gaze towards the nearby wood. I remember my grandfather once said, tree bark is edible too. I'll just have to make do for now. If you don't look closely, it does look a bit like chicken breast. A bite, crunchy yet tough, tastes like chicken, but without any protein. After starving for a day and throwing up for 2, I came to the conclusion that wood should be used for building houses. First, you need to raise the frame that supports the wood. I only have 2 hands, but there are 4 supports. This really isn't an easy job, but I needed to persevere and tie the frame top quickly. The shelter's frame is complete, but still a long way to go. I gather my clothes for me to sleep on. I can't sleep on bare ground. Night came, and I continued building the shelter. The day arrived, and I barely managed to finish it. As I was resting, the system popped up. I earned the title of Novice Craftsman for completing the basic wood shelter. I looked at it with tired eyes, so the crafting system's popping up as it too. Compared to magic, it seems Ed is more suited to craftwork. Right now, my stomach keeps on growling from hunger, so I need that handiness. Following that, I made a simple harpoon because I wanted to eat fish. 2 days on an empty stomach and excessive physical labor. I definitely shouldn't be able to move right now, yet it must be desperation that is keeping me moving. Soon, I caught 2 small fish with it. I get myself to create a fire to cook it. Although the fish are small, they're enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Now, with 1 week left before school starts, I just need to keep going like this, and I'll be able to get through school without much trouble. Just then, the appearance of a young girl disrupted my tranquil life. Damn, I was so busy surviving that I forgot something important. The main characters, but of all the people, I didn't expect to meet her here. Princess Fenia, the one who drove Ed out of the dormitory. Ed Taylor is a villain who appears at the beginning of the game, using his noble status to hassle the protagonist's childhood friend. Although beaten half to death, Ed didn't give up and harbored resentment over it. During the entrance exam at Sylvania, Ed forged the protagonist's test paper. However, his lies were seen through by a girl who came to take the entrance exam while hiding her identity. Fenia Kloll, the 3rd Imperial Princess of the Kloll Empire, and by activating insight she was able to detect the target's lies and conspiracies. Ed, who was caught in a sad state, gritting his teeth making excuses, had all of his lies exposed by Fionia's insight and then chased out of the dorm. Since then, Ed has become the most despised person at the academy. And now, I have met the last person I should have encountered. I was a bit in shock when she leaned closer. It turns out, Fenia's purpose for coming here was to make me withdraw from school voluntarily. Although I am concerned about the fish that is about to burn and having been starving for 3 whole days, the current crisis is even more problematic. This woman named Phinia. She indeed has the power to make me leave school. If that's the case, why not turn the tables? Aren't the royalty always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? To think that a noble princess has come to an isolated forest like this alone, isn't that dangerous? Hearing this, Phinia immediately took a defensive stance. Just when she thought I was going to resist, I instead expressed my sincerest gratitude to her. Insight, activate. Immediately, she activated her insight. She was utterly shocked because the insight detected no lies. Seeing her reaction, she seemed very surprised. That's because I really didn't lie. The Roth-Taylor family that Ed belongs to is a powerful noble family, but they have been oppressing the common people using their status, even conducting human experiments in pursuit of immortality. In the end, this family became a trash group that the protagonist had to eliminate. Members were either beheaded or imprisoned, doomed never to rise again. But Ed was fortunate in his misfortune, because being expelled from the family saved him from disaster. I may be cold and hungry right now, but it's still better than dying. After all, if it weren't for her, I might have already died due to my family's troubles. Then it would be game over for me. Therefore, now I must not let her catch any leverage on me, otherwise, she will definitely force me to withdraw from school. However, I am curious about why she came here. I know she must have come over after spotting me by chance. You came here for the class placement test, didn't you? Professor Glass's class placement test is a test to find magic beads hidden in the forest. This test is known for being notoriously difficult, but if it's the noble Princess Phinia. However, she directly stopped my words, thinking I was just flattering her, but my next words left her stunned. Without my help, you definitely won't make it into Class A. If I'm lying, I will withdraw from school voluntarily. Subsequently, she followed my directions to the center of the island. There, she saw the gift I had mentioned. At this moment, Phinia was full of doubts. Just 3 days ago, Ed still had a despicable demeanor, but from his recent behavior, she could no longer see through Ed's thoughts. The class placement test has officially ended. Soon, the time to announce the results arrived. Take out the beads you have acquired. The confident new students each presented the magic beads they had found. However, Professor Glass directly placed them in Class F. It turns out, this test was not just about finding magic beads, but more importantly, the quality of the beads. Only those who found beads with particularly little magic power could be placed into Class A. The lower the quality of the bead, the more it proved a person's sensitivity to magical power. Only 3 of you found this type of bead. They are Zix, Lortel, and lastly the one who found a bead at the Guardian Tree would become the top student among the newcomers. Meanwhile, on the other side, my fishing plan ran into problems. Due to primitive tools and the scarcity of fish types, the number of fish caught was small, and I don't have the strength to use a spear anymore. At this moment, I could only fish again using simple tools. Phinia has seen through countless flatteries and sophistries since childhood. Under the watch of the insight, I cannot lie, so I can only give her the most truthful information. But originally, in the story, Phinia was supposed to be placed in Class F. If she finds the golden bead and enter Class A, the entire storyline would undergo a massive change. Although I wouldn't need to withdraw from school, my information would thus become useless. However, things did not develop as I imagined. The top student among the newcomers was still Lucy Merrill. The future might still not change. Insight will always see the truth. It turns out, before this, Phinia confirmed that I had not lied, but she did not accept my gift. She concealed her identity to take the exam, to avoid special treatment, so she couldn't accept this bead, as finding it would be something she didn't accomplish on her own. In the future, Phinia will be known as the Princess of Love. It is not a skill or stat, but a title she would gain by walking the righteous path. I threw bait at the princess. Just as I said, she ultimately did not succeed in entering Class A. Now, Phinia is increasingly curious about me. She seems unable to see through my thoughts anymore. Ed Roth-Taylor, I will keep my eyes on you. Time quickly passed, and a week later, I finally faced the first day of school. Welcome, down and out noble. Whispers entered my ears, but I didn't pay much attention to them, because those rumors were not true. At this moment, I am enjoying the high-end lunch at the academy. Let them talk if they love to talk. Right now, I just want to graduate peacefully and avoid any trouble. However, on the first day of school at Sylvania, I was called to the principal's office. Fortunately, I was not expelled. Unexpectedly, Phinia had told the principal about my situation, but she probably didn't speak ill of me. Otherwise, I would have been expelled by now. Anyway, I barely managed to avoid it, I thought as I sighed. Even so, I still need to be careful to not let things deviate too much from the original story. In order to survive, I work hard to hone my life skills, but as a student of the magic department, training in magic is equally indispensable. To master both, there's probably no weapon more suitable than the bow and arrow. As my life skills continue to improve, I gradually become capable of making high-quality arrows. Eventually, I might even add psychic or magical formulas to the arrows. Just then, a pink-haired girl appeared in front of me. She is the top genius spirit sorcerer of the second year, Janica. So you're the amusing guy Marilda was talking about? Upon seeing me, Janica came straight up to greet me. But how did she get all the way here? Are you surprised? Because I know about you? Janica asked cheerfully. It turns out, every move of mine was under the watch of Marilda, the guardian of this forest. After all, to her, I am nothing more than an unwelcome visitor. Indeed, I had chopped down many trees and hunted quite a few small animals. However, Janica signaled that I need not worry. After all, all, this is the law of nature. I guess even the huge wild wolf had grown somewhat tender-hearted towards me. Hearing this, Janica is a bit surprised, then agrees with me while laughing. Then, Janica pulled out something. It was a spirit she had contracted yesterday. Do you want to touch it? She asked. If I wanted to be friends with Janica, I just needed to go along with her, but I couldn't do that, so I outright refused her. I didn't see anything. After a brief farewell, I turned and left. Only by letting everything unfold according to the original work can I gain advanced knowledge. Janica, who plays a significant role in the original work, is definitely someone I should not get close to. Watching Ed's slowly receding figure, Janica found him increasingly interesting. As Marilda had said, he is an interesting person. However, one thing is certain, that is, he really can't see your presence. At this moment, Janica was somewhat angry because she had been very friendly, yet Ed had responded with just a simple ah, but she didn't dwell on it too much. After all, there would be many more opportunities to meet in the future. Ed Rothtailor, what is your true nature? The place where I live is far from the academic buildings. I need to wake up very early every day to arrive at class on time. However, just commuting to and from school each day is enough to improve my ability values. In order to get a scholarship, I must study hard. On the way home, my clothes were soaked with sweat, but even after all this, my day wasn't over yet. I still had to check on the firewood, drinking water, and the meat needed for tomorrow's lunch. However, what concerned me more at the moment was the tag-along following me. How long do you plan to follow me? Hearing this, Janica was confused, then was utterly shocked that I knew. Don't you know who I am? I am Ed Rothtailor, the worst hooligan to exist. Ed Rothtailor, why do you keep hanging around me? However, Janica showed no signs of backing down. That's just what others think of you. I don't know you at all. Hearing this, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Janica is just that kind of character. On the surface, she seems like a naive sweet girl, but in reality, she is more aware than anyone. Standing from the perspective of someone who knows her future fate, I cannot chat with her smilingly. After all, she is the final boss of the first chapter. I need to find a way to get rid of her. So, I asked her if she could do me a small favor. Hearing that I needed help, she seemed very happy. As you can see, my situation is quite bad. After being expelled, I'm down and out. So, could you lend me some money? Upon hearing this, Janica was petrified. Janica gets a scholarship every year, which not only signifies her excellence but is also crucial for her continued stay at this school. As the daughter of a small farm, Janica's weakness is indeed money. As expected, Janica turned me down. 3 days quickly passed, and during these days, Janica didn't seek me out again. Finally, I no longer had to worry about deviating from the storyline. Just as I was about to return to the treehouse for some sleep, someone I could not even dare to imagine appeared inside. In terms of importance, she holds more weight than Janica, universally recognized as a super genius from classmates to professors, the strongest and failed swordsman of Sylvania, Lucy Merrill. Oh my god, why is she sleeping here? This is my territory. What is she even doing in this mountain valley? You're so loud that I can't sleep. Hearing this, I was confused. What did I do? Not you. At the same time, Lucy pointed behind me. That wolf over there, which is as big as a house. And there stood Marilda at that moment. Marilda hopes that one day I could step in to guide Janica. However, I didn't pay attention to what she said, since I can't see anything on where she is pointing at. I had just managed to shake off Janica, and now she crossed mountains and valleys to sleep here? Don't go back to sleep. Suddenly, I realized something. Thanks to her small stature and her ability to walk on air, she is able to go pretty much anywhere, much like a stray cat. No matter where, as long as there's a suitable place to sleep, Lucy can arrive instantly. That being said, my campsite is in the northern forest of Arkin Island. Nobody comes this far, but it's not that far for her. The breeze is cool, and with the sound of the stream nearby, it's the perfect place to skip class and nap. I'm really at my wit's end. So for Lucy, this treehouse isn't far at all. I can't beat her. I just have to accept it and take the loss as a blessing. The scene shifts to the next day. Lucy was still lying in front of my treehouse just like yesterday. To sleep, she had used several high-level spells to get here. If this absolute beast continues to stay here, the deviation from the original story will only get closer. And no matter what I say, she completely ignores me. According to countless strategy posts I've seen, there's only one way to deal with her right now. So, she was eating. I reminded her. I just met a maid from the Ophelis Hall on my way back. Hearing this, Lucy instantly broke into a sweat and dropped her food while being utterly shocked. Then without a word, she turned around and ran off. It really worked like magic. Lucy spends every day avoiding that maid who cares for her like a mother, so she often hides all over the place. I smiled. Lucy Merrill, out. She's only been here for 2 days, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? However, a few days later, I realized that things were far from as simple as I thought. The Academy's joint combat training started, with one-on-one practical duels. Most of the participants in this activity are important characters from the original story. Benevolent Princess Phenia, Golden Daughter Lortel, Spear from Nature Zix, Spirit Sorcerer Janica, Slothful Lucy, Wicked Clebius. Of course, the most important is the protagonist, the failing swordsman, Taylor. However, I'm actually looking forward to the protagonist's scenes. After all, I already know the outcome, so I didn't pay much attention to the matches. During the joint combat training, most of the plot aligns with the original story where the first-year students are the winners of the duels, except for one person. Janica failed love her. She actually came to find me. I can't believe she's running all happily to me after going through the pathetic experience of me asking her for money. If Lucy has a cat-like personality, then Janica is definitely dog-like. At this moment, Janica, holding the duel roster, talks non-stop to me. Don't you want to know who you're fighting against? Suddenly, a bad thought flashes through my mind. I'm still at school, which means I have to participate in the duel too. When I saw the roster, I was dumbfounded. No way! I'm fighting against Princess Phinia. At the same time, I hear Taylor's name. Is the protagonist finally about to make his entrance? Who I'm up against doesn't really matter. Although it's through a screen, I've played the game countless times with the character Taylor, from tragic and void endings to the real endings that leave a lasting impression. I completed that journey countless times. Among the countless routes, there wasn't a single route that wasn't arduous and difficult. I've already decided on taking care of my own life, but I'm cheering for you, Taylor. Just then, the referee couldn't find Lucy's figure. Where had this girl run off to? Quickly, I spotted her under the standby platform. This is Taylor's important scene where he first wields a sword. Lucy, you can't just be absent. First year, top of the class Lucy Merrill versus Taylor McClure. This world's protagonist, born with the fate to be a swordsman, in his first duel, cuts through Lucy's magic like lightning. The spell she had thought would obviously hit was blocked, catching her off guard. Watching the attack so close, Lucy, frightened, used an intermediate spell and thus was disqualified from the match. Taylor became the first person to defeat Lucy. It was a legendary scene in the game. Thus, the match start. Taylor is the first to attack Lucy, but before he gets close, Lucy knocked Taylor flying with just one move. As the dust settles, Taylor is knocked seated on the floor. The scene leaves the audience dumbfounded. While Lucy is barely awake when she did that attack, Taylor McClure's life was always a series of trials. A country bumpkin and a failure of a student. A failure that wasn't acknowledged by anyone. While everyone jumped to conclusions regarding the match, in an outright wicked situation where they pitted him. Even in the midst of all this despair, Taylor never lost hope. That's right, Taylor, you can do it. Then Taylor swung his sword again, attacking Lucy. The famous scene is coming, and here, Lucy will use lightning magic. But things didn't go as I had thought. Lucy didn't use lightning magic, but wind magic. Taylor was controlled by the magic. As Lucy powered up the spell, Taylor was sent flying out. What is this situation? Not lightning magic? Why would Lucy use wind magic? The Taylor who should have won actually lost. I was utterly shocked. This is going to be a big problem. We definitely can't leave him alone. Protection of the wind. Using the power of the wind spirit automatically protects you from sudden attacks. It's a continuous magic obtained through contracting with a high-class wind spirit Marilda. According to the scenario, Marilda and Lucy are originally two separate entities, and Lucy, who originally had no wind magic, suddenly contracted a wind spirit. All this is because she interacted with me. At this moment, Taylor, dejected, left the dueling platform. I sprint to catch up to Taylor. Just as I was about to catch up with Taylor, Princess Phinia stopped me because it was my turn to duel with her next. I quickly run past her. I must find a way to restore his confidence. I called out his name. Taylor, your efforts will definitely pay off. Don't feel so down. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you. Don't let something like this get you down. If the protagonist breaks down, then who will defeat the boss? The first person to discover Phinia's innate insight was Emperor Klol. Her ability wasn't something given by some god. The life of a royal is riddled with endless intrigue and conspiracy. From within that dark abyss, she developed this sense herself as a means of self-protection. That's why Princess Phinia can be confident about her ability. There was an ugly abyss in the eyes of the imperial family that looked up to Phinia. Even when she saw through them, the Princess of Love lived as if she didn't know. There was nothing I could do about this match. I just had to end the duel quickly. Please go easy on me, I said while getting ready for the match. Yes, please go easy on me as well. Hearing people's negative comments about what I did earlier made Phinia confused at the moment. She knew that Ed Rothtaylor used his position to embarrass his juniors, and when it didn't work out the way he wanted, he was caught altering the test results. He was sure to be like that in the past. But is that really all? Earlier, when she saw my desperation, she knew it was real. Now, let the duel begin. Phinia hoped to see Ed's true character through this duel. Then, Phinia released a water spell. The magic that Ed can use is wind and fire. She thought I would defend. The attack hit me squarely in the chest. Seeing this, Phinia was stunned, because she knew Ed had seen the trajectory of the attack, yet he chose not to dodge, pretending to be overwhelmed instead. What confused her even more was that Ed never once looked her in the eyes, seeming uninterested in the duel from start to finish. After the duel ended, I hurriedly left the dueling arena. The duel didn't matter at all. Now, it was better to check on the protagonist. But just then, Phinia blocked my path again, looking absolutely angry. You never intended to win against me from the start. You just wanted to get off the dueling platform quickly. Due to Ed's appearance, Phinia's mind was now completely muddled. I didn't expect that she had been under so much pressure. Seeing Phinia close to breaking down, I held her shoulder and immediately had her take deep breaths to calm down. A moment later, Phinia, due to my actions which seemed too intimate, had already blushed. It turns out, she has a bad habit. Because of her long life in the royal family, she always habitually guesses others' thoughts. I really wanted to go and find Taylor. Then, she directly asked me, is it because you know about the bad things the Rothtaylor family has done that you deliberately severed sever ties with them? Did you need a reason to be thrown out of the house, so you bully Taylor? I must say, her reasoning is very sharp, though completely wrong. However, her mention of the Roth-Taylor family doing bad things behind the scenes is indeed true. Yet, I chose to play dumb. After all, these are matters she will investigate herself in the future. There's no way I'm wrong. It doesn't make sense logically. Then why are you supporting the person you were trying to get expelled earlier? Did you never dislike Taylor in the first place? Although Fenia knows I'm lying, without sufficient evidence she can't say anything as of now. Ultimately, she could only let me go. Thank you, I said as I opened the door. But just then, I thought this was the first time I saw Fenia with this side of hers. She has a significant role in the story, intertwined with many characters and events. Now, the sudden addition of me in the original story must be driving her crazy. As I was leaving, I reminded her, although the burden is heavy, you also need to relax occasionally, because this is not the palace, but Sylvania Academy. Fenia has seen countless people, but this was the first time someone had seen through her heart. The scene shifts, and I found Taylor sitting by the bench. Just as I was thinking about how to encourage him, his childhood friend Isla Triss appeared. She is the female protagonist of this game. Seeing me, she mistook me for coming to bully Taylor again, making the situation momentarily awkward. However, this scene stunned me. I hadn't expected Taylor to have revived. As long as Isla is there, Taylor always manages to pick himself up. Seeing my arrival, Taylor thought I had some scheming plot again. However, I immediately denied his thoughts. Although in the past I treated him as a scapegoat to suffer for me, but at this moment, I breathed a sigh of relief. Not because the content of the original story had changed, but because Taylor, who has been with me for a long time, is still here. When I turned to leave, Taylor and Isla were suddenly stunned. Why did this guy suddenly start acting cool? Just then, a soaring flame captured everyone's attention. It turned out their duel had begun. The duel between Lortel, the Golden Daughter, and Janica, the Spirit Sorcerer. Though it's in a different form from the original, I'm sure Taylor and Isla are watching this scene. Keep your eyes peeled, Taylor, because one of the numerous trials approaching you, the Act 1 final boss is Janica Faylover. This duel is the final boss Taylor has to face in his first challenge. However, the duel ended with Janica's victory. Looking at the severely injured Lortel, Janica wasn't sure if she had been too harsh. Unlike the original, this time Taylor lost to Lucy, and the protagonist of the joint combat practice became Janica. After this, Janica would likely be busy for a long time, which is good news for me. Whenever I get involved with main characters, my mind becomes cluttered. Now, without the disturbance of main characters, I can finally devote all my energy to survival and studying. I have a fishing net, so the food problem's somewhat solved. My various attributes have also seen significant improvements, and my body's also getting better. The standard for each attribute value is 10, so I still can't afford to slack off. Unexpectedly, Janica found me again. She has already seen my body fully, but I was curious why she came looking for me. It turns out, she wanted to consult about something. Advice? Why me out of all people? I thought to myself, you left early at that time so you might not have seen it. So it was about last month when she accidentally hurt Lortel in a real battle. She did accidentally hurt Lortel, but as far as I know, Lortel had first used an intermediate spell. However, the kind-hearted Janica wouldn't consider these details. She only cared about her own responsibility. Although her friends advised her not to apologize, I understand Janica's character, so I told her, just follow what your heart tells you to do. The Janica now is still that lively, cheerful, and charming treasure of a girl. When she feels guilty and blames herself, everyone unconditionally supports and comforts her. However, Janica is well aware that, no matter how much everyone may favor her, her mistake will not simply disappear. So, that's why she came to see me. After hearing what I had said, Janica visibly relaxed a lot. Ed would definitely not unconditionally favor me. She suddenly blurted out such a sentence, which left me stunned for a moment. If I don't say something, I wouldn't be able to respond to her. At this moment, Janica realized that Ed had completely changed as a person. When Ed said, "It's tough, I want to borrow money," she noticed that Ed didn't have the urgency of being driven into a corner. Instead, she felt that Ed was using the issue of borrowing money to deliberately signal her to keep her distance. But unexpectedly, those sides of Ed made Janica feel even more reassured. The next day, I can clearly feel that the storyline has now greatly changed. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is called a masterpiece. However, very few have seen the ending of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Many novice players encounter various tragic endings right from the start. For example, saving a female classmate ambushed during the class division test, accidentally discovering the secret of the Golden Daughter, followed by Taylor being assassinated, or from Janica's summon fire spirit, saving the Golden Daughter, but Taylor gets burned to death as a result. And now, I'm being hassled by this woman. Damn it. Then, she directly blocked my way. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's fourth heroine, the business magnate El Ketchum's only daughter, Lortel Ketchum, because she wanted to buy 2 hours of my time with money. The reason I don't want to interact with her is because she has a terrifying title, Newbie Crusher. Lortel Ketchum is designated as the hidden hero. Unlike Fenia, Lortel is set as a villain from the start, and only later in the story does her true nature gradually reveal itself. When players come to understand the realism of Lortel's distress and loneliness, they must make a choice between Fenia and Lortel, but I can't trust her words right now. If I follow Lortel's pace, means control might indeed be taken away by her. At this moment, Lortel is like a clingy little sprite, constantly begging me to help her, yet I still choose to ignore her. Seeing you is such an inspiration to me. Even such difficult circumstances you continue learning. Seeing my impervious attitude, Lortel directly pulled out 3 gold coins. If you can help Janica and me become friends, these 3 gold coins are yours. For some people, this is an entire month's income. Does the golden daughter intend to buy connections with money? Before I could even refuse, she stuffed the gold coins into my pocket. This person is sharp. She has realized that she will compete with Princess Phinia for control of the academy in the future, so she's already starting to rally allies for herself. If it were the old Ed, he might have accepted the money without hesitation. However, I extended my hand and said, sure, let's at least shake hands on that. Seeing this, Lortel's lips slightly curled up. In her view, those who are accustomed to a life of plenty, once impoverished, the spirit can be easily broken. Just a little bit of money can make them sell their dignity. Controlling desperate people, for her, is nothing simpler. But things didn't go as she expected. I actually stuffed the gold coins back into her hand. This piqued her interest in Ed. While the money could indeed have been a great help to me, just the thought of the new bee crusher Lortel and Janica together, and the terrible consequences that might ensue, I simply couldn't accept it. To avoid any potential changes to the original storyline, I chose to flatly refuse. That night, Lortel wasn't embarrassed or shamed by my refusal. As a perfect businesswoman who understands benefits, profits, and self-worth, she wouldn't easily give up any opportunity within reach. Instead, she was more eager to have Janica on her side. Soon, she carefully orchestrated a chance meeting. Lortel had researched Janica's character. To everyone, Janica is like the protagonist of a fairy tale, innocent, kind, and compassionate. She wanted to use Janica's sense of guilt to manipulate her, but this idea was too naive, because what happened at noon, Janica had already known. As a spirit sorcerer, Janica has the ability to communicate with spirits. Her conversation with me had already been transmitted to her through the spirit. Your intention to invest gold for me, though it moves me. You know how they say you can't buy sincerity with money. Ed's words brought tears to Janica's eyes. In such a dire situation, he didn't sell himself for gold. Did I act too smug about myself? It's my first time being a senior, so I might have boasted a little. This is embarrassing. Then, Janica turned and left, because she still had to deal with signing a contract with a high-level spirit. At this moment, Lortel's impression of Janica also changed. She no longer saw Janica as someone unaware of the world. On the contrary, Janica was very aware of the world's darkness, but still maintained an optimistic attitude. Just as Janica was about to leave, she still apologized to Lortel. Lortel froze for a moment, since it was indeed her fault in the first place. However, she noticed that Janica's state just now seemed a bit off, like a person standing on the edge of a cliff, precariously balanced. I gotta work harder, because it's really nice when people expect good things from you. A few days later, just as I was hanging out laundry, Lucy smelled something familiar, and just that, she blasted herself to the sky, disrupting my rare moment of peace. Then I heard someone getting closer. Unexpectedly, it was a maid from the Sylvania high-class dormitory, the Ophelis Hall, Belle Maya, the very maid who had driven me out of the dorm. When Belle saw me, she didn't seem surprised, because she had heard about this from Janica. But what surprised her was how hard my life seemed to be. Belle's words didn't fully reach my ears, because my eyes were fixed on the basket in her hands. The maids of Ophelis Hall, responsible for the daily lives of elite students to perfection, including feeding the students. Inside that basket must be their hand-picked, top-quality ingredients gathered from the forest, which made my mouth water. In the game, these maids don't have much of a role. Like me in the plot, they are minor characters. Belle wouldn't affect any storyline developments, so I thought establishing a good relationship with her should be fine. Following that, I asked her for advice on the various edible ingredients found in the forest, which would be more helpful for my upcoming survival. Currently, I have plenty of meat and fish, which basically meets my dietary needs. Although I only know 2 basic spells, with constant use, I quickly reached proficiency level 10. Using magic for chopping wood or cooking, my survival efficiency has greatly increased. At this moment, I'm tasting the dinner I made myself, watching the sunset dye the sky red. Honestly, I'm really enjoying this comfortable life. But just then, I suddenly felt a powerful magic rushing rapidly towards my location. With a bang, the next instant, I was blasted away. I was utterly shocked at what just had happened. More importantly, my house is gone. As the smoke gradually cleared, I could see the figure of the person who arrived. It was Lucy. At that moment, Lucy was still muttering to herself. I almost died. This left me speechless. You are the strongest mage in the world. Who could possibly kill you? Lucy shivered as she recounted Belle's terrifying story. Originally, she got caught slacking off by Belle, so she hastily used teleportation magic to escape, which led to the current situation. Looking at the huge crater in the ground, I could no longer tolerate this person, and immediately gave her a whack on the head. Belle is such a good person, and yet you keep hiding from her every day. What I didn't expect was, Lucy didn't activate any defensive magic. It turns out, she had already depleted her magic power just before. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. To thank her for her special care over this period, I decided to offer her some flick in the head, and take the opportunity to teach her a good lesson on behalf of Mage prepaid bell. Later, I arrive at the library. Since I plan to build a more robust house, the library is a necessary place to visit. It is essential to learn well about construction knowledge. As time passed, it soon reached closing time. Just as I was engrossed in the books, a girl suddenly interrupted me. She smiled, introducing herself. "My name is Elka Island." She looked at me with an eager expression, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. Despite this, I told her my name. However, when she heard my name, she was visibly startled, but her reaction was within my expectations. After all, Ed's bad reputation is well known. Unexpectedly, she laughed and said, "You're extremely different from what the rumors say. A haughty person wouldn't be studying 5 or 6 different books in the library. I guess rumors are not to be trusted after all." She even said she thought my personality resembled someone she knew. "I'll be cheering for you." After a brief chat, she said goodbye to me. Just when I breathed a sigh of relief, I suddenly sensed a terrifying presence. Immediately after, the entire library began to shake violently, and a bookshelf toppled towards Elka. At the same time, a huge magical circle covered the academy's teaching building. Temporary camp in front of the student center. Thanks to the main character, Taylor, and his friends' efforts, many students gathered at the camp. This sudden situation caught everyone off guard, as it was dark summoning magic to summon the highest-ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. According to their speculation, currently, only one person could do this, the sophomore class leader, the rampaging Janica Faylover. Phinia realized that if Janica wasn't stopped immediately, the destruction of the school's barrier was just a matter of time. Therefore, they must unite to fight. However, the principal and most of the teachers were away on business, and now they could only rely on the students working together to have a chance to counter the high-level spirits. Hearing this, Clebius is greatly against it. The current situation is, they must first find a way to defeat the intermediate spirits on the periphery before they can enter the interior of the formation. But the problem is, inside the formation there are 2 high-level spirits, the rampaging high-level fire spirit Tarkan, and the high-level dark elf spirit Philosopher. Us newbies going in there would be no different from committing suicide. Lortel felt puzzled about this. Even if Janica is that powerful, how could she possibly summon so many high-level spirits at once? Isla explained, most of the power comes from Philosopher. Janica just acts as a medium to manifest this power. Spirit of darkness are the natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. They are demons that manipulate spirit sorcerers. Although it's unclear how Philosopher managed to control Janica, who is proficient in spirit studies, none of that matters now. What's most important right now is to decide our course of action. Someone needs to unite everyone. Currently, in terms of status and position, only Princess Phinia is suitable. At this moment, everyone is waiting for Phinia to make a decision. Suddenly, Phinia recalled the words of that man. "It would be nice if you could really relax." She bears an extremely important responsibility on her shoulders, so she immediately issued an order. "Guardian Knight Claire, along with the class leaders and students of Class A, follow me. I will take all the responsibility from here on." Following that, a student reported to Phinia, Ophilis Hall and the magical medicine storage have been sealed off. It is currently impossible to regroup. Phinia had no choice but to rely on the few of them for the fight. At the same time, a girl ran up to the group in a panic, reporting that 2 more students were trapped in the library. When he heard the name Elka, Zix immediately became distraught, and he declared right away that he would go to rescue her. However, everyone stopped him. "Isn't there another student with her? Maybe we can trust him." Phinia immediately asked, "What's the other person's name? What are you hiding? Tell me right now." The girl hesitated, and finally slowly said, "Ed Rothtaylor." Hearing this, Zix's aura darkened, and everyone's face also darkened. Seeing Zix about to lose control, Phinia signaled him to calm down. "Maybe we can choose to trust him this time." Looking at the dark energy shooting up into the sky, the few present fell silent. Even Lortel was stunned. Immediately after, Zix ran towards the library, because for him, Elka is the most important person. Zix, originally just a vagabond on the plains, struggled every day like a wolf cub to survive. It was Elka who brought him back to human society, and her father even treated Zix like family. Chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization, the savage life became a distant memory at some point, and the wolf cub became a man. But if anything happened to Elka, Zix wouldn't mind reverting to a true beast. When Zix learned that Elka and Ed were trapped in the library, he rushed over without hesitation, because he had heard many rumors about Ed forging exam papers to insult the princess, harassing female classmates. He didn't know what Ed might do to Elka. When Zix arrived at the library, he found Ed injured. His first action was to ask about Elka's whereabouts. After getting an answer, he immediately rushed to where Elka was. "Are you okay, Elka?" Soon, he found Elka unconscious. Seeing her safe and sound, Zix finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gradually regained his calm. Then, he noticed the arrangement of the bookshelves, which seemed deliberately arranged like a barrier, and curtains were used to block the spirit's view. Next, Zix found a message written on the blackboard. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here." Clearly, someone was protecting Elka. At the same time, Zix noticed that the bloodstains on Elka's clothes were not hers. He also saw the bloodstains on the floor leading outside. Despite being wounded himself, he didn't even care for his body and went so far as to protect Elka. In the entire library, only one person remained, Ed Rothtaylor. At this moment, Zix felt very confused. How could it be him? 3 hours earlier, watching Elka being rescued from being knocked out by falling books. I didn't expect the plot to develop faster than I had anticipated. From the condition of the summoning circle, the battle against Tarkhan had already started. However, Taylor should be able to handle it. I shouldn't even be looking at a place like that which is full of the storyline's key characters, because I can't let the future change. Even so, time is gold, and I can't afford to sit idly. I need to block the entrance to the library first, to prevent rampaging dark spirits from breaking in, and then focus on how to build my cabin. Luckily, I also brought some jerky, which can serve as a late-night snack. Just then, I sensed disturbances outside. It seems the rampaging dark spirits had already broken in. What makes Janika's power so special is her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. These two stats grow through contact with spirits. For me, who can't even see spirits, raising my spirit stat is close to impossible. However, these dark spirits have become a source of experience for me. This sweet-ass event. Thanks for the meal. After hunting a few dark spirits, my fire magic reached level 12, and my spirit magic was also raised to level 7. If my sensing and understanding combined exceed 15, I can make a contract with a spirit. But now, I no longer have the energy to continue fighting. Then, Zix came over to ask what I was doing. I guess he couldn't turn a blind eye to me after seeing me injured, so I told him truthfully, I'm training. However, such an answer, no one would believe. Zix finally understood why people don't understand Ed, because it's simply impossible to see what he's really up to. Afterwards, he expressed his deepest thanks to me because I had saved Elka. He said, in the future, I will definitely repay this favor. I remember that Elka is Zix's lover, but her name only briefly appeared in the setting collection. I had long forgotten it. However, Zix has always played the role of a friend who believes in Taylor and is one of the important characters in the game. Then, I urged Zix to hurry back to the student union building and told him, as long as you do things Taylor's way, all problems will be resolved. Hearing this, Zix looked puzzled because he had only spoken to Taylor once. In Act 1, Scene 9 of the game, the main skill Taylor learns is Element Slash, and the key to passing this part of the plot relies on this skill. As long as Taylor uses Element Slash, he can defeat the enemy. Thank you for the advice. I've already given the advice. Things should now progress according to the original storyline. However, I have a nagging feeling that something is not right. Why isn't Zix Taylor's friend yet? According to the original work, in the duel in Chapter 1, Taylor was badly beaten by Zix, but he learned Element Slash and used this skill to cut down Zix's magic. Seeing Taylor's indomitable will, Zix eventually acknowledged him, and the two became friends. But now, the final chapter of Act 1 has arrived a month earlier than in the original work. Zix is not yet Taylor's friend, and Taylor has not yet learned Element Slash. That means, right now, no one can harm Tarkhan. I just didn't seem to realize it, but damn, the whole plot is already falling apart. Back at the student square, Zix apologized to Fenia, and Fenia did not punish him. She knows, even with him, the outcome cannot be changed from defeat. Even their strongest, Claire, is already injured. At this moment, Fenia doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, the retreat is successful, but Claire's out of the squad, and Clebius, the top student of the first-year combat faculty, was also injured. Let's do our best to eliminate Tarkhan with the people we have. However, I immediately dismissed Fenia's idea of defeating Tarkhan. Judging from the summoning ritual, Glaskin is about to arrive fully, so we now need to split into two teams. Originally, I just wanted to stay in the background, waiting for Taylor to deal with Tarkhan, but now, I have to start intervening in the plot. Hearing this, Clebius did not support my proposal, but Zix stopped him. Maybe we should let him finish. So, I briefly explained the plan. We need to bypass Tarkhan, the fire spirit summoned by Janika, and directly attack Janika, who is controlled by the dark elf philosopher. But you have already fought with Tarkhan and should know, its shell is too hard to damage. So, we need to split into two groups, one group to distract Tarkhan, the other to enter the combat training field and subdue the controlled Janika. At this point, Lortel raised an objection. No way. This one's nothing like the Tarkhan in the combat practice. We only managed to retreat out of pure luck. If things go wrong, the other team will face two enemies at once. It's too big a risk. To this, I indicated that this was the most effective method available. The most important thing is to awaken Janika. Once she comes to, the problem with Tarkhan will naturally resolve. But now, the question arises, who will draw Tarkhan's attention? The students discussed this fervently because it sounded like a suicide mission. Just then, Taylor was the first to volunteer, but I immediately refused him. The combat team is a better fit for you. Moreover, everyone seems to have misunderstood something. I'm not choosing a sacrificial scapegoat. So, I picked the two most suitable candidates, Clebius and Lortel, plus me. That should be enough. Upon hearing this, both of them expressed their refusal. Face Tarkhan with you? Isn't that just sending us to our deaths? Just then, Princess Fenia stepped forward. Although she didn't understand why I arranged it this way, after interacting with me over this period, she chose to trust my approach. I command, in the name of Fenia Klol, the third princess of the Klol Empire, that the expedition team be split into two groups. Taylor, Zix, Alvira, Isla, and I will be part of subduing Janika. Clebius, Lortel, and Ed are responsible for drawing Tarkhan's attention. I'll keep this short, as we don't have much time. Do not get yourself killed, no matter what. Soon, we encountered Tarkhan. How are you going to stall time with that fire lizard as your opponent? Lortel asked curiously. Just do what I tell you to. If things go according to plan, we'll definitely win. On the way, I didn't forget to reassure Clebius not to worry. Even though you're not confident in your own strength, you are still the leader of the combat department. Seeing my confident demeanor, Clebius felt puzzled. Does this guy really have a plan? Despite this, Clebius also felt a bit more confident at this moment. However, the next second, Tarkan noticed our presence. Seeing this, Clebius immediately panicked, but when he turned around, he found that Ed and Lortel had already disappeared. What's going on? Was I sold out? So you're trying to solo this? Realizing what happened, Clebius finally understood. He had been tricked. Damn it, Ed Taylor, why on earth are you doing this to me? Just now, after leading Clebius to face Tarkan, I stopped moving. Lortel indignantly questioned, so you mean to say, you want Clebius to sacrifice himself to complete the plan? To this, I immediately denied her assumption. Don't underestimate Clebius. Among us, his stamina is the strongest, and Lortel, your task is the most important. You need to clear a path for the subduing team. Even the heavy task of subduing Tarkan rests on you. Lortel stood in the corridor, began chanting a spell. I'm sure everyone will hesitate and doubt themselves, but you're good at this stuff. Just blow it up. In the next moment, she blasted the entire wall, leaving a huge hole. This scene, it left several people stunned. So what are you standing around for? At that moment, Lortel finally understood my intention. In the last battle, she had used magic to blow off the ceiling of the training hall. That's why I had arranged for her to carry out this task. Ed Taylor is truly an interesting man. Meanwhile, Clebius was still racing against the Grim Reaper. Seeing this, Lortel gathered her magic again, because I had already explained the rest of the plan to her. Going against Tarkan in the student plaza means there's no escape. Since Tarkan can't run away, the only way is to apprehend it. Tarkan's defenses are too strong. We just need to restrict its movements. Leave the rest to me. I was seen holding Jerky, running continuously along the corridor, and then I broke through the innermost door. Since we're lacking our strongest firepower right now, I decided to activate a key character from a hidden plot. Lucy, at this moment, was back on the rooftop where she used to nap. Strictly speaking, Lucy shouldn't appear in the current scene, so she was still sleeping. But because Belle became very sensitive due to the issue with Janica, Lucy had used up all her magic while escaping, and that's why she passed out. It can be said, the game intentionally excluded Lucy from the main storyline to maintain balance. However, smelling the aroma of the jerky, Lucy instantly woke up. I immediately stuffed all the jerky into her mouth. Then, with all my strength, I threw Lucy towards Tarkan's location. The next moment, a high-level lightning magic was triggered and lit up the entire square. Lortel immediately activated a protective shield. This instant could be the critical moment of the battle. Tarkan's hard shell, which could not be broken even with everyone attacking, was completely destroyed by Lucy's high-level magic attack. Now, our attacks could finally inflict fatal damage on Tarkan. Having come this far, I'll take what I can as well. The last hit is mine. The girl was once seen as the favored daughter of heaven. Everyone had high expectations for her. However, these expectations, while encouraging her, also brought tremendous pressure and anxiety, ultimately leading her down an extreme path. At this moment, the hero party finally arrived at the boss's room. Janica greeted them with her usual smile, only this time, she was controlled by Velocipher. Hearing the demons roar, I knew the hero's act was beginning. When the sun rises, the script will end. But for now, I still have to deal with Tarkan. At this moment, I couldn't find Lucy's figure. It would have been great if she could help us defeat Tarkan, but the plot made her choose to keep sleeping. Lortel released 2 ice spears, but still could not kill Tarkan. But I know, we must sever Tarkan's head with one blow. This task could have been handled by Clebius, but his current condition just isn't up to it. So, I asked Lortel to create an opportunity for me. My life is in your hands now. Hearing this, Lortel felt the pressure. You make it sound too easy. Strictly speaking, this is indeed a big gamble, but I immediately dismissed her view. Rather than calling it a gamble, I prefer to call it an investment. At this moment, Lortel's lips slightly curved upward, because investment is exactly her area of expertise. Compared to those who rely on royal lineage, like princesses who only command others like kings, she prefers Ed's character. Since Ed has staked his life on her, she is also willing to risk her life in his company. At this moment, Clebius had exhausted his last bit of strength. Looking at the dark spirit, many times stronger than himself, I understand why he was so frightened. After all, a slight misstep could turn him into a victim of the dark spirit's blade. I tried to get close to Tarkan's position, because only at a close enough distance could I inflict damage on it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a huge red demonic claw descended from the sky. I knew that was Glaskin's right arm. It seems Taylor and his group had successfully entered the final phase. All this was within my plans. But now, the timing was not yet right. Everyone was distracted by the commotion there, but even with such a significant disturbance, Lortel remained undistracted, and of course, so did I. Watching Tarkan so close at hand, at this moment, I really wanted to shout, "Wind's apex, meteor strike." The next second, the wind blade I released directly severed Tarkan's neck. Congratulations on defeating the high-level fire spirit Tarkan. At this moment, my spirit magic was greatly enhanced, and finally, I was able to make a contract with a spirit. Simultaneously, Taylor, single-handedly charging towards Glaskin's demonic claw, shattered the claw with his own strength. Then blasted it. Such ability, truly befitting of the protagonist. With this, chapter 1 of Janika's story comes to a close. As the first rays of morning sunlight spread across the land, all of us were utterly exhausted. Lortel looked at me and said lightly, "It seems this investment has paid off for us." Afterward, she reintroduced herself. "My name is Lortel Kecklin." Then, she grasped my palm, placing the 3 coins from before in my hand. "Senior, now you owe me a favor." It seems she wants to keep in touch with me, but I don't want to get too entangled with her, so I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Taylor also came up to me, expressing his gratitude. Although he has always held a grudge against me, this time, he owes me a favor. Looking at Taylor's demeanor, he seems to have awakened in the style of a swordsman. At this moment, he looks exactly like he does in the game. Truly cool. As for Clebius, he seemed a bit unhappy. That guy almost got me killed. However, this time many people stood by me. "Fellows, who understands?" Clebius expressed that he felt wronged. Then, Phenia mentioned that she could recommend me to the student council, but I immediately refused her. The first credit for killing Tarkan goes to Lucy. Taylor defeated Velosphor and Glaskin. They are the real heroes of this time. You're tossing the credit away. They indeed did a great job, but we are talking about you right now, or are you embarrassed? Alvira teased. To avoid affecting the original storyline, I always choose to keep my distance from the main characters. However, watching them grow, I can't help but feel warm and fuzzy. I watched them each play their roles in this world and solve their own problems time and time again. Taylor, who grows stronger with each trial. Isla, who aids Taylor in his strength. Phenia, who accepts her kingly fate and matures slowly. Zix, who seeks his own path within the cracks of civilization. Clebius, who starts to have confidence in himself. Alvira, who realizes that her life isn't all about fun and excitement. And Lortel, buried in gold coins, reflecting on her own life. These protagonists each have their own burdens to bear, and at the end of this road lies their trophy of success. Knowing all this, I turned and left. Subsequently, I arrived at the ruins of battle, a place I had never reached while playing the game. The stage after the story ends. Here is exactly where Lucy naps during combat training. I thought about it. Some things still leave me uneasy, so I returned here again. To make the protagonist's success even more dazzling, someone had to stay backstage. Earlier, I had discussed with Lortel the reasons behind Janika's rampage. Lortel once happened to see Janika's room. Each and everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. The walls were covered with everyone's thanks and encouragement for Janika. Although the desk is large, there wasn't even space to put down 2 books. The sticky notes on the walls weighed on Janika's shoulders like boulders. However, the solution is actually quite simple. Just remove the sticky notes from the wall and toss the gifts on the desk into a corner. Unfortunately, like a girl from a fairy tale, Janika felt obligated to respond wholeheartedly to everyone's kindness and sincerity. Philosopher exploited the darkness in her heart, so Janika's rampage was inevitable. But why did it happen a month early? The protagonist of this script is Taylor. However, Lucy blew Taylor away with one move. Everyone at the school became a fan of Janika, and Lucy was able to contract with high-level spirits because she often went to the forest in the north, since it contained the perfect place to nap where my cabin is located. All of this is the result of a chain of butterfly effects from a character meant to exit the story from the very start. At this moment, Janika didn't expect someone would find her so soon, because right now, all she wanted was to have a good cry. At this moment, a memory surfaced in my mind. Marilda once hoped I could save Janika, as if to prevent her from falling into this predicament, almost as if she was pleading for my help. When everyone was overly caring and pressuring Janika, I chose to keep my distance, completely indifferent to her. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Janika felt she could rely on me. In the end, Janika failed to successfully contract with a high-rank spirit, and in her haste to perform the summoning, was controlled by the dark spirit and blinded. In places unseen by others, she desperately tried to meet everyone's expectations. Despite her failure, she still wore a smile. At that moment, I stopped her. Although I didn't know how much this sentence could comfort her, I still said, "You've worked hard during this time." The protagonists perform exuberantly on stage, praise and applause pouring out like a tide. Yet behind the stage, it is quiet and dark. The first act's villain quietly exits the scene, completely unnoticed under the protagonist's spotlight. I have witnessed the completion of the first act countless times, and at this moment, the spirits are continually drawing closer to me. I was utterly shocked. I seem to see a different ending. It is only now that I feel like I've properly seen it to the end. My spirit magic reached level 10. The fire spirit, Elgo, is interested in you. The wind spirit, Driss, is interested in you. The high-level wind spirit, Marilda, has developed a strong interest in you. A few days have passed since the end of Janika's disciplinary committee trial. Janika admitted to all her crimes and expressed her willingness to accept all punishments. However, during the first trial, professors and friends all stood up to support her. In the second trial, Phenia chose to forgive her crimes because Janika had erred while under the control of Velosphor. Lortel also stepped forward and compensated for all losses. However, all these actions were not purely benevolent. There was profit to be had as well. In the contract, Lortel added a clause: have the taxes on all educational supplies sold at the school. Ultimately, Janika's punishment was as follows: cancel the support perks for the school's top student, revoke all prizes and honors, strip her of the right right to reside in Ophelis Hall from next semester, probation for 10 days and suspension for 20 days. Upon learning that Janica was not expelled, both classmates and professors were pleased. However, they noticed that Janica often spaced out alone lately, presumably because she felt very guilty. In that case, we gotta step up. So, everyone decided in her presence not to bring up anything about Glaskin anymore. However, the first thing Janica said caught everyone off guard. Why is there such a big difference between liking and loving? Of course, I wasn't the one who asked the question. Janica continued, I have a friend who had a dream. She dreamt she married the person she liked, and then lived a carefree life. However, neither Janica nor the other person is a fool. Janica, you're confined for 10 days. You can't meet friends, right? At this moment, both felt awkward to debunk her. What else did that friend say? Staring into the void in the room, she suddenly remembered that person's face. Anis immediately ran off saying she has something to do. Meanwhile, Clara was caught in a dilemma. If not careful, the whole school might know about this, that Janica Faye lover has fallen in love. Then she called out Janica's attention. Shouldn't you think of this simply without much complications? Whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery. Isn't it better for your friend to just be honest about her emotions right now? To this which Janica agrees. Clara also informed Janica that talking such sensitive topic won't be great for her friend's reputation. Hearing this, Janica is flustered. You're right, Clara. It could have been bad. Thanks for giving me genuine advice. I gotta get back to the Ophelis Hall now to report my suspension. Clara then waved goodbye to Janica. When she left, Clara felt relieved. I did it, Anis. I prevented the rumors for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, thanks to Phenia's help, my tuition for the next semester was waived. I used the gold coins in my hand to buy some items, but I was curious why Janica seemed to be avoiding me lately. After the end of the first act, greeting Janica shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as I greeted her, she jumped in surprise. Am I that scary? Immediately, she made an excuse of having something to do and hurried off with her face covered. That stunned me. Even the usually kind Janica didn't want to deal with me. It seems changing Ed's image is a long and arduous task. However, next, I need to start building my house. After the magic level increased, tasks became much easier for me. The scene shifts. 6 days later, due to final exams, I temporarily halted the construction of the cabin. This time, my exam results were quite high, but Janica still ignored me. Her friends Clara and Anis, their faces clearly warned stay away from Janica. I didn't bother them, and summer vacation quickly arrived. I devoted all my time to building the cabin. Every time I went to check, I would always find Lucy lying on the traps, sound asleep. This forced me to abandon the idea of using beef jerky as bait. Belle often gave me some herbs and mushrooms, then asked how things were going with Janica. When I mentioned that Janica seemed to hate me, Belle looked at me with a puzzled expression. Time quickly moved to 1 month later. Building the house wasn't as smooth as I had imagined. One side's pillars and walls all collapsed. One day, I saw Janica and her group again at the pastry shop. Whenever Janica met my gaze, she would immediately run away, and her roommate was full of hostility towards me. On the 37th day, Zix came to help me. Following my last reminder, Taylor and Zix became good friends, and the story finally got back on track. Time quickly moved to the 45th day. My cabin was finally completed. Although it's still empty, not even a single piece of furniture, but at least there are walls and a roof now. Completing the house with my own hands gave me an immense sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. In the shadows, Janica was secretly observing my every move. At this moment, she kept encouraging herself, as if she had made some kind of decision. I'm done with the walls, flooring, and the fireplace. It'd be good to put up a fence as well, as a storage for the firewood, and a few other stuff would be great too. Just then, I heard an impact above the roof, like something landed. I came to check it, and as expected, it was Lucy. This isn't a damn nap tower. Then someone called my name. It was Janica. Finally, she gathered the courage and greeted me. This left me puzzled. Wasn't Janica always avoiding me? Time rewinds to noon. Belle and Janica talked about Ed building the cabin. She didn't expect Ed to have such a talent in this area, but Janica already knew this. Only now, she simply couldn't face Ed. Belle told Janica she had seen the structure of Ed's room, hinting that Janica could also take a look. Janica really wanted to do so, but every time she saw Ed, she couldn't help but feel shy. Belle said with a smile, "It's perfectly normal." Hearing this, Janica suddenly realized I should go see Ed's house. It's actually a very normal thing to do. Although she said this, Janica's expression was anything but normal. She braced herself and came in front of the cabin, constantly praising how great my cabin was built. But I was puzzled. Didn't the spirits tell you when I was building it? At this moment, Janica suddenly became uneasy. Of course they did, but they just mentioned it in passing. However, that wasn't the case. The spirits had been observing me 24 hours a day and reported everything in detail to Janica. When the spirits described it, they were over the top. Robust physique, majestic muscles, charming curves. Janica blushed hearing all this, but still, she steeled herself and said, "Actually, I don't know anything about your situation." Hearing this, I directly invited Janica. "Do you want to come in and take a look? Although it's just a cabin made of wood." Janica was flustered at first after hearing this, and then happily accepted my invitation. Time unknowingly reached evening. Ed built a bonfire for the night, and at this moment, Janica felt a bit anxious, because both Phenia and Lortel had done a lot for her. She didn't know how to repay these favors. I looked at her silently. "If you can't pay them back, just just don't. Isn't it a generalization to think you gotta pay back what you owe? Hearing this, Janica was shocked. I've never thought of it that way. Janica is such a person. She can't understand that the occurrence of these events is due to the genuine concern others have for her, which pressures her. Despite so many people paying her tuition or, so to say, investing in her, she still chose to move from the high-grade Ophilus Hall to the Dex Hall. All of this, just because she wanted to owe others a little less, even if just by a little. However, Ophilus Hall has single rooms, while Dex Hall has rooms for 8. Living all day under the envious gazes of her friends, Janica felt like she was living in a prison. But in the end, these couldn't solve her underlying issues, and the vicious cycle still hadn't ended. Maybe I could help her a bit. Then, I said to her, if you want to be alone, you can come to my cabin anytime. Hearing this, she was shocked. You're always welcome here. I don't mind. Janica initially wanted to refuse, but ultimately accepted my offer. At the same time, she also said to me, if you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely stand by your side. I hope you make sure to tell me. Then I looked at Janica and she was smiling at me. When that happens, I'll help you at all costs. Hearing this, I felt relieved, then looked up in the sky. Overwhelmed, you say? Deep in the night, I thought how second semester was approaching soon. From the timeline, the second act is about to begin. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire, written by the great sage Sylvania, is a high-level magic book, and the plot of the second act is triggered by it. The storm created by the Sage's Sealed Grimoire will sweep through the entire academy. However, I still appreciate Janica's kindness. I thought to myself, there probably won't be any major issues, right? With Taylor in front blocking for me, I can finally enjoy some leisure time in the back. However, the dispute at Ophilus Hall sets the stage for the story. The top students of Ophilus Hall can almost guarantee a noble-like life, not only with servants, but also many additional privileges, and that's exactly where the problem lies. After the holidays, as students were returning to school, the southwest side of the Valori area was experiencing a torrential downpour. The school only provided return carriages and boats for students of Ophilus Hall, even allowing them to return a few days late. Those ordinary students from Dex Hall who braved the storm and worried about being penalized for not arriving on time were extremely angry about this. Eventually, the pent-up feelings exploded in front of Ophilus Hall. The proposal for support for returning to Ophilus Hall eventually ended up in the hands of a certain merchant, Lortel. This merchant had previously made contact with representatives of the ordinary students. His goal was not to help the students, but to damage the reputation of the academy and Ophilus Hall. All they needed was to find a common reason for the lesser and ordinary students. Will Lane, who was adept at provoking and manipulating others with his words, would pull the trigger for the rest. The reason was already prepared. This was clear discrimination against ordinary students. Ordinary students had to return in pouring rain, while Ophilus Hall students enjoyed special treatment. Will Lane proposed an amendment, actively changed the final deadline for returning, and acknowledged the special treatment received by Ophilus Hall students. This proposal gained the support of the head housekeeper managing Ophilus Hall and some departments that are responsible for reviewing school administration. These people were already on Lortel's side, actively supporting her suggestions. At this point, whether the dean accepts Lortel's proposal is no longer important. Just discussing this issue is enough to infuriate those ordinary and lesser students. The situation quickly escalates. Ophilus Hall is filled with artworks commissioned by nobles and wealthy families. The wallpapers, carpets, and solid wood furniture in the rooms are all masterpieces of artisans. The more property damage, the better, ideally ruining the entire Ophilus Hall. As long as these students create a disturbance, the school, already in financial crisis due to the Glasgow case, will face another fatal blow. And for the Elt Merchant Association, currently negotiating with the school to purchase the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, it holds a very advantageous position. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire is as crucial to Sylvania as the heart itself. However, in times of despair, people are even willing to offer their hearts. Looking at the overcast sky, Lortel recalls her life in the slums. She often can't help but mock herself, now being able to stand here as if relieved of a heavy burden. This land, filled with a romantic learning atmosphere, reminds her of herself once living in thick darkness. Therefore, she would rather be completely covered by the mud of money than reveal her true feelings to anyone. To survive, she constantly struggled, ultimately becoming what she is now. Lortel knows clearly, the essence of filth and darkness has never changed. Lortel has always been searching for her own kind. Even here in Sylvania, where people surrounded by halos gather, perhaps she might meet someone who can confront a life as wretched as that of a sewer rat. To survive in a grim reality, her methods are always the same. She's like someone hidden behind the stage, using a black curtain to cover the truth, a dark manipulator. The audience call her Black Veil. In the original work, during the occupation incident of Ophilus Hall, to stop the underachievers incited by Lortel, the protagonist team needs to break through obstacles from the 1st to the 5th floor, each level having a minor boss who obstructs them. First floor's minor boss, Toad, the decoy. Toad once mocked Taylor by calling him a loser, but was severely taught a lesson by Taylor and his group. Bearing a grudge, Toad was bought over by Lortel, becoming her pawn. His role was to overpower the rookie maid protecting the 1st floor and open Ophilus Hall's door, and let the students in. Once the students get through the 1st floor, the Act 2 Phase 1 middle boss Toad plays a certain role, the role of stopping the main character and his friends who'd come after them. So, you're the one Lortel bought off. Page 1 of Act 2's minor boss, Toad, the troublemaker, officially makes his appearance. This character was supposed to be Toad, but somehow, I inexplicably became this term's minor boss. So why the hell did I become a middle boss? If we rewind to 2 days ago, everything can be clearly explained. In order to train my skills, I had to use a bow and arrow while hunting, but after a semester, my archery skills still haven't improved. More importantly, in the camp, more and more frequently, I keep getting visitors. I feel like the fact that I'm living in the northern forest is something a lot of people are becoming aware of. Anyhow, among them, 3 of them are worth mentioning. The first is the extraordinary genius magician Lucy. Her visits are never at a fixed time. If you're not careful, she might just appear behind you. There's a door now. Let's make a back door as well. Are you going to make a chimney too? I push her away, but she keeps on appearing. I can't help it. After all, I really can't beat her. Conversely, the second visitor is very welcome. She is Janica, the top student of the second year. She occasionally brings me some food and even kindly helps me do laundry. For this, I am very grateful. However, every time I praise her, she turns her face away shyly, which really confuses me. I just can't understand girls' thoughts. However, when it comes to Lucy's appearances, Janica occasionally exhibits inexplicable behavior. The last visitor, known as the Golden Daughter, Lortel. Lortel is the mastermind behind Act 2, and she is gathering support for the rebellion at Ophelis Hall. I don't want to get involved, so I firmly rejected her proposal. If I don't intervene, everything will proceed according to the script. But when I heard from her that Toad had fainted, I was stunned. This confused me. Why didn't things go as scripted? What? Why did he faint? Tell me what happened. Just before this, Toad, according to the original script, went to trouble Taylor. According to the original storyline, Taylor was supposed to beat Toad severely. When Toad insults Taylor, saying he's worse than Ed, even less than an insect, a fist was supposed to land hard on his face. However, this time, the punch was thrown by Zix. No one knows why, but this time Zix appeared unusually angry. I don't have anything too hard for you to do. Take this key from Alice and enter the Ophelis Hall. When the inferior students flock there, you just need to open the door. I asked her, why me of all people? Well, regardless of how much money they get, there's no guarantee they won't rat me out to the Academy's inner investigators. If they say Lortel is the one behind all this, what will become of me? I can't just trust anyone. So, inexplicably, I took Toad's place, becoming the minor boss on the first floor. Ed, you were kicked out of the Ophelis Hall, weren't you? Don't you want to screw the Academy over in return? Lortel smirked. If that's the case, I just need to appropriately go along with the script and play my part in moderation. Before this story gets any more distorted, I need to bring the story back to its original trajectory. One day before the Ophelis Hall incident, I began to sort through the entire plot. Lortel's ploy to drive the Academy's finances into complete madness. As per the storyline, Lortel succeeds with this conspiracy and forms Merchantry, a profitable group in the Academy, thus creating a structure that rivals the Student Association, led by Princess Phenia. The idealistic Student Association and the realistic Merchantry. The final outcome depends on the faction chosen by Taylor. For me, just see which faction wins, and then stick by that side. After all, I have my own life to live. Just then, Janica came over. Since she was moving out of Ophelis Hall, she brought many things she no longer needed. Seeing her expectant look, I understood she wanted to give me these so-called unwanted items. Knowing her intentions, I chose to accept her gifts. Upon hearing this, Janica seemed very happy. Just then, she noticed Lucy on the roof. Curiously, she asked, does Lucy often do this? Lucy's unusually strong power is not without its costs for her. Using laziness as an excuse, she leads a life of evasion. For many years, she has diverted her gaze from the destiny she promised herself. On rainy days, this girl always immerses herself in reflection on her life. But eventually, she must accept her fate. When I told Janica, that's how she is when it rains. Don't mind her too much. I tend to just not pay any attention to her. Hearing this, she was very happy. Come to think of it, she's still inside Ophelis Hall. I remembered that when the Ophelis Hall gets occupied, a large-scale spatial protection runes was triggered, trapping all students in their rooms, unable to get out. Although Janica could forcefully break through the array with her strength, the cost would be significant. So, I asked her for a favor. Tomorrow night at 9, go to the Rose Garden in front of Ophelis Hall. As for the reason, I'll tell you later. When Janica heard Rose Garden, she was already lost in thought. I can't really come up with the words to explain it to her right now. I should just get her out of there in case something unexpected happens. Someplace not too far away, where she can avoid the rain. Thus, she immediately agreed to my request. I'll get going now. See you tomorrow night then. Having said that, she happily ran back. Seeing this, I breathe a sigh of relief. Around the start of the semester, the rain will stop. I can finally enjoy the bright, sunny sky that day after a long time. The long vacation is also ending now. Time quickly moved to the next evening. Following Lortel's arrangement, I arrived at Ophelis Hall. The preparations are all done. Ophelis Hall's occupation starting now. We can't take this treatment anymore. This is the land of learning. At least guarantee us equality in grades. The student representative leading the protest is Will Lane. When the doors opened, the students were initially shocked and confused about what was going on. They eventually started going in. Will Lane was overwhelmed to find that the person he was meeting was me, Ed Taylor. I cleared my throat and started my line. I I have always agreed with all the things you shout out. Of course, I lived well off in the Theophilus Hall, but only when I was kicked out, I realized the special privileges I enjoyed. Hearing this, Will Lane was so touched. I am a fool. I judge you based on rumors. I didn't even know you're such a great person. However, at this moment, I was too lazy to waste words with him, and I urged him to act quickly. Will Lane would take the fall for everything. I'm sorry. Toughen up, Will Lane. At this moment, the head maid Alice was locked in the conference room, the key person controlling the protection array. The array that was supposed to protect the students now turned into a tool to imprison them, all under Lortel's command. The story continued according to the script. Just then someone called me, the Black Veil, who set this all up. Lortel finally took the stage. When Lortel arrived at Theophilus Hall, the story officially entered its crucial phase, because they needed to complete their plan before the teachers could suppress them. At this moment, Lortel suddenly stopped me. I know this is kinda out of blue, but have you ever killed someone? I knew what she meant, but I answered firmly, no, I haven't. Hearing this, Lortel smiled. I haven't either, but I have done similar things because I needed to survive. I understood. She was referring to her former self. To survive in the dirty world, she trampled on others' dignity, striking first to protect herself. But these actions were merely excuses she made for herself. This was exactly why she was called the Golden Daughter. She knew better than anyone that she was not deserving of sympathy. So, she ends up looking for it from other people. Lortel asked me, do you sympathize with people like that? Whether good or bad, loneliness always accompanies. To break free from loneliness, you have to find someone else struggling in the same mire. My answer remained, no. I told her, you have to take responsibility for your own choices. She is not looking for someone like me. After receiving the answer, Lortel was silent for a moment. Then she smiles. I said something useless. That was quite unlike myself. I should go do what I'm here for. After all, there isn't much time. After saying that, she left. I sat down to sort out the plot. Now, Lortel must have told Alice about their plan going forward. Once they make the defense magic at the Theophilus Hall go out of control and handed the control to the representative of the underachievers, Will Lane, the story will unfold with the current events intensifying. Then, Will Lane, packed with the dense protection of Theophilus Hall's defense spells, will transform into the 4th stage's boss. Now I just need to sit quietly and wait for Taylor to storm in here. Just gotta do an average job to drag some time and then lose. Although I may get hit a few times during the battle, it's inevitable. At the same time, in the Rose Garden, a carriage all made of gold passed by, which puzzled Janica as it only appears late at night and is only used by important people. However, she didn't pay much attention to it because Ed had an urgent matter and asked her to wait here for a while. Could it be preparing another gift for me? Thinking about it made Janica blush. Over the past 3 days, Janica has been wondering what Ed would say to her because, despite feeling guilty, she followed Ed's movements through Marilda. It's not just Lucy, Princess Fenia, Belle, and Zix even saw Lortel coming out of Ed's cabin. Most of them are female classmates. Janica felt a bit sad after knowing this. That's why she was going to wait for him no matter how long. Just then, Janica noticed the persimmon flower hairpin on her head. Maybe Cosmos would suit her better now. After thinking for a moment, Janica decided to go back and change it because she wanted Ed to see a more beautiful her. Meanwhile, in front of the Theophilus Hall, Taylor and his group have already arrived here. Taylor initially wanted to wait here for the teacher and then enter together, but he couldn't hold back Elvira's impatience to get her herbs cause it will lose their properties if she don't preserve it using magic in time. Isla, stop her. She's trying to barge in there all alone. Hearing this, Isla laughed awkwardly. Can't you just turn a blind eye? Elvira's the top student in the alchemy faculty. I'm sure she can protect herself. She's not the one in danger. Those poor students are. If she loses her mind, she's just going to attack them with any chemical she gets her hands on. Taylor and Isla tried stopping Elvira while she is determined to get to the 4th floor where her room is. Then she kicked open the front door, but when they saw the people inside, their faces showed disbelief. It was you, Ed Rothtaylor. Taylor immediately asked me why am I in the hall. Elvira began analyzing the situation. Looking at the messy hall and the disordered footprints on the ground, Elvira finally understood. This is interesting. I didn't expect this. So, you're trying to stop us? To this, I gave a definite answer. Yes, I cannot let you pass easily. However, at this moment, Elvira seemed unusually confident because Zix had revealed a lot of information about me to them. Although your proficiency in magic has improved a lot, most of it is basic magic, and on our side, we have a decent swordsman, the strongest alchemist in the 1st year, and a mage. Can't you see the difference between us? Why are you doing this? Ed Rothtaylor, tell me right now, what's happening up there? Seeing that I did not respond, Taylor was the first to attack me. Although I wanted to dodge, I was more interested in testing their strength. Meanwhile, Elvira kept observing me, and from the fluctuations in my magic power, she deduced that I probably only knew basic magic. For a mage, Taylor, who excels in close combat, is undoubtedly the biggest threat. However, the next second, I redirected the attack that was originally aimed at them towards the ceiling. The chandelier, no longer held by its chain, fell straight down, forcing Taylor to distance himself from me. The chandelier hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, severely impairing their visibility. At the same time, Elvira sensed a dangerous aura. She attempted to counterattack, but my attack precisely severed the bag on her shoulder. More specifically, it cut off her potion bag. Potions spilled onto the ground, so you're serious about this? That means there's really something going on the floor above after all. Seeing I'm quiet, she nervously looked downward. Looking at her potions on the ground, she hastily reached to retrieve them. However, I immediately cast a basic fire spell, igniting the spilled potions. The flames forced Elvira to halt her actions. Every timing of my spell release was as precise and smooth as flowing water. At this moment, Elvira finally realized Ed's judgment and reaction capabilities far exceeded her expectations, a stark contrast to the Ed described by Zix. Zix, you can't be leaving out information like that. This isn't just high magic proficiency. As the alchemy faculty's top student, Elvira was the core combat strength of their team, but the fatal weakness of alchemy is the high dependence on magical tools and potions. Once these supports are lost, her combat ability is almost non-existent. Most students specializing in alchemy carry emergency magic rings or necklaces, but Elvira, always considering herself a genius, chose not to wear these protective items. Ed seems to have anticipated this from the start. From the crystal chandelier to the recent firewall, the purpose of all this seems to have been to target her back. If that were the case, he would have gone for the bag, not its strap. After all, this guy is just that Ed Rothtailor. However, at this moment, Elvira still had some trump cards left to use. She summoned a spirit rabbit and cast fire resistance and berserk spells on it. At the same time, Isla joined the fight, trying to extinguish the flames. Just the next second, a wind blade came at her, leaving Isla no time to react. Luckily, Taylor was there to shield her in time. Taylor knew that Ed was using this to restrain him. Taylor, you think you can take him down if you get closer? Elvira asked, which confuses Taylor. If yes, then go. Just then, Elvira completed her spell casting, and a berserk rabbit charged straight at me. It doesn't matter if I think I can, I have to. At the same time, she took off her magic-resistant cloak, draped it over herself, leaped over the firewall, and retrieved the scattered items. Seeing this, I need to act quickly, so I release Windblade spell towards her. With the items in hand, Elvira appeared more confident. Then, she threw a bottle of mixed potion. This is a special potion made from diced night butterfly flowers and gall mushrooms. When magic is released, the potion produces a special effect that can suppress magic power and eliminate the manifestations of magic, and temporarily subdues the products that result from magic formulas. That is to say, my magic power is now being suppressed. Acting like you're fine? We've got a warrior on our side. Now's your chance. Taylor, seeing this situation, I immediately chose to retreat backward, as I had already prepared for this. Then, I directly kicked over a barrel of oil nearby. The oil spilled, and the moment it contacted the burning oil, the flames surged dramatically. Taylor was taken aback seeing the flames. Elvira thought Ed was insane, because if the fire spread, all the students here would be engulfed in flames. At this time, Taylor decided not to hesitate any longer and used his newly learned skill, Elemental Chop, to end everything before any casualties occurred. Suddenly, Elvira noticed something was amiss. Is the window open? All the smoke was escaping through the window, and all flammable items had already been moved away from the scene. Could all this have been calculated by Ed? There must be more to this. She immediately signaled Taylor to stop. Just then, I pulled out my bow and arrow, aiming at Taylor. Taylor was full of confidence, believing he could block this attack. However, the arrow deviated in flight, and the target was not Taylor, but Isla. Isla couldn't even use basic defense at this moment. She couldn't dodge this arrow. When the arrow was only a fist's distance away from her, it suddenly stopped. It was Elvira who used control magic. After doing all this, Elvira finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. She used the claw hand, a magical device that can pull small objects within sight into the tool. At this moment, she noticed a piece of cloth tied to the arrowhead. Was Ed holding back all along? Wait, Taylor, be careful. I'm sure he has another trick up his sleeve. Meanwhile, I parried Taylor's attack with my bow and arrow, knowing in my heart that my task was nearing its end. Soon, I heard noises coming from the second floor. The second floor boss Gloomy Clebius had escaped. With this, my mission was successfully completed. Immediately, Taylor struck and sent me flying. Seeing this, Elvira was confused. What the hell is his deal? He stared at me, angrily asking, why would you do this? Elvira carefully recalled the entire battle process, and she finally understood. Ed had been playing us from the start. If Ed really wanted to finish them off, he could have hidden in the shadows, using the crystal chandelier for a sneak attack, rather than standing openly here to block them. And every step he took afterwards was very calculated, each detail filled with doubt. Are you done now? If you're done, go up now. Stop yapping at me, I told them. This left Taylor momentarily stunned. Just now you were desperately stopping us, and now you let us go up without saying anything? Elvira immediately questioned me. Why did you let us off? I'm not leaving this place without knowing why. Answer me. Why did you let us win? I know Elvira's personality, but I didn't plan to answer her, letting her speculate wildly. Just then, the door was slowly pushed open. The persimmon flower pin was her choice after thinking it over for the whole night restlessly. And the white knight who was supposed to be in the garden, yet he lay on the ground in tattered clothes, covered in blood, after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. This scene made Janica lose control instantly. It would be a lie to say that something didn't feel right. He may caught up in some unexpected trouble. However, from his simple life to the way he showed himself during the subjugation of Glaskin, no matter how big or small the job is, Ed Rothtailor was someone who had created a certain expectation around himself that he could somehow somehow solve any problem. Only after being stabbed in one's blind spot, hidden in their complacency, someone able to truly reflect on themselves. But Ed never asked her for help. He made sure that she was outside of Ophilus Hall and left her a letter that was so unusual. He did this because Janica had already been given various disciplinary actions due to the Glaskin incident, so he made sure to push Janica away from the battlefield. At this moment, Janica finally understood why I had sent her to the Rose Garden. It was to keep her out of this fight. Although she still didn't know exactly what had happened, seeing me injured made her very angry. So what are you guys doing? Taylor tried to explain the situation, but Elvira sharply realized that something was very wrong with Janica. She's taken a stand against us. At this moment, Janica didn't want to know their reasons. All she knew was that Ed had been hurt by them. Seeing this, I immediately felt a sense of dread. Both Isla and Elvira were utterly shocked. As the top spirit master of the second year, her power was unquestionable. Then, Janica signaled to me, "Give me 1 minute." Watching the spirit group behind Janica, Elvira immediately grabbed Taylor and Isla and turned to flee, as they simply could not contend with Janica. At the same time, from my injured appearance, Taylor sensed that the situation at the Ophilus Hall was very serious. Facing adversity, Taylor never gives up. Clearly, he is destined to take the protagonist's path. Then, I grabbed his collar, pulled him, and threw him toward the stairway. "Leave this to me. Hurry up to the second floor according to your plan, before I change my mind. Just a bit ago you were trying so hard to block our path, but now you want us to just go to the second floor?" Elvira looked very puzzled. "Do you really plan to handle these elves alone?" I didn't answer, just gently tapped her head. "Take your magic tools and leave quickly. I'm sorry I tore up your back." Without knowing what really is happening, Elvira agreed. To quickly end this crisis, Taylor and his group immediately rushed to the second floor, and my method to deal with Janica was simple: directly wake her up. I walked straight up to her, and although this act seemed very impolite, but this is currently the most effective solution, I placed my hands on her shoulders and softly said, "I'm really okay. You see, I'm fine now, right? So you don't have to go overboard." This sentence made Janica freeze. Ed actually put his hands on my shoulders. Janica's face immediately flushed red, like a teapot about to boil. Watching Janica gradually come to her senses, I gestured for her to call back her spirits. "I can barely stand anymore. The wind is too strong." "Of course, it must be hard for you to stand up." "I'm sorry. What did I do? I'm such an idiot." The people upstairs were instantly stunned. Was it resolved that easily? After giving them one last reminder, "It's up to you now," I finally exhausted all my strength and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, Janica, seeing my blood-covered appearance, had eyes full of distress. Although it was slightly different from the plan, I had completed the first floor boss's task. Next, I can finally return to the cabin to rest. Just then, Janica mentioned that she saw a luxurious carriage in the Rose Garden. Although she didn't look closely, the crown symbol on the vehicle was very conspicuous. Hearing this, my heart suddenly shook. That is the symbol of the president of the Elt Merchant Association, Lortel's foster father, the King of Gold, Elt. He is the mastermind behind the murder of Lortel's biological father, and the fake boss in the final plot of Act 2, the battle for the Sage's sealed grimoire. After losing to Lortel, he disappeared. But now, what's more important is, he has arrived at the academy earlier than expected. This means there has been a significant change in the course of events. Meanwhile, in the corridors of the 5th floor of the Ophilus Hall, Lortel was sharing her grievances with Alice. I was abandoned. Alice knew she was referring to Ed. Originally, Lortel felt a kinship with Ed, but when she tried to get close, Ed ruthlessly rejected her. Do people like us deserve this answer for a lifetime? Alice has been the head maid of the Ophilus Hall for 20 years, respected by many students for her excellent abilities. In order to make Alice submit to her, Lortel spent a lot of money, but in Lortel's view, finding a kin made the money well spent. Lortel always longed to find a semblance of freedom from her loneliness in front of those she considered her kind. She once risked her life over a gold coin in the garbage heaps of the slums. It was because she grew up in a dog-eat-dog environment that she clung so tenaciously to this sense of kinship. Regardless of her unfortunate past and the circumstances that pushed her to the corner, Lortel was clearly a villain and a black veil. However, just as Lortel let her guard down, Alice suddenly held a knife to her throat. "I'm sorry, Miss Lortel, I am not your kin either." At the same time, Taylor caught Clebius trying to flee and forcibly brought him back into the fight. The squad then subdued the 3rd floor boss, Kelly, who was in charge of laundering bed linens, and successfully advanced to the 4th floor of the Ophilus Hall. At this moment, they became even more cautious because the immense pressure from the 1st floor boss made them dare not take any chances. However, when Will Lane activated the defense magic array, he was immediately controlled by a backlash from the array. This was a conspiracy by Alice and Lortel. The magic power contained in the array far exceeded Will Lane's control. In an instant, the Ophilus Hall shook violently, and the students inside thought the building was going to collapse, each employing their skills to flee the scene. Seeing this, Taylor signaled Elvira to use the Night Butterfly Flower Potion, but the Night Butterfly Flower Potion was ineffective against the magic array. At that moment, she took out the anglerweed reagent, a concoction made by melting anglerweed seeds and emperor clam, which effectively restricts the movement of magic. After Elvira created an opportunity for the two, Taylor immediately launched an attack on Will Lane. Is it finally going to end? With a loud explosion, the 4th floor boss was defeated, and the squad's progress progress became smoother. Meanwhile, I found the luxurious carriage Janica had mentioned, and indeed, Elt himself was inside. Normally, a carriage of this scale would be accompanied by at least a dozen others, but this time there was only one, clearly for a stealth operation. I was puzzled. The carriage had been parked for a long time. Why did Elt choose to get out now? Could it be that he was waiting for news of the destruction of the Theophilus Hall? Just then, a maid nearby caught my attention. It was the third-floor boss, Shinny, responsible for managing the cutlery. Shinny is one of the orphans adopted by head maid Alice, and by all accounts, she should be serving as the boss on the third floor, but at this moment, she was with Lortel's enemy, Elt, which was obviously not right. That is to say, Alice has betrayed Lortel. This outcome leads to only one possibility, Lortel's destruction. In Act 3, Lortel will engage in political struggles with Fenia, but now, this conflict has become even more complicated. I have taken the place of the middle boss, Tote, and after various twists and turns, I now find myself having to intervene again to handle some matters that Lortel is unable to manage. At the same time, I turn my gaze to Janica. I need her help. However, I don't know how to explain the current situation, nor am I sure if she would accept it. But unexpectedly, Janica agreed without hesitation. Whatever Ed needs me to do, I won't refuse. Her response surprised me, but it was mostly a relief. At this moment, Elt arrives at the academy, precisely because he has learned of Lortel's betrayal, and more importantly, Lortel now holds a secret over him. Elt had personally killed her biological father. Lortel used the sage's sealed grimoire to lure Elt to the academy, ensuring he could not focus on any impending crises that might affect the Elt Merchant Association. Alice's betrayal was because Elt offered her more money. If Lortel could offer more, she might return to her original position. Although your story of revenge is touching, I have reasons why I must do this. Alice's cold tone was like a sharp blade, leaving Lortel frozen in place. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group finally reached the 5th floor. Taking advantage of the moment Alice was stunned, Lortel escaped her control, as she still had a chance to turn things around. As long as she could pin all the evidence on Alice, she could clear her own name. However, when she tried to speak, she found herself unable to say a word. Ultimately, she fled the place in tears. At this moment, the only thought in Lortel's mind was to pin all the blame for the falsified accounts and losses on Elt. She needed to complete all this quickly and then find a safe place to hide. Although she kept reassuring herself, the collapse inside was hard to control. Although I have been betrayed many times, now is not the time to be sad. I reached the room before Elt did, and as long as I could get the message out, everything would be resolved. Elt soon arrived here, and I was already blocking his way. Before the teachers arrive, I must stop anyone from entering this building. Currently, the plot is driven by 3 main characters. Lortel wants to dethrone Elt to avenge her parents and ascend to the position of guild leader. Elt tries to thwart Lortel's plans to ensure the smooth progression of the sage's sealed grimoire purchase plan. Alice moves between the two with complex motivations. Although I still don't know the real reason behind Alice's betrayal, according to the original plot, she will meet Taylor and his group on the 5th floor. I'm gonna leave her in their hands. I can trust them because I've already confirmed Taylor's abilities, while I just need to hold Elt back, ensuring he cannot enter the Theophilus Hall. As long as I block Elt, the affairs at the Theophilus Hall will proceed as originally planned. Isn't this Mr. L. Kecklin, the president of the Elt Merchant Association? Please allow me to notify the school to provide you with better service. Elt just gave a cold look. This old fox obviously saw through my intentions right away. You're one of Lortel's people. 10 minutes ago, to keep the plot aligned with the original, Janica and I found Zix. Who would have thought? This guy who looks all brawn turns out to be a mage. However, seeing Zix come with us, he looked very surprised. By any chance, are you two dating? Hearing this, Janica's face turned red instantly, and she quickly explained that wasn't the case. Seeing that I didn't speak, she thought I was upset about it and quickly lowered her head to add softly, "It's not like that." Seeing this, I immediately denied her assumption. Zix asked an impolite question. Seeing this, Zix quickly apologized. "Sorry, I thought you two were a couple. You even broke through the wall to find me. Is there something urgent?" To this, I gave an affirmative answer. "There is indeed something very important right now." Then, the scene from the beginning occurred. "Are you enchanted by her looks? Instead of guarding a coin you're not sure you can get, better seize the opportunity at hand." Elt sneered and continued, "That child, I raised her from a young age. I know her better than anyone. Just show your back to her, and she'll stick a knife in it. Now, I'll give you double the money. Move aside." Hearing this, I smiled and responded lightly, "Thank you for the generous offer, but I have never taken any coins, so what's the point in doubling that?" Seeing this, Elt signaled his guards to act, but Zix and Janica had been waiting for a long time by the side. "The next steps are up to you," I said to them. "I will definitely repay this favor in the future." Hearing this, Zix smiled. "Wasn't I the one indebted to you to begin with? Now, my primary task is to find Lortel and bring the storyline back to the original plot." Soon, I spotted her. Lortel was very surprised to see me, and before she could react, I immediately said, "Follow me closely." In Lortel's view, there is no such thing as kindness and trust without a reason in this world. Elt Merchant Association's receptionist, Shiro, was attentive to Lortel because he hoped she might inadvertently reveal valuable information. The company employee, Cadden, acted generously in front of her because Lortel often tipped him. Even the pet bird Tina at the academy was fond of her because she provided the highest quality feed. All kindness sung with some reasons like that as a tag, at least in Lortel's world. However, even so, she still miscalculated like a fool. Janica, who grew up nurtured by kindness and love, was completely different from her. That day, how eagerly she looked at Ed, watching the girl in front of her who demanded no price and harbored no greed. Lortel also longed to have such a relationship. However, when she disclosed all her plans to Alice, what she received in return was a ruthless betrayal. Having seen such a side, one should never forget my gloomy, dirty self, Lortel thought to herself with self-deprecation. This time, she had bribed 5 people. Alice, Shinny, and Kelly had already sided with Elt, and Will Lane might also help Elt, but this person was uncertain. Just then, she stopped walking and said softly, "Sorry, Senior Ed. This puzzled me. I'm clearly on your side. As you can see, the situation is unstable. I might not be able to give you the gold coins now." But I ignored her apology and grabbed her hand. "If Elt catches you now, your life is over. Everything else is for after we escape." Lortel was stunned. She didn't understand why Ed would help her unconditionally. Meanwhile, I asked her about her current situation. If it were the Lortel of the past, she would never trust anyone without seeing a clear reason. But facing this man, she found herself involuntarily choosing to trust. "Elt sent me to steal the sage's sealed grimoire," she whispered, "because last summer, after the monsters attacked from the eastern mountains, equipment prices plummeted. So Elt bought up all the remaining equipment, monopolizing the market, hoping to make a huge profit through insider trading." Hearing this, I also understood the next move. This is illegal trading. 3 merchants, A, B, and C, monopolize the market's low-priced items, then artificially raise the prices by trading with each other, creating the illusion of scarcity. This behavior causes prices on the market to continue to rise, giving people the illusion that they must buy these products now, which is known as hunger marketing. If they sell the products they've gathered at this moment, they can make a ridiculous amount of profit. But the premise of illegal trading is trust. If merchants B and C sell the items behind merchant A's back, the prices would plummet instantly, and merchant A, who desperately sold off their bonds in order to mass buy the product and monopolize it, Elt would face a downfall due to huge losses. And Lortel, for this plan, spent years bribing other trading companies, enough to rival merchants B and C. "So, you plan to use the sage's sealed grimoire as bait to lure out Elt, who is in dire need of money, make him leave the headquarters of the store, and take the opportunity to sell off the armor at the headquarters, right?" Hearing my analysis, Lortel was shocked. How did he figure out all the issues so quickly? "That leaves you with only one thing to do. We got to somehow notify the trading company to sell off the equipment immediately. I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my forces inside the headquarters. Then you win as long as you send that pigeon to the headquarters and stay hidden till the sale is done." But my father is probably expecting that as well. I'm sure he's planning to capture me tonight and make the traders on the inside confess about the whole plan. Hearing this, I fell silent, thinking of the next move, then looked at Lortel directly. "Listen carefully, Lortel. From this point onwards, you have to do your best to stay hidden and let absolutely nobody see you. The bridge off the island will surely be guarded, so we can have the coachman drive an empty carriage away. There's an incomplete cabin in the northern forest. You just need to hide in the cabin I built for 3 days. I'll send the pigeon to the headquarters. If I write a simple message like sell right now, your allies will take care of the complex matters, right?" To this Lortel affirmed. However, when I looked at Lortel, she seemed to be not focusing, so I grabbed her shoulders. "There's someone guarding the back door. I will take care of the troublesome person and then go to your room. When you see the right moment, once it's quiet outside, run towards the forest." Lortel is in deep thought. Like a long-time ally merchant, he perfectly and harmoniously made a move and handled matters without wasting any time. The thought that I could trust and leave it all to him is actually crossing my mind. At this moment, Lortel looked at me seriously. "Are you really in your senses? Why are you so out of it? Unlike your unusual self." To this, she called out my name. "Senior Ed, why on earth are you helping me so much?" This question caught me off guard, and I didn't know how to respond, so I just fudged it. "I just feel like I should do this," I answered while walking out of the room. Lortel is eventually alone. Listening to the sound of heavy rain outside, Lortel inexplicably felt heat all over her body. Her knees felt weak, and it is so loud. Is it because of the fight between Alice and Taylor? But the sounds of battle from the first floor seemed even closer. She slowly placed her hand on her chest, feeling her own heartbeat. "I can't believe this at all. It's my heartbeat." The scene shifted, and I saw the figure of the maid Shinny. "I didn't expect you to be coming out of there, young Master Ed, for the supposedly last obstacle. This feels kind of bland. Now this painstaking attempted takeover is finally coming to a close. The warding spells guarding Ophelis Hall are returning to their original wielder. Her sword fighting skills are able to rival those of the combat department students, and enough magic skill to wield intermediate spells without a hair out of place. Her name is Headmaid Alice, and yet she still couldn't defeat Taylor. After all, the protagonist's halo always exists. Right now, I need to defeat Shinny and complete the final task. Now my magical power is nearly depleted. All I can do now is 2 or 3 beginner magic attacks. Shinny made her way to attack me first. However, I am very familiar with Shinny's attack pattern. Her first attack is always aimed low. Seeing I dodged the attack, she was shocked. I just need to predict her next move before she realizes it. After all, I have conquered this level many times before. I grabbed her hand, aiming for the the knives on her leg. No matter how fast she reacts, I am able to take control of the situation and threw the knives away from her reach. Realizing the difficulty of the situation, she used her special ability, the privilege of the twin sisters, blessed by the same star from birth, ability sharing. Twins can use each other's abilities once a day. Low-level telekinesis magic. The next moment, several throwing knives are hurled at me. However, I have no intention of dodging it. The knives embed themselves in my body. Seeing this, Shinny is overjoyed. Did it work? But the next second, she freezes. I looked at her directly with no hint of pain at all. I simply pull the knives out. Borrowed abilities are full of flaws. The knives didn't penetrate deeply enough. I threw the knives away and kicked her sword so she could never fight back. That's it. I win. All of this took 1 minute. I can't disappoint Miss Alice. Get off me, Shinny cried out loud. Alice will lose, I firmly answered. Hearing this, Shinny looked back at me. You know nothing about Miss Alice. How much pain she's gone through. The struggle she endured. To be honest, I have no idea. The failed swordsman of Sylvania didn't go deep into Alice's motivation at all. At the same time, Taylor used an elemental slash and swiftly made his way in front of Alice. She was totally stunned and unable to react. With a bang, an explosion can be heard outside, marking Alice's defeat. Even after hearing Shinny's plea, my view hasn't changed. That has nothing to do with me. I'll never forgive you for taking Lortel's side, Ed. With that, she said her last words. Unfortunately, I know nothing about the lives of these side characters, but it's not like that's my fault. In this world, countless stories are destined not to be noticed. If you compare all the losses today with Alice's rescuing of orphans this whole time and weigh the good and evil she's done, people who decide their course of action based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. As for me, my operational principles and ultimate goal since arriving in this body have never changed. It is simply to survive. After defeating the maid Shinny, who was in charge of the dishes, I have acquired a new skill, pain endurance. Temporarily stop body fatigue, delay the sensation of pain, postponing it to a later time. I threw a stone to break the glass window and silently went inside Lortel's room. While inside, I can't help but notice the surroundings. The luxurious wooden furniture and expensive decorations are all arranged strategically. The desk is covered in documents. The books are lined up perfectly. Everything in this room suits her. Just then, I found the carrier pigeon Lortel was talking about. I quickly wrote the letter that Elt is in Sylvania. It will take him at least 3 days to return to the main headquarters, and lastly sell all acquired stocks of armor. After that, the carrier pigeon flying its way through the rain in the night sky will come back with Elt's head. My blood keeps on dripping. The stab wounds should heal as soon as the skin mends, so I'll be fine, right? If not for the help of Six, Janica, and a few other opportune moments, Elt would have captured Lortel, and her downfall would have been swift. But by now, the carriage Lortel hired is probably speeding out of the Arkan Mountains. Elt has no choice but to chase it, even if he captures the coachman and forces him to admit that Lortel never left. By that time, the carrier pigeon I sent will have arrived, and Elt's resignation will be complete. If it goes according to plan, Lortel should be waiting for me at the cabin. Just then, I saw Lortel's silhouette. You came out to greet me? How nice of you. However, Lortel didn't respond. Seeing this, I froze in shock. Right, I have to acknowledge things when they're due. I was a bit complacent. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel. In this case, the only ones who know that Lortel is the secret mastermind are the 5 she bribed. If Elt is gone, Alice must rely on Lortel only. Shinny and Kelly will follow Alice. Will Lane can be bought off like last time, but from Lortel's perspective, Ed Rothtaylor is a variable that can't be bought with money. If she just get rid of me in this remote part of the woods, away from the prying eyes, her perfect crime will be a success. Lortel Ketchum's real character is the secret mastermind. She would use and dispose of any human she gets her hands on. Truly a villain. I need to use my brain if I want to survive, but my body wouldn't move. So, this is how I will end in this world. I should have known. Then the next second, I saw Lortel cut a strip of cloth with a knife, and she handed it to me. Why did you have to get so hurt? Her tone was cold, but her actions were complex. I was taken aback, not expecting that she wasn't trying to attack me, but was actually helping me stop the bleeding. Although I know she is cautious by nature and never trusts anyone easily, at this moment, she seemed to let down some of her guard. I'll help you walk. The rain stopped, so I started a fire. She then looked at me worried eyes. For now, let's just sit and warm up. The incident at the Ophelis Hall finally came to a close, and Lortel once again displayed her cunning tactics. So, did everything go as planned? I asked Lortel. Of course, I got a promise from the coachman. He said that he would try his best to attract their attention and buy some time. He's even willing to risk his life. Hearing this, I was suddenly stunned and couldn't help but wonder in my mind, she wouldn't have taken someone's family hostage, would she? But I soon learned the answer. If the plan succeeded, Lortel would naturally become the president, and the coachman clearly understood the stakes involved. The fact that I owe you a debt is incredible. What do you think? Don't you feel a lot of pressure on your shoulders? Hearing this, I didn't show any reaction. Lortel flashed a meaningful smile, as if everything was under control. However, she knew best that the person she should be most grateful to was Ed. She said she would never forget this favor. Just then, she seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, Senior, you and Janica are close, right? I looked at her blankly but nodded in response. Yes, my relationship with Janica is indeed good. She's a great person. person. Lortel smiled gently, her tone surprisingly sincere. I respect her too. She's kind, excellent, and very hardworking. This made me even more puzzled. Why suddenly ask about Janica? However, Lortel did not continue to explain, just showed a heartfelt smile, and then said meaningfully, it's just that, I'm not that nice. Meanwhile, at the Ophilis Hall, Elt suddenly received a report from his subordinates, then he hurriedly left, as if he had lost all interest in the current state of Ophilis Hall. Even for Zix, dealing with several mercenaries at once was extremely difficult. However, instead of dealing with mercenaries, it seemed more like stopping allies. At first, Janica just looked worried, but at some point, the spirits started to become violent. It must be stopped before casualties occur. Zix loudly asked Janica if something had happened. Senior Janica, are you angry about something? Just then, a pigeon whispered something in her ear. She was quiet for a moment, then she showed a kind expression and said softly, I'm not angry at all. The next day it was very difficult to go to class because my school uniform was a mess. Zix lent me his uniform and told me about the news after that night. Willane took the blame for the destruction of the Ophilis Hall, while the captured head maid said nothing. At the same time, I successfully prevented Lortel, a key character in the plot, from exiting the scene. However, there has still been no response from outside, which seems to indicate that Lortel's plan is working. Now, we can only hope that the carrier pigeon brings back good news. However, this has had a significant negative impact on my workload. For me, this physically demanding job is already overloading, but I still need to complete it. Meanwhile, my advanced skill slot has finally opened, since the advanced production technique slots were currently empty. Acquiring a new technique that I could use was of the highest priority. I need to start learning new skills, such as spells for spiritual infusion that can be used in conjunction with elementalism and magic engineering for crafting daily life items and combat tools. Spiritual infusion was acquired automatically once you made a contract with a spirit and produced a product that contained elementalism. Magic engineering is mastered by successfully disassembling and assembling magic items of a certain level. I don't plan to waste my slot on spiritual infusion unnecessarily. I'll just randomly sign a contract with a lower level spirit for now. At this moment, Janica came to see me. But today is the start of the school year. Why hasn't she in class yet? My head hurts and my condition isn't all that great, so I'm just going to rest here and enjoy the breeze. You didn't get hurt while trying to help me, right? No way. Definitely not. Just then, she suddenly asked about Lortel's situation. When Janica learned that Lortel was in my cabin, her expression immediately turned wary. Although the Ophilis Hall incident has successfully concluded, things seem not to have completely settled down yet. There was still a lot of work left for Lortel to do. The first thing was to win over the former head maid Alice again. The second thing was to prepare for the negotiations to purchase the Sage's sealed grimoire. However, in the 3 days while waiting for a reply from Elt's headquarters, Lortel have to stay in this cabin anxiously. Though these days are irksome, Lortel does not tire of them, because with Ed by her side, Lortel can clearly feel her own heartbeat. Senior Ed's kindness makes me feel like I was snuggled in a fluffy bed. For some people, this may seem like a natural feeling, but for Lortel, it's more precious than gold. She definitely doesn't want anyone else to take him, not even Janica. Since so many people already like you, let me have one. If you won't, then I'll have to drag you into this murky swamp to fight. 3 days of cohabitation were a perfect opportunity for her. Then she planned to fill the entire cabin with gold coins. However, she also knew that Ed was very unlikely to accept. It might seem more natural if I help him with his tuition fees. This money isn't for you, Senior. Don't get it wrong. For Lortel, who had never been in love, such lines were too cheesy. Just then, someone suddenly interrupted her thoughts. That's my spot. Lucy walked into the room, visibly sleepy, and lay directly on the sunlit floor. But soon, I picked her up. This one sneaked in again. To not disturb Lortel's rest, I had to carry her out. Looking at the situation, Lortel was speechless. Then she asked, does Lucy come here often? I told her not to mind it, just consider her an accident. But Lortel clearly didn't think so. So, I had another competitor. But I still have a lot of time. Let me settle this within 3 days. The second morning of Lortel's cabin life came. However, things did not go as smoothly as she had hoped, because she had no time alone at all. These two were like ghosts, always appearing around Ed, which was really annoying. Time quickly moved, and I'm finally done with my newly crafted item. A handmade brick, and I acquired the stoneworking skill. The fireplace that couldn't be built because of the Ophilis Hall incident was finally finished. It's mealtime and I cooked barbecues for all. Considering that nothing much has happened yet, things are probably going as well as planned, but we shouldn't let our guard down just yet. After the Ophilis Hall incident, Lortel promised to give me 20 gold coins, and she also mentioned she could give me other things. Hearing this, I thought about it. Right now, all I can think of is building materials, but if there are magical engineered goods, that would work too. At this moment, Janica's eyebrows were furrowed like a curved knife. Meanwhile, I called out to her. Speaking of which, I have a favor to ask you. I've been studying spirit magic recently and want to sign a contract with a lower level spirit. Can you help me? At this moment, Janica suddenly looked triumphant. Then I'll be your teacher. I can get you to sign a contract with a mid-level spirit right away. Soon, she summoned a spirit. Just focus your magical power and feel its presence. Karis, will you try to talk to Ed? I was surprised. I can hear its voice a little. However, Karis seemed reluctant. He has to raise his resonance headsets to a higher level to be able to hear us properly. This man doesn't have time to learn magic, Miss Janica. Don't you know? In the previous weekly reports, he was either building houses or finding materials. Janica awkwardly put Karis away. However, I faintly heard something about reports, which made me question her explanation. Just as Janica didn't know how to explain, Lortel suddenly interrupted her. About the magically engineered goods, there's more stock than expected. If the senior could visit the trading company every 3 days, I can sell it to you at the maximum discount, and you can also come over for tea and a chat. Hearing this, Janica was shocked and she immediately objected. You should give him those for free. Ed helped you out so much. I'm still a merchant. This is about professional ethics. You're just making excuses. But I paid no attention to their argument, as next I need to prepare for magic engineering and spirit magic. Meanwhile, a voice interrupted us. The visitor was the new head maid, Belle Maya. She was here to convey a message from the former head maid. Hearing this made Lortel a bit anxious. Back when Belle was hanging the laundry, Janica's friend Clara visited Belle to discuss something. Well, don't be shocked. This is really top secret. Word of this must not get out, and you mustn't react too much either. Then Clara leaned closer to Belle's ear to whisper, I think Janica likes Ed. None other than the Ed Rothtailor. Hearing this, Belle wasn't surprised and thought, should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite? I see. You must be very worried, Lady Clara. I don't know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels his reputation is improving little by little. As her friend, I support her. The next second, Clara turned serious. But that's not all. These days, Janica keeps mentioning a certain name, Lortel Ketchum. You see, she missed the opening ceremony, just like Ed, and yesterday, they were both absent from the first common class together. When it comes to relationships, it's all about playing hard to get, but I feel like Janica doesn't stand a chance, and I don't understand Ed either. It's ridiculous how he pretends not to notice Janica. He's either really dense or a total womanizer. Belle disagrees. I would say that rather than those two options, he simply is not in a position to be thinking about dating. No way that's true. I'm sure he's grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me creeps. Luck, you say? A sly, thieving cat ready to pounce. An innocent kitten trembling before a tiger. And on the roof, just a cat. Belle watched our relationships get more complicated, and it only gave her a headache. She thought it best to quickly finish her business and go back. More importantly, what was it you wanted to say? I have a message for you, Lady Lortel. It is from the former head maid, Miss Alice. Time quickly moved into the night. After finishing her business, Janica returned to her dorm and Belle took Lucy with her as well. For Lortel, hiding in the cabin, the discovery by the head maid of Ophelis Hall that she was hiding here was quite annoying. At this moment, Elt had almost lost all his power. He no longer had the energy to deal with matters in Sylvania. Still, I reminded Lortel, be careful of his backlash. Now only Alice's matter remained, but that seems to have taken care of itself. The parchment Belle brought was neatly written with a list of orphanages she supports, along with the annual costs and methods of support. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage, so she gambled with the life she had left. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, those who were dedicated to Alice seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and motivation. She wanted to align with the winning side, because only then could she solve her current predicament. I glance at Lortel, thinking, in the world of merchants, there is no such word as sympathy. To make such a mistake is to be taken for a fool. She must know this better than anyone. From my point of view, too, nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I'm the mastermind behind this. Lortel then smiled. She looked somewhat relieved. I supposed I'll play along. Both enemies and allies are never permanent after all. After everything was settled, it was time for her to leave my cabin. Take this. It will last for a while, I said as I handed Lortel a torch. However, instead of taking it, she looked at me reluctantly, which puzzled me. Why are you thinking so much about taking it? Nothing. It's just that Ed, you're taller than I thought. That's out of nowhere. Lortel then looked down. It does seem a bit rushed, but if I want to win, I have to sometimes make some risky moves, I think. I was looking at her, still confused by what she meant. She then walked straight up to me and then adjusted my tie. The essence of human relationships is about push and pull. Like this tie. Look, it's twisted, isn't it? But I didn't pay much attention to these words. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well, there's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania after all. But in that instant, she suddenly grabbed my tie, tiptoed, and kissed me on the lips. The raspberries we ate in the evening were definitely delicious. Just thinking about them again makes me happy, and I was too stunned to react, just frozen in place. Damn it, Lortel, don't cross the line. However, Lortel didn't seem intent on giving up. She smiled slightly. Playing hard to get can be annoying if overdone. How about this time? You take the initiative, senior. She then starts walking away. I had planned to keep my distance from the main characters to avoid further trouble, but things in this world don't always go as planned. The stars I see from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The crackling of the campfire is also the same as always, but it seems the plot of the story has already changed. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I'm being sucked into the center of the story, but my course of action hasn't changed. I just do what I need to do, as long as I get my diploma and increase my strength. Soon after, I realized how reckless and difficult this seemingly seemingly simple plan actually was. Just like that, summer passed, and time imperceptibly moved into autumn. The news of Lortel kissing me also reached Janica, and at this moment her spirits were all restless. If Janica doesn't act soon, she might be seduced away by the femme fatale. Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That girl really knows how to play with people's heart. Janica was quite annoyed. She really wanted to know what my reaction was. Then, she learned the answer from Tarkan. Ed had clearly refused. Moreover, Ed's expression didn't change at all. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. Hearing this, Janica finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, her spirits were all worried for Janica. The more you refuse such a femme fatale, the more obsessed they become. For you, this is definitely not a good thing. So, Tarkan gave her an idea. Then, when you are alone with Ed, give him a kiss too. Janica hesitated after hearing this, but the lion asked curiously, when you're with Ed, isn't there a scene of youthful innocence with hearts racing? Janica thought for a moment and blushed, feeding each other. Janica, truly, has fallen in love. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was trying to learn advanced cooking, and Lucy had become my test subject. Unfortunately, the first experiment failed. It doesn't taste good. Don't make me your taste testing machine. Lucy protested. I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available. This is my current life skills details. It seems I still need to improve my fishing, cooking, and repairing levels. Key stats greatly influence the proficiency of living skills. Improving just one ability value is inefficient. I must increase ability values in a balanced manner. The problem is that I'm too busy. Since school has started, excluding my time at school, the total time I can devote to survival activities is just about 5 or 6 hours, even if I cut back on sleep. But now there's something even more important, which is that I need to spend time observing whether the plot is still progressing smoothly. I usually observe the main characters at school, including the 4 main protagonists, including Taylor. Taylor, in the combat department, I rarely see him, but he is progressing well. Isla, as Taylor's partner, still is pillar of support. Princess Fenia, the benevolent princess, seems to be having a smooth life. Lortel, conflict between her and Fenia seems about to erupt. I still need to continue monitoring the plot's development. Clarice is not enrolling until next year, so I needn't worry about that for now. I now need to be even more careful observing Lortel, the golden daughter. Elt's premature downfall, who knows what changes it will bring. The other reason I needed more time was because I need to spend time observing the movements in the faculty building. After all, the final boss of Act 2 is an unexpected character, Professor Glast. So, there's a hidden mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident. If you think so, then it's probably true. You have oddly good intuition. After all, Assistant Professor Claire Elfin analyzed the reasons behind the recent riot, suspecting there was more to it. However, Professor Glast didn't care at all. But be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find. Although Claire was sent away by the professor, she didn't plan to give up. While looking at her analyzation, she thought, do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped up already? But no matter how I look at it, something's off. And the most likely culprit in her mind was Ed Rothtaylor. Meanwhile, at the Elt Merchant Association's branch, I arrived as Lortel had requested. She had prepared magic engineering items for me, but forgot to bring the contract. So, she hoped I could sit down and have tea for a while. Feeling puzzled, I asked, was your attire always like this? Lortel smiled slightly and gestured for me to give an opinion. I have an important appointment. How does it look? However, I didn't pick up on her topic, instead asking, an important appointment? This momentarily stunned Lortel and awkwardly laughed. Yeah, it's something you don't know about. Then she quickly changed the subject. Is your cabin ready? Do you need furniture? To which I responded affirmatively. It's in the final stages now. Although I need furniture, the items your company sells are all high-end, and I simply can't afford them. Lortel walked over to a chair and then said, offering goods for free is not in line with a merchant's professional ethics. As soon as the words left her mouth, she directly destroyed one leg of the chair, then added, this thing can't be sold anymore. I'll have it delivered to you tomorrow. I was stunned, not expecting her to do that, and could only respond, thank you then, as I sipped my tea. However, Lortel was dissatisfied with my attitude and snorted coldly, such a heartless guy. Your expression doesn't change at all, does it? After saying this, she walked right up to me and sat on the table. She seemed somewhat discontent as she muttered, I really don't understand you. I basically made the winning move. Has Senior Ed never seen me as a woman? At this moment, Lortel had already considered Ed as her man. This left me at a loss for how to respond, and I could only remain silent. However, Lortel didn't seem to expect a response from me. She confidently said, even though you seem indifferent now, there will come a day when you'll be restless, and then, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself. I know Lortel's personality. That seductive smile does not change whether she is confident in her victory or pushed into a corner. As a merchant, she always covers her inner feelings with a unique demeanor, never easily showing her emotions. The scene shifts to noon. Next up is Janica teaching me how to sign a contract with a spirit. Flames began to appear between her hands, and I concentrated my magical power to sense it as she instructed. Soon, the flames gradually changed and took the shape of a spirit, and a voice came, Master Ed, it is an honor to sign a contract with you. I am the junior fire spirit monk who achieved the highest results in magical efficiency training within within the Northern Forest's internal organization. Among my peers, my communication skills are the strongest. I will fully assist you. Hearing this introduction, I was reminded of the spirit skills I had once tapped into while playing the failed swordsman of Sylvania, feeling a familiar sensation. However, this guy seemed a bit odd to me. Why is he so strict? It turns out that during earlier training, Tarkan had subjected the spirits to devilish training, and Mug emerged as the champion in the selections. Janica eagerly hoped I would accept him. When I held Mug in my hands, a wave of warmth spread through me, which pleased me immensely. It was like a portable heater. After signing the contract with Mug, my fire magic abilities would see significant enhancement. His abilities are very practical for survival, even making it unnecessary for me to use firewood in the future. I'm glad to see you happy, Ed. Meanwhile, Janica began to explain the precautions. However, halfway through her explanation, she suddenly stopped. Then, Janica called out to me. With a serious look on her face, she said, "I'm actually very busy too. I'm really busy. Usually, even if people look for me, I might not be able to make time." It turns out that earlier, Clara and Tarkan had suggested she learn the tactic of playing hard to get. She shouldn't be too nice to Ed one-sidedly, and should make him take more initiative. Hearing this, I suddenly realized, and somewhat apologetically said, "I'm really sorry. I took your kindness for granted. As a gesture of sincerity, I should at least give you some money." Upon hearing this, Janica immediately stopped me, instructing, "Don't waste money. There's no way I'm taking it. Besides, having you pay me would make things seem all formal. We're closer than that, aren't we? You're really making me so sad." Seeing this, I was very confused. Wasn't this the response she wanted? But at that moment, Janica didn't know how to explain and just blurted everything out. Clara said I'm too generous by nature, so I should learn to say no more often, which I immediately agree. Then she called out to me again, her face showing a hint of shyness, and she softly said, "I'm not like this with everyone." After saying this, she hurriedly said goodbye to me as her afternoon elective class was about to start. I also waved goodbye at her. After returning to the cabin, I finally learned the advanced crafting skill, magic engineering. Thanks to the magical tools Lortel gave me, their structure was very simple, allowing me to smoothly master this advanced skill. Additionally, the fuel issue was also resolved. When I run out of firewood, I can use Mug, and when Mug's magic is depleted, I'll use the fireplace. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Although it's a small thing, it gave me extra peace of mind. Next, it was time to check my traps. At the same time, Claire also arrived in the forest. She thought it over and felt there must be a conspiracy behind the Ophelis Hall incident. Could it be because he was disowned that Ed became a suspect? The only others present were students or related personnel of the Ophelis Hall, but Taylor and Ed had no interaction with the museum. Apart from Taylor, who resolved the riot, the only possibility was Ed. Just then, she heard an unusual noise. Following that, she saw Ed carrying Lucy with a dead animal in tow. Seeing this, she was utterly shocked. Lucy, a figure comparable to the great mage Glocht and Principal Abel, was now being carried on his shoulder. So, my intuition was right. The hidden mastermind behind Ophelis Hall is Ed Rothtaylor. Afterwards, Claire followed Ed to his cabin. After I put Lucy aside, I went back to my room to rest, as there were important matters to attend to tomorrow. Seeing me enter the room, Claire quietly approached Lucy. At that moment, she thought about rescuing Lucy, but when she reached out to Lucy in the blink of an eye, Lucy was gone. Claire looked back, confused, while Lucy looked at her warily. After seeing who it was, Lucy did not relax her vigilance. Then, she flew back to the small treehouse, looked at Claire, started gnawing on some jerky, and flew away without saying a word, leaving Claire standing there bewildered. The scene shifts to the next day. Claire found Professor Glass again and told him everything that happened last night, but Glass dismissively said, "Ed, that trash is not worthy of my attention." Following this, Claire pulled out a history recording orb. The orb clearly showed some of Ed's unusual actions. Still, Glass shook his head. The evidence is still insufficient. Even the incident with Lucy yesterday could just be her finding a new place to sleep. This left Claire speechless, and she was again dismissed by Professor Glass. This time, Glass started to check the crystal ball. The crystal ball recorded the scene of Ed blocking Taylor and his group, but he was quickly defeated. Taylor was born with a swordsman's talent, and with the help of the genius alchemist Elvira, it was impossible for ordinary people to stop the two of them. However, Glass saw an even more interesting scene. The scene shifts. I am imbuing a dagger with a spirit's technique. This dagger, engraved with burst-type magic, can activate the engraved magic, and with its enhancement, the activation speed becomes very fast and the efficiency greatly increases. At this moment, Mug kept praising me. "Master Ed, your craftsmanship is incredible." To express my happiness, I plan to sing a song. Seeing this, I immediately interrupted him, which made Mug look very aggrieved. "Master Ed, I'm sorry. If you tell me what I did wrong, I will sincerely reflect and correct it." I reluctantly stopped him, saying, "No need for formalities with me. After spirits leave their juvenile form and become lower-level spirits, they usually sign contracts with spirit masters to gain magic power and elevate their status. If it's a powerful spirit master like Janica, the spirits who sign contracts with her are deeply grateful. However, signing a contract with an ordinary person like me, and you're still so polite, doesn't that seem strange? Did Janica give you any benefits?" Seeing Mug's reaction, I immediately signaled him to be honest. It turns out, just by signing a contract with me, Janica Janica would use her magic to help Mug evolve, which could let him train several times faster than ordinary junior spirits. Furthermore, Janica also required Mug to report back to her about me at all times. Hearing all this, I also felt some sympathy for Mug's plight, as the class system in the spirit world is indeed too strict. Survival has always been the most important thing. If one doesn't enhance their own strength, they are just open to being bullied. Time quickly moved to a few days later, and although there was no progress in my combat skills, my physical strength had increased considerably, and my storehouse was filled with food and spices, completely freeing me from the plight of hunger. Rote memorization and theoretical studies can be completed with some time and effort. Although I'm living a day and night life, compared to the beginning, my current situation has improved a lot. I was almost asleep when, fortunately, Janica woke me up. Ed, snap out of it. What's wrong? At this moment, she was very concerned about my health, and I needed to focus, because today I received 3 letters. The first letter was from the academy. The second letter was from the trading company. Both letters weren't very important, but the third letter needed to be read carefully because its contents proved that many changes had already occurred in the plot. What's going on now is the main story of Act 2, the purchase of the Sage's Sealed Grimoire. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire was supposed to be a competition between the school and the trading companies, but due to Elt's downfall, the family head Crapin Roth Taylor, who had commissioned Elt to purchase the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, got involved. Eventually, this conflict evolved into a 3-way struggle. Crapin tried to use the Sage's Sealed Grimoire to study immortality, but after messing things up, he had to step in personally to purchase the Sage's Sealed Grimoire. Crapin is a boss who would only appear in Act 4 of the failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and now he is very powerful, with no method capable of restraining him. So this time, he must be removed from the plot. Although as long as he gets the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, the plot would continue smoothly, but in the original, without the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, Crapin is already the boss of Act 4. If he got the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, I wouldn't be able to rely on the advantage of information, and might even fail to complete the game. This letter detailed all of Crapin's actions and expressed suspicions about him, also indicating a desire to collaborate with me. The sender was Fenia. Fenia had received a plea for help from the principal because the academy had fallen into a financial crisis, but as royalty, she couldn't easily provide financial support. If things continued, the trading companies would obtain the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, which symbolizes the important status of the academy. Selling it would undoubtedly be a disgrace. Principal Abel requested Fenia's help privately. However, Fenia was puzzled about how Crapin learned of this deal. The guard suspected that I had reported the news to Crapin, as this could be my chance to return to the family. While the two were discussing, a voice interrupted them. I wonder if someone as lowly as me could have the honor of having tea with the princess. This is unexpected, Lortel. Fenia did not decline the invitation, but she was curious why Lortel would come to see her. Originally, Lortel came to inform Fenia about the inside story of why Crapin intervened. This matter is because of my adoptive father Elt, and has nothing to do with Senior Ed. Hearing this, Fenia was surprised. Lortel initially did not know about Crapin's plan, but after Elt's downfall, the plan to purchase the Sage's Sealed Grimoire did not stop, so Elt had to collaborate with Crapin. Fenia became more puzzled. If that's the case, your interests should align, but why does it seem like you are now competitors? Lortel interrupted Fenia while sipping her tea. My father Elt and I are no longer on the same side. Fenia continued to inquire, but why do you want to tell me these insider details? Lortel smiled lightly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Princess Fenia can restrain the Roth Taylor family, and I can get the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, making this a mutually beneficial cooperation. Lortel said to Fenia with a candid face, I'm afraid that the innocent Senior Ed might get involved, so I came to tell you this. As his junior, I'm a bit worried about him. He has been ousted from the family and started a new life. Wouldn't it be too unjust if you were wrongfully accused of joining the Roth Taylors? Fenia frowned slightly, unclear why Lortel was so concerned about Ed. It seems he still has some utility value. I will sincerely seek his help. Lortel paused, then added, but what if he refuses? Fenia spoke firmly, then we'll just have to use him. Lortel was momentarily stunned by these words, then her face showed anger, but she burst out laughing. Who did you say you want to use? Princess Fenia actually wants to exploit Ed? Claire intervenes. How dare you say that in front of the princess? But Fenia signaled him to stop. Lortel said mockingly, if we're allies on this matter, then I still want to offer some sincere advice. Don't dream of using Ed, because you might very well end up being used by him instead. We must hold her accountable for her impudence. Princess. No need, Claire. Fenia fell silent for a moment. Several questions surfaced in her mind. What is Ed really thinking? Why did Crapin suddenly interfere with the purchase of the Sage's Sealed Grimoire? And this woman in front of her, daring to act so arrogantly in front of the princess. What right does she have? She had no answers and didn't know if she would ever see Lortel show a flustered expression in her lifetime. The scene shifted to the other side. Lortel was looking at Janica in disbelief. Hey Lortel, long time no see. How have you been doing? She never expected Janica would be by Ed's side. Things just turned out this way, Ed added. But Lortel didn't want to entertain her, so she decided to prepare a glass of cold water for her, even deliberately not adding ice. Although she had clearly seen the tea meant for guests, I still handed Janica the hot tea. While Lortel was a little upset, she had no choice but to accept accept it reluctantly. Then, Lortel changed the subject and said, "The magic engineering supplies you need have been prepared." Lortel showed the supplies, and this left Janica dumbfounded. What she was looking at was not some defective goods, but clearly brand new products just brought out. Lortel then smiled and pointed to the scratches on the supplies, saying, "Look closely, there are 2 distinct scratches on them. These things can't be sold." Janica understood in her heart that Lortel was doing this on purpose. For Lortel, it was clearly more important whether she could help Senior Ed than whether these items could be sold. Watching this scene, I felt very embarrassed. I had accepted Lortel's help several times, yet never paid her anything. Janica lowered her head, lost in thought, knowing that this cunning fox was surely plotting something. Meanwhile, my vision began to blur, as if some force was sweeping over my body. This familiar feeling made me feel like I was floating in water again. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. There was still a lot I needed to accomplish. I must stay vigilant about Krapen's involvement with the Sage's sealed grimoire. This is a major event that will unfold in 2 weeks. More urgently, I need to make a soft mattress. The deer I caught a few days ago needs to be processed quickly, and the cabin needs cleaning. Lucy's jerky needs restocking. However, I currently feel completely drained. Meanwhile, Janica and Lortel also noticed something was off with me. Elsewhere, Fenia is beginning to suspect Ed. She recalls his clumsy fishing at the campsite, which contrasts sharply with his composed demeanor during the Battle of Glaskin. She hears students discussing how hard Ed studies. Lortel reminds her not to speculate about Ed lightly, suggesting that her insight eye might be malfunctioning. This time, Fenia decides to verify for herself. She turns to Claire and says, "Ask Ed to come here. I need to speak with him." However, Claire indicates that Ed might not be able to make it because he has fainted from exhaustion. Hearing this, Fenia is utterly shocked. Status effect: exhaustion. Symptoms include high fever due to overwork, indigestion, chronic fatigue, migraine, a periodic comatose state, difficulty breathing, and more. Please take adequate rest to recover from this condition. When I regain consciousness, I find breathing difficult. As my vision clears, I see Lucy lying on top of me, and she is actually dreaming about gourmet food. Why is this person lying on top of me and talking in her sleep? Lucy is lighter than she appears, so much so that I doubt she is even human. However, I am currently unable to move, and it seems the problem lies with me. This looks like my cabin. The blanket looks new. Is it from the Elk Merchantry? Just then, Lucy wakes up hungry. This person seems capable of nothing but eating, drinking, and sleeping. Seeing me awake, she immediately casts a healing spell. Lucy tells me that the problem is with my body. Continuous magic training and excessive use of spirit techniques have disrupted my magical energy. So you were the one taking care of me while I was unconscious? Lucy nodded, indicating that it was no trouble for her. She often got bored, which is why she would accidentally fall asleep. Although the others glared at her several times, they said nothing. Lucy then spoke again. "I hope you don't get sick." She said being sick is miserable, and some people even die from it. Lucy mentioned that she once watched someone like her grandfather, Glocked, die in bed, which still saddens her to this day. In response, I thanked Lucy. "Thanks to you, I was able to recover so quickly." Just then, I heard a noise. Zix burst through the door, only to see Lucy sitting on top of me. A shy Lucy quietly picked up her hat and quickly flew away. Zix looked at me incredulously and asked, "Ed, how many has it been now?" But after thinking it over, he found it reasonable. A strong male will attract many females. It's natural, he concluded. It seems my view of civilization is too rigid. I was puzzled as to why Zix was here. He explained Janica had to attend class because she skipped too many, and Lortel had to go back to deal with guild affairs. Although Elka or Clara might have been more attentive, Lortel expressly stated that no other women should come, so it had to be me, a big man, to take care of you. Hearing this, I realized I needed to check on the plot's progress, so I asked about the Mandragonas. Zix told me that the issue was caused by Alvira and has now been resolved by Taylor and Clebius. The monsters of the Telos Order were dealt with by him and Taylor together. Curiously, he asked me, "Senior, how do you know these rumors?" I didn't answer directly, but instead asked him, "How long was I unconscious?" When I found out I had been unconscious for 10 days, I was stunned. "Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake. However, they won't be obliged to see you today. Janica's at the academy while Lortel has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow." Hearing this, I quickly finished the rest of the food because some things can't be delayed any longer. Afterward, I asked Zix to relay a message to Lortel for me. This is very important. The next day, Act 2, Scene 10, the battle for the Sage's sealed grimoire officially begins. The ones involved are Princess Fenia, acting President Lortel, and the man who strayed from the original storyline, the head of the Roth-Taylor family, Krapen Roth-Taylor, the final boss of Act 4, all take the stage. Upon seeing Princess Fenia, Krapen's first act is to apologize. "I am very sorry for the inconvenience caused by Ed," he added. "However, I have already dismissed him." Fenia gestures for him not to worry too much. I haven't taken it to heart. Fenia had heard that Krapen was noble, kind, and wise, a duke with supreme power. From the actions of his other servants, one could feel their respect for Krapen. However, at this moment, Fenia's eyes see the true him and are desperately telling her that this man is thoroughly evil. Just then, Krapen notices Lortel standing by. "You are the proxy of the Elt Trading Company, I presume." Lortel then slightly bows and begins her introduction. "So you're the only daughter of El Ketchum, the Golden King. I have heard much about high insight and adventurous spirit. She smiled at him. We go wherever there's a good profit to be made. After all, we follow wherever the scent of money leads us. I see, Crippen commented quickly. After lunch, the next item on the agenda is the auction for the sage's sealed grimoire. Both parties write down the maximum price they are willing to pay, and the highest bidder will obtain the sage's sealed grimoire. The sage's sealed grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy, and the dean does not want too many people to know about this transaction. However, due to the Academy's financial problems, they are forced to take this measure. Eventually, he comes up with this solution, with Princess Phinia as the guarantor and the vice principal acting as the Academy's representative to secretly hold the bidding. Now, among those present, whoever offers the higher price will obtain the sage's sealed grimoire. Phinia knows that these people have already researched similar transaction prices, whether it's the academic value of the sage's sealed grimoire or its symbolic significance as a luxury item, and looked into similar book trades, so they are well versed in these data. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Lortel probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart, but Phinia thinks that Crippen is likely to win this auction. Soon, both parties have written down their prices. In this rule, the most important thing is to know the upper limit of the opponent's bid. Lortel has already stated that he is only in it for the profit, so she will not bid higher than the highest historical amount of 8,100 gold coins. Crippen only needs to add a little more to this price, and the sage's sealed grimoire will be his. Crippen's bid was 8,500 gold coins, which was expected by Phinia. Clearly, Crippen wanted the book badly enough to personally come to the Academy to participate in the auction. However, when Phinia heard Lortel's bid, she was stunned, because her bid was 9,400 gold coins. This left Phinia very puzzled. Wasn't Lortel's goal to profit? Crippen, with his face full of reluctance, could only leave helplessly. At this moment, Princess Phinia was deeply confused. Was Lortel's goal from the beginning to prevent a villain like Crippen from getting the sage's sealed grimoire? But she knew this was just her speculation. Lortel was not the type to act selflessly. Moreover, even if Crippen was a villain, she had no concrete evidence to prove it, unless someone had instructed or ordered Lortel in advance to thwart Crippen's plans through her. Combining what Lortel had said earlier, Phinia came up with a possibility. If someone wanted to counter the Rothtailor family, that person was likely Ed Rothtailor. Thinking this, Phinia felt a pang of guilt. She had once tried to use Ed. However, the princess's misunderstanding turned out to be a blessing. The scene shifts, and Lortel quickly signs a contract with the Academy. Although her bid was 900 gold coins higher than Crippen's, she did not feel it was a loss, because she knew this time she could make Ed agree to any request. For her, this deal was an absolute bargain. At this moment, Lortel even hesitated to put down the letter Ed had given her. She needed to carefully consider what kind of price she should make Ed pay. If the princess saw her expression now, she would probably have coughed up blood. The scene shifts to another side. I know Lortel has feelings for me, but thinking about the internal power struggles she is about to face in the Rothtailor family, I feel somewhat guilty. Just then, Janica learned that I had awakened and rushed over immediately. I expressed my gratitude for her recent help. I heard I caused you a lot of trouble, which Janica immediately denies. However, Zix suddenly brought up a rumor that Janica was seen crying over a broken heart at school. Hearing Zix mention this rumor, and Janica's face turned red with anger as she stomped her feet. Zix, what are you talking about? Who said I was heartbroken? Zix innocently spread his hands. Before Zix could finish, he was dragged away by a friendly bear. Janica waved him goodbye. That's a funny story, Zix, but you know the weather's so cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing this, I was speechless. At that moment, I saw Mug with a look of grievance on his face, which puzzled me. Mug, why are you on Janica? He then bowed down at me. Please kill me, Master Ed. The foolish Mug, had no idea that you were pushing yourself so hard. It turned out, he was worried about using up my mana, so he had borrowed Janica's mana to appear. Just then, Zix came back, and agrees that considering I was unconscious for 10 days, Mug is not overreacting. At the same time, I thought about many unresolved matters. The meat that hadn't been dealt with was probably rotten by now, and the fishing nets must have broken because I didn't maintain them. It looks like I have to start over. Soon after, both Janica and Zix called out to me. As friends, we'll definitely help you. As long as we work together, the problems can surely be solved. This reminds me of not long ago when this place was just a thatched hut. Back then, I was penniless and had no one to rely on. Many things were progressing slowly, but regardless, I've resolved way more issues and survived until now. They're right, everything will somehow work out, I muttered to myself. At this moment, Janica recalled Marilda's words. He looks really tired, but this is your chance. Take advantage of that red fox being busy with business and strike first. That girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her. To get the man, you must become a fox yourself. First was the attire. She thought Janica's current dress made her look like a country housewife. However, Janica felt a bit shabby, but Marilda gave her full marks. Men will be enchanted by this domestic and virtuous look. Finish it off with a high ponytail to let him feel the charm of a good wife. But this senior spirit dating expert has been single since birth. Despite this, Janica was all ears. Next, let's get that man. She resolved mouth quietly to herself. Time quickly moved to late at night. Janika's soup was indeed delicious, completely different from Zix's cooking. Maybe I should also learn to cook. Instead of thinking about this, I better recover quickly. As I lay down, I heard a noise. The door was pushed open again, and there stood Janika, looking shyly at me. What did she want to do? I was puzzled, wondering what she wanted so late at night. However, Janika signaled to me not to worry, as she wouldn't do anything. You don't have to pretend like you're not having a hard time, she commented. That confuses me. She knew I lived hard and had a tougher day than most. It's the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time, but in the end, what helped me the most wasn't someone rush support, but a person quietly staying by my side. You've had a hard time, haven't you? Great job, Ed. Seeing this, I reminded Janika she didn't have to go to such lengths for me, but Janika cut me off directly. What you need to do now is admit you're tired so that you can rest properly. After her words, I lay in bed, feeling relieved. Yes, I had a hard time. During this period, I was indeed very tired, not just for my own life, but also for the plot of the story. Now, I just want to sleep well. When I opened my eyes again, it was the next morning. To my surprise, Janika was sleeping by the bedside, drooling. My lips curled upward at this sight, and I couldn't help but laugh. I sincerely thanked her, as I was now fully recovered. However, these 10 days did not go according to plan, especially regarding the research on magic engineering supplies. Now I can only rely on assembling supplies myself for self-study, but I've hit a bottleneck, because most of the magic engineering techniques are main plot mission rewards. In order not to affect the original plot, I can't directly obtain these materials, but it looks like Taylor isn't particularly interested in magic engineering. It's probably because even if you had understood the production methods, you couldn't make usable magic engineering supplies right away. According to the plot, I need to wait until the latter half to get the materials, but the situation is different now. There's someone here who can get any material you need. After finding out I was awake, Lortel came over early in the morning. Seeing my condition, she finally relaxed. Then, she sat down close to me because she had something to discuss. After Elt's downfall, she decided to change the name Elt Trading Company to just Trading Company. Using the original name would feel strange. Thus, she needed someone to help manage her staff and property. She then smiled shyly. Imagine this, waking up in the morning and going to the guild with just a wall between us. It's just like being married. Hearing this, I broke out in a cold sweat. Lortel, isn't it strange that you'd go that far for me? But Lortel didn't care about these things. She countered, do you think I'm acting too impulsively, that I shouldn't let youthful emotions cloud my judgment, right? So you only want to maintain a business relationship with me? Although I denied it verbally, this was indeed my truest thought. Lortel has lived her life in the shadow of betrayal, so what she desires most is to find someone who will absolutely never betray her. Someone who would stand by her even if the whole world turned against her. For some, this person might be a family member or a lover. My request is not much. I just hope you can always stay by my side. This left me unsure of how to respond. Lortel say that without trying to hold your laughter in. Hearing this, Lortel burst out laughing. It seems this tactic doesn't work. What a shame. I almost had you. Showing such a pitiful look should have made you waver. Though Lortel said these words jokingly, they were not entirely false. There was a moment of silence. Then, I told her my plans for this period. I won't leave school before graduation. But Lortel didn't say much, as she's not one to give up easily. I can wait until you graduate. Maybe by then, I'll be able to use this free pass, she said. Also, she added, I'm happy to see you again, Ed. Thinking about what might happen next, I suddenly felt as if I had done something wrong, like I owed someone a favor. Lortel, hiding behind a tree, appeared very nervous, because she originally intended to use this free pass to make Ed completely hers. But seeing Ed's expression, her plans shifted, and even the money she was supposed to give Ed for magic engineering supplies wasn't handed over. Going back to do it now might be awkward, so she planned to just leave the items in Ed's cabin. But unexpectedly, Janika pushed open the door from inside. Ed went to the river, right? I should prepare a snack before she comes back. This scene stunned Lortel. Why would Janika be coming out from there? At the same time, Janika also questioned her. Why did she come from the river? At this moment, the air was filled with tension. For Ed, a new disaster was about to start. However, I was unaware of this. Mug keeps on reminding me to take care of myself. Mug wanted to maintain our contract for a long time. Hearing this, Tarkan must have scolded it, so I apologized. With Zix and Janika's help, food and firewood were well prepared, and furniture was thanks to Lortel. Now, the only thing worrying me was the 3 letters I received before I fainted. One was from Lortel, one was from Fenia telling me about Krapen, and the last one was from the school. The sender was an unexpected person, Professor Glast, who mentioned in the letter that he hoped to meet with me alone after the conference. Unfortunately, because I fainted, I couldn't meet him. Now, I have no way of knowing why you wanted to see me then. Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and now, the final chapter of Act 2 has begun. I remember most of the content. Professor Glast believes that only a few elites can change the world. Therefore, he studied aspectual magic, which can reverse the natural laws of the world, in an attempt to resurrect the great sage, Sylvania. However, Sylvania Academy fell into Lortel's schemes. To complete the aspectual magic, they decided to sell the sage's sealed grimoire. In desperation, Glast snatched the sage's sealed grimoire and infused Sylvania's spirit into Isla, who naturally possesses aspectual magic, trying to usher in a new era of progress. It was literally a madman's narrative, but what he did to Isla was clearly the wrong choice, because our protagonist, Taylor, will save Isla and break into his research lab. After all his plans were thwarted, Glass jumped from a high tower despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals. But before that, he uttered some mysterious last words, though I can't quite remember what he said. The kidnapping of Isla marks the beginning of the plot. At this moment, Isla looks ahead with fear on her face. Makes sense since the demon of the underground waterway is quite terrifying, isn't it? It's your fault. I don't understand why you would do this, Ed Taylor. Seeing this, I was stunned. Aren't you being way too mean? Take a good look. I was also brought in here. I was kidnapped too. Time goes back to 3 days ago, when I just happened to have some time to finish what I hadn't completed before. Because Glass Conquest War was about to begin, I needed to quickly enhance my strength. At this time, I suddenly thought of a way to drastically raise my magic engineering stat. In the final chapter, there are 4 challenge stages. Among the 4, the toughest is Phase 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage is Reina, the Spirit Library's librarian. Without a swordsman style, it's impossible to get through. However, this should be Taylor's problem to solve. What I really care about are the things inside the Spirit Library. There are many precious magic engineering methods there. I remember there being dozens. Although it's a bit dangerous, it should be no problem as long as I'm not going alone. The scene shifts to the academy. Glass announces in Class A that 2 people will join next semester, and Isla is one of them. This confuses Zix, because Isla's abilities are average, the only special thing being her strong sensitivity to aspectual magic. Therefore, he directly questions, isn't the way to join Class A through selection? Hearing this, Glass's expression suddenly becomes serious. Do you think I am belittling those hardworking students? Hearing this, Zix was speechless. The fastest way to destroy someone is to cheer them on and trust them unconditionally when they clearly have no talent. Lortel sighs lightly, because she has investigated Professor Glast of the Academy. Glast's obsession with talent may be due to his daughter. Glast's daughter, Muri, was an ordinary magician, but he had unlimited faith in his daughter. This is the most normal thing for a parent, but Muri felt that this was not trust from a parent, but from a professor of magic. With such confidence, the confident Muri participated in a monster subjugation battle at a young age and eventually never returned to this world. Glast couldn't accept this fact at the time. Since then, he has become obsessed with talent, dedicating the rest of his time to the study of aspectual magic. However, Lortel knows that what he truly seeks is not the magic itself, but someone who can create aspectual magic. However, historically, only Sylvania has managed to do this. Just then, Glass stopped her. He expressed his desire to discuss something with her tomorrow. Lortel guessed that he might want to talk about the Sage's sealed grimoire, as the transfer of ownership of the book was about to begin. Meanwhile, I was thinking about how to get those supplies. Although I now have a method to cope, it is indeed a bit dangerous. The core of the battle is to be a hanger-on. Taylor, in order to save Isla, will break through 5 stages. I just need to follow behind him and can pick up the equipment he drops. Regarding this, I also wrote a list of things I must get my hands on, especially the Glock's Eye from the 3rd stage. It can enhance my proficiency and skills, and the Delheim's Hourglass can return my physical state to 2.5 seconds before. Anyway, these things are of no use to Taylor, so I'll unapologetically take them. I'll also enjoy watching Taylor's performance before returning to my cabin. This is simply a perfect plan. Glast's subjugation battle is set on the day of the Sage's sealed grimoire sensing ceremony. I've already arranged for Janica to accompany me to the sewers to look for the lost items. I thought she would be afraid and reluctant, but she agreed right away. This made me feel a bit guilty. However, with a powerful ally by my side, my plan is perfect. Just as I was about to leave, Assistant Claire stopped me, saying Professor Glast wanted to see me. The sensing ceremony is tomorrow. Why would he call me now? Last time I was unconscious and didn't go, and now he's calling me again. It must be something important. When I arrived, I saw Isla. Does she really need to be so wary of me? But thinking about how I had shot her with an arrow before, it's no wonder she feels this way. She was kidnapped at the start of the 2nd act's final battle. How is she here now? And why call me over? A bad thought crossed my mind. Although I know what will happen in the future, elements could still change. Soon, I found my own investigation report. It turns out he has been watching me, including what I did at the Ophilis Hall. But what's the connection between these 2 things? Meanwhile, I heard footsteps outside the door and immediately drew the sword at my waist. Seeing Professor Glast, Isla rushed over, but what met her was a spatial lock. Soon, she was restrained. Then, a sharp knife flew towards the professor. Just when Professor Glast thought he could easily subdue his opponent, he didn't expect the other party to have a hidden move, which he hadn't anticipated. A poor student actually able to use such fluent magic? Glast wondered. So you've read all the materials on the table in such a short time? What intrigued him even more was that Ed could guess his intentions. Then, I asked him, is it really necessary to attack me? Isla is your target, isn't she? Glast obviously had his own plans. He said, I hope you don't think too harshly of me. I was puzzled why he would say this. Don't think harshly of him? That makes sense. Even if I escaped from here, he wouldn't easily let me go, and it could likely affect a later plot. If I and Isla were kidnapped, we would be locked in a secret laboratory. In other words, I could skip the first 2 stages. Rather than struggle, it might be simpler to just let him capture me. Glass didn't expect me to come forward voluntarily, but it also saved him some effort. At first, Glass was puzzled how someone who lived in the wilderness could achieve such good results. He even wondered if I had 48 hours a day. And from the crystal ball, my combat ability was seen through perfectly analyzing the opponent and using every means to win. He said, "This is the way of the weak. It's not about talent, but about effort." He noticed that my expression was not at all confused, which reminded him of something he had lost in the past. He had seen a similar expression on Muri, the daughter who had vowed to make her father's name famous. Muri's face again floated into his mind. Just then, Mug took the opportunity when Glass wasn't looking to sneak out and flew towards Ed's cabin, where Janica was waiting for Ed's return. After escaping from the academic building, Mug headed straight for the cabin in the forest. At that moment, Lucy was leisurely lying on the roof of the cabin. The time Ed was sick reminded her of Glock. After Glock handed over the magic travelogue of the southern continent to her, he quietly left this world. Glock accepted his own death more readily than anyone else, but Lucy could never forget him. The only thing that temporarily made her forget her longing was the satisfaction brought by the jerky in her arms. However, the jerky was soon finished. At the same time, she noticed Mug rushing over. Elsewhere, upon hearing the news, Janica's magical power suddenly went berserk, which puzzled Lucy. Normally gentle Janica, why would she suddenly go berserk? The scene shifts. The Academy is holding the sensing ceremony for the Sage's sealed grimoire. Important figures from both sides arrived at the scene. Acting President Lortel and Headmaster Abel. Lortel noticed that Abel and Creepin were of similar age, but they felt completely different to her. After the auction of the Sage's sealed grimoire ended, Creepin had sought out Lortel, asking her to sell the Sage's sealed grimoire to him. Lortel directly quoted 12,000 gold coins, not expecting Creepin to accept the deal so readily, and he even added a priceless piece of information. Eld had hired mercenaries to go to Sylvania Academy. Although Creepin didn't give Lortel a good feeling, this piece of information was indeed noteworthy. Now everything was ready. Looking at the Sage's sealed grimoire so close at hand, Lortel began to daydream. After all, she also obtained Ed's free pass. A powerful magical circle spread out from the ground, and suddenly, a group of stone men surrounded them. Taking advantage of this moment, Professor Glass directly snatched the Sage's sealed grimoire, leaving Lortel dumbfounded. She didn't expect Glass to take the Sage's sealed grimoire so openly. Although Ed wasn't at the scene, the plot still continued. Back at Professor Glass's laboratory, Ayla still hates my presence and still blames me. At this moment, I guess Glass has already succeeded in seizing the grimoire. Meanwhile, Ayla's cries attracted Kum's attention. "If you keep yelling like that, the monster of the underground waterway in front of you might wake up." Glass instructed Kum not to use the two of us for experiments and hoped we would stay put. This suited me just fine, which surprised Kum since I was calmer than he expected. There's nothing more to do now. We just have to wait for Taylor to arrive. By then, the library that Taylor passed through will already be devastated. As long as no one disturbed me, I could focus on collecting those spoils of war. However, at this moment, I am most worried about two things. First, the feeling of passing the stage seems too easy. Second, Ayla has been keeping her guard up against me. Then, I stopped her. "If I really had any intentions against you, do you think I would miss such a good opportunity?" Since I've seen this from Taylor's perspective, if I had to say it out loud, I'd say I feel pretty positively about Ayla. "Lies. You're Ed Roth." Before she could finish her words, I interfered. "Stop spouting nonsense and calm down. Taylor will definitely come if we wait here." "Taylor, do you have the right to say his name?" "Why wouldn't I?" I answered immediately, which shocked her. "I'm sorry about the entrance exam, but I had my own difficulties. And I also helped a lot with the Glaskin affair, didn't I? You might not trust me, but you must have faith in Taylor. He'll definitely come to rescue you." Ayla was surprised that Ed was apologizing to her. Was this still the Ed she knew? Meanwhile, I sighed silently. Just then, Mug flew back in from outside. I didn't even know this guy had sneaked out. He is obviously extremely worried about my situation. "You brat, where have you been this whole time?" "Mug, good job finding me here." Finally, I had someone I could talk to normally. Seeing this, Ayla signaled that I could ask for help through the sprite. There's no need for me to add another variable by doing something like that. But before she could finish, Mug interrupted. "Don't worry, Janica has already received the message, and it seems she's quite upset. Not just that, the fox merchant and the magician who often appears on the roof want to join in too. Master Ed, did I do well? One way or another, we will be rescued." Hearing this, I was stunned. My perfect plan was completely ruined. Now I had to think of a way to fix this. Immediately, I said a few words to Mug, then threw it out. Then, I lay against the iron door, shouting loudly for Kum to let me out. Kum mocked me for being too naive, scoffed, and then left the place. After he left, I immediately stopped shouting because my goal had been achieved. Mug was able to retrieve the key to the cell. He handed it to me. After the cell was opened, I walked out first. Just as Ayla was about to come out, I shut the cell door directly. "From now on, you can only answer yes or no," I told her. "I left you inside because it's too dangerous outside. Staying inside at least ensures your safety. Just cooperate with them, and if they notice that I'm gone, just tell them I escaped. Sell me out immediately. Besides, your legs don't have any strength right now, do they?" Ayla was about to speak, but I immediately stopped her. "Just answer my questions." Eventually, Ayla reluctantly accepted my proposal. "Good, now keep quiet and stay stay still. I'll handle it. However, as expected, new complications arose. I can handle the minor variables one way or another. After all, my experience was growing, and I could use the known information to solve most problems. But there would inevitably be things I couldn't solve. Now, by any means necessary, I must prevent Janica and Lortel from joining the battle. There's also an enemy so powerful that countless peak challengers couldn't defeat it even after hundreds of hours. As long as I don't deliberately try, it won't happen, so I had never cared before. However, a bad ending that will definitely trigger if certain conditions are met, no matter what method is used. No matter what, I must stop Lucy from coming here. The scene shifts to another side. What is it? Taylor, dragging his weary body, found Zix, because he hadn't caught Glast, who had escaped from the academic building, and so he sought Zix's help. Now he's almost ready to lead his companions to pursue Glast into the sewers. Although I'm familiar with the plot of Act 2, the storyline has now been turned upside down, so it will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Kum releases all the monsters, but it's much easier now that's in reverse because the monsters are still confined. It's a relief. Whenever Lucy is involved, Professor Glast is bound to meet a bad end. I need to hurry in preventing it. At this moment, I arrive at the Spirit Library. The problem is the Spirit Library is guarded. The librarian here is the Banshee Reina, and I'm familiar with Reina's patrol pattern, but I can't directly confront her because she gives Taylor valuable experience. In the latter part of the story, there will be enemies that can only be defeated using Taylor's swordsman form. If his abilities aren't properly enhanced, it will be difficult to pass later challenges. Taylor meeting the ones that'll help him learn essential skills is crucial, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway and Reina, who'll give him the most EXP. I just need to stealthily acquire the necessary magic engineering tools. Column C, Thunderclap Generator. Alright, next is the one-way light dimmer. Unfortunately, some items are on higher floors, and I'll have to come back later for them. Just as I was about to leave, the library suddenly shook violently. I clearly remember that there is no such event in the storyline. Following that, the cabinets next to me started falling over, and Reina noticed my presence. Damn it, I was utterly shocked. Half an hour before the earthquake happened, Professor Glast stole the Sage's sealed grimoire. If this transaction didn't go smoothly, the reputation of Sylvania Academy would plummet. However, Abel seemed to have anticipated all this, which is why he used the Sage's sealed grimoire to lure Glast into revealing himself, because he discovered that Glast was secretly researching the 3 taboos, one of which is the pursuit of immortality, resurrection from the dead, and time travel. At this moment, Lortel was stunned because she thought Principal Abel had gone mad. It turns out he was Curious, the great legendary sage of Sylvania, whom Glast praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world, and there was his daughter, Muri, who passed away after recklessly pushed her forward whilst trusting her questionable talents. If Glast completed the aspectual magic that could resurrect the dead, who do you think he would bring back to life? Hearing this, Lortel was speechless. Simultaneously, bad news arrived. Professor Glast was seen fled towards the underground waterway. Isla, a first year, and Ed, a second year, had been kidnapped by Glast. Hearing this, Lortel was deeply shocked. Then, intense vibrations came from outside. Abel, as the most powerful mage at the academy, promised to retrieve the Sage's sealed grimoire and stated that Ed and Isla would also be rescued. The wisest choice for me now is to wait here. This familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from. It's from the entrance to the underground waterway. As Lortel observed the disturbance from a distance, she discovered that Janica was the cause of it all. She couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Minimize the negotiation personnel and follow me. Lortel Ketchum joins the battle. Meanwhile, in the sewers, the guardian of the first stage is the head of the third-year alchemy department, Dorothy. She has been under Glast's favor since her first year. Although she doesn't know what the professor is currently doing, she believes Glast must have his reasons for taking extreme measures. Thus, she resolved to hold the first stage, but she didn't expect that she would have to face such a formidable entity. Facing the powerful aura of Janica, answer me, where's Ed? Dorothy was scared into fainting in less than 2.5 seconds. Tarkan said it was this way, or maybe not. Whose directions did I follow this time again? Janica was so focused remembering the directions. Just then she also felt that the person in front of her was familiar and soon remembered that this was the head of the alchemy department, Senior Dorothy. Is she like that because of me? I should at least cover her up with this. Just then, a voice interrupted her. At the same time, Lortel was also frightened by Janica's lineup. Besides Lucy, Janica was the most outstanding ace in the academy. If Janica rescued Ed, something bad might happen, and they might even get married. Lortel absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Although she usually judges everything calmly, her thinking regresses when it involves Ed. Quickly, she thought of a way to distract Janica. Senior Ed is rescued and currently lying in the academy's infirmary. When will Senior Janica go there? I'm going to be the one to save Ed. First, I'll get rid of Janica. Lortel thought to herself, why are you telling me these things? As soon as I pinned down Ed's location, I ran here. I was just near the entrance, so how did Ed get rescued? I got here first, so who rescued him? And how did they do it without me seeing them? Janica asked, puzzled. Although Janica usually appears silly, she becomes especially sharp when it comes to to Ed. Lortel didn't expect her to become so smart. I also asked for Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away. Janica added. Eye contact confirmed. A major confrontation was imminent. Immediately, they each chose a direction, both wanting to be the first to rescue Ed. And who will be the first to rescue Ed from danger? The scene switches back to the spirit library. After Reina discovered me, the earthquake continues, then a crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling, and then a beam of light fell on Reina, and she was easily subdued. I wish it was just an earthquake, Ed thought to himself. Lucy sat leisurely above. She said she came to rescue Ed because she was bored. Meanwhile, the principal and vice principal silently watched all of this, but the principal had no intention of intervening. Although it might be a bit dangerous for them, it was also an opportunity for their growth. But do they really need to be pushed this hard? There's no doubt that this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Even if you look across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find. In the past, a single rising star would attract everyone's attention, but now it's a gathering of many talents. The school will face significant challenges ahead, and these talents are just the minimum requirement to overcome them. It turns out that just moments ago, Janica went to find Lucy, but she had no intention of intervening, and Janica had no choice but to leave. What she didn't know is that somehow, Lucy blasted and created a tunnel through the mountain and directly broke through the ceiling of the spirit library, leading to the unbelievable scene we just witnessed. Seeing this, I was stunned. What shouldn't have happened. Lucy looked at me expectantly and asked if there was any jerky left. Upon learning that I didn't have any, she decided to find a random place to sleep, but I stopped her directly. The current situation is a complete mess. Time-wise, Janica and Lortel should have already entered the sewer. Now, all we need to do is go to the sewer and stop Janica and Lortel. Judging from Taylor's growth so far, if he deals with the latter half of the monsters, skipping a minor boss plot wouldn't deviate too much, which means it's still okay. The problem is her. If Lucy encounters Professor Glast, it will trigger a bad ending. In that case, it's better to keep her by my side. From now on, you should follow me and not wander around. Hearing this, Lucy looked at me with confusion, and I didn't know how to answer her. For now, I can only come up with a random excuse to brush it off. Like when someone silently stays by your side when you're weak. After all, you're very strong. If you can stay by my side, I'll feel at ease. Lucy looked at me with suspicion. Really? No more jerky? Enough with the jerky. Please, just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway. If you want to leave, I can send you out directly. Lucy asked seriously, but I refused her because I still have some things to handle before leaving. Lucy reluctantly agreed to my request. Then, Lucy jumped onto my back and fell asleep immediately. Now, all I need is to get out here by going in reverse. I'll get everything I need from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of this place. While leaving, Lucy keeps asking if I really don't have jerkies. Just then, several pairs of eyes appeared on the ceiling. Immediately after, we were swarmed with monsters. I immediately cast an ignition spell, creating a flame barrier around us and killing the monsters. Elemental magic proficiency has increased. Mana resonance proficiency has increased. Should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting? I'm being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters. Sorry, Taylor, I won't take too much, I thought while running off the scene. Unlike Janica, who is skilled in spirit sensing, Lortel possesses a magical sensitivity and special insight even recognized by Professor Glast, so she quickly finds the way. Lortel also realized that she is now helping others with the purest intentions, a relationship that cannot be measured by money. Discovering this new kind of relationship between people, Lortel became excited again. In the next moment, a gap broke open in the wall beside her, and Lortel looked at me in surprise because I was filled with various precious high-level magical tools. I immediately placed the things I couldn't carry in her hands. These are all full of money, but she quickly realized, wasn't Senior in danger? I confirmed this, but now the problem has been solved. Then she noticed Lucy sleeping behind me. It's dangerous, really dangerous, and Senior is so heartless. Although Janica is a coward who doesn't dare to express her feelings, I have been trying very hard to make a move recently, even almost setting the forest on fire with a torch that day. How can he act so casually and be so intimate with another girl in front of me now? I thanked her for taking care of me during this time, and if she is interested in any magical tool crafting methods, I can sell them to her at a low price. But Lortel felt she should refuse me because she wanted to take control. However, when she looked at Ed up close, her mind went blank. Please Lortel, who else can I trust but you? He really crossed the line now. Now's the time you want to make a demand like this from me, she thought, and those words just now kept echoing in her ears. Who else can I trust but you? I'm so grateful to you. Somehow, she muddle-headedly agreed to Ed's request. At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Lortel's subordinate had encountered an emergency. At this time, Taylor gathered all his companions, the gloomy Clebius, the meddler Alvira, the spear of grass 6, and the prophet Adele. Like a scene that could see the future, her prophecies often come true. Soon, she discovered a very tough opponent in the distance. Immediately, there was a blast. It was Tarkan carrying a person. It turns out it was the assistant professor, Claire. So the tough opponent Adele was referring to was none other than Janica, the top spirit master of the second year. Zix is the only one who greets Janica while the fear she brought to Taylor and the others struck again because they don't don't know if she was a friend or foe. But even if they lose, Taylor will never give up. Janica also didn't know why they were looking at her with such hostility. Just as Taylor was about to step forward, Zix stopped him because the situation wasn't clear yet. At the same time, a voice interrupted them, and they were stunned to see Ed Taylor. The first thing Janica did was check if I was injured. Taylor and his group immediately felt immense pressure. Alvira and I have already realized Ed's fighting style. They couldn't handle Ed alone, let alone with two monsters standing behind him. Taylor looked at me anxiously. Since the Ophilis Hall incident, he's grown significantly. If it was only Janica, I might somehow manage to get through. But with Ed beside her now, their chances of winning are practically zero. But this is just his one-sided assumption because he didn't expect me to walk right past him. Do your best. Isla is waiting for you. Now, we must each handle our own matters. He is responsible for Professor Glast's plot, and I am responsible for dealing with the variables that arise. I'm going to catch Elt. The issue reported by the trading company staff was bound to blow up eventually. Elt and the mercenaries had entered the school. In the original story, he was completely defeated with no chance of making a comeback. Because the time and manner of his downfall were different, he had the opportunity to escape. Lortel knew that Elt was planning a counterattack, and it looked like he made use of the loophole. With many personnel from the trading company stuck here, I got the magic engineering crafting formulas and so many tools this time, and they might be more useful than I imagined. But if I were to name the best tool I have for surviving in this world, it is undoubtedly the advantage of knowing about the future. My plan was still following the original story. If Elt is the minor boss of the second act, then he should exit the stage in the second act, just like in the original story. Then, I signaled Zix to take the right path because it would lead directly to Isla. As for Taylor, in the end, it's up to this guy to resolve the plot. Only Taylor, who has learned all the specific skills and grown, can deal with that guy in the final plot. Professor Glast summoned the magic tower to cover the sky, and the pressure he must be enduring is surely painful. But Taylor will end all of this. Good luck. You don't need me to make any grand cheers, Taylor. Then, we proceed to our paths. Just as I was explaining the next steps of the plan, Janica stopped because I had just come out and wanted to deal with the Golden King. Both Lortel and I stopped in our track. A few days ago, she saw me fall, and now she doesn't want to see me get hurt again. Moreover, this is the matter of the Elt Trading Company. Janica is right. This is indeed someone else's matter, but I will only feel at ease if I personally resolve the major variable of Elt. But I can't say that. Fortunately, Lortel also needs me and Janica to help him capture Elt, so she should come up with some excuses for me. However, things didn't go as I imagined. It was indeed my selfishness to involve Ed in this matter, and I can't let him get hurt again because of me. Although it's nice that the atmosphere between these two rivals is so harmonious, what kind of rest am I supposed to take? This is not a situation where I can rest. Although I appreciate your kindness, unfortunately, Lortel's matter is not someone else's business. This immediately threw Janica into a panic. Ed, what do you mean by that? But there's no time to explain now, so I can only find an excuse along the way. Coming up with a reason to give them is always hard. However, Janica thought of it before I did. Is it because you signed a contract with the Lortel Trading Company? Your magic engineering supplies would be disrupted too. In that case, it's indeed not someone else's business, right? Hearing this, I was stunned. Yes, you're right. Janica truly lives up to being the top student of the second year. Her understanding is top-notch. Just then, I noticed something, so I stopped in my tracks. This is complete chaos, I said while looking at the defeated rock monster. Taylor was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation. At times like this, he's really heartless. However, Janica felt guilty and slowly removed the covering from the senior's face. Did you do this? Janica immediately explains herself. I didn't mean to do it, but somehow, it just turned out like this. I'm not a heartless person. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. We're almost at the exit, so let's talk about this outside. We need to ask the academy for help first. When we arrived outside, Elt was already blocking the entrance. It turns out that some members of the trading company had betrayed Lortel, which is why they brought her before Elt. Hearing this, Lortel forced a smile expression. It's really a pity that the only evidence left is your confession. It's a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortel. Then he snapped his fingers. The people lying on the water launched a sneak attack on us, but Lortel is no pushover. Lortel didn't expect Elt to dare bring mercenaries into the academy, and soon a group of mercenaries surrounded them. Elt ordered that no one be spared except Lortel. They immediately launched an attack. All the arrows were aimed at me and Janica, but they were all blocked by Janica's wind wall. The next second, she activated defense magic and threw the arrows away. Be careful, Ed. Their movements are definitely well coordinated. Thank you, Janica. Just then, I looked at Elt's direction. After the last time, Elt was well prepared this time. He then took out the legendary grade magical engineering item, Belarus's Prejudice. This magical tool can restrict all magic in the surrounding area for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use. If Alvera's Night Butterfly Flower reagent had a restrictive effect, then this is its upgraded version. Although its activation time is long, even with these fatal flaws, it is still a very dangerous item. We are not only at a disadvantage in numbers, but it's also impossible to break through the veteran mercenaries during the activation period. Most importantly, we are all mages here. He already knows our powers. He wouldn't have come unprepared. If that thing activates, we're done for. Elt, the academy will hold you accountable for this. How do you plan on dealing with that? I asked curiously. Elt sneered. It's at least better than losing my life, isn't it? The butterfly effect caused by the third-rate villains who should have fallen and exited the stage at the very beginning has brought huge changes to this world. I know very well that this is my doing. Moreover, this guy is a minor boss. If he survives, how many variables will it bring to this world? Elt, the Golden King of the second act, is the villain who ultimately exits the stage due to being betrayed by Lortel. He killed Lortel's biological parents and used all means for his own glory and wealth. He is a true villain. Even so, I don't dislike him. The reason Elt is so desperately blocking our path is to survive. Just like me, whose main goal is to survive. However, I don't plan to let him go, and I don't want to lie, pretending that I'm determined to resolve all the variables caused by me. Just call me a selfish person, but this is my story. Wake up now. Then, I put Lucy down. It's time to wake up, Lucy. God, you people are noisy. And Lucy opened her eyes and just released an aura, ultimately suppressing everyone. Lucy, the Slothful, awakens. The book Glock's travelogue, written by the great Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that didn't quite match his fame and was known by almost no one, except her granddaughter, Lucy, who has a natural talent and is blessed by the stars. Even with this talent, Glock told her not to stop learning. Beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude, he added. Glock hoped she would promise him 3 things which made him curious. The first is not to kill indiscriminately. Avoid anything that might stain your hands with blood, even by accident. And lastly is to fulfill her duties as a student in Sylvania. Back to the present, the mercenaries hired by Elt, upon sensing Lucy's power, all stopped their actions. These seasoned mercenaries survived the battlefield because they could discern the strength of their enemies, and now their instincts are telling them they must stop here. Have you all gone crazy? Move, damn it. But there are still some young mercenaries who don't have this survival instinct and launched an attack on Lucy. Like before, although Lucy is a mage, she doesn't like to use magic. Instead, she compresses her astonishing magical power into physical force, unleashing pure violence. Is it still not time for it to activate? Just a little more. In the next moment, Lucy appeared in front of Elt because she knew that taking out the leader would suffice. Then, I stopped her directly because this much is enough. At the same time, there was a violent tremor on the other side, and several purple lightning bolts fell from the sky. On the night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are clearly visible, Professor Glast's advanced aspectual magic distorts the laws of nature. Descent of the magical realm. The magic tower covering the sky is the final battle stage of the 2nd chapter. Good timing. Now, Taylor should have already dealt with the monsters in the sewer and learned the necessary skills. All the companions needed to pass the level have gathered. The timing of the magic realm's descent is the same as in the original story, indicating that the plot is proceeding smoothly. But because the trajectory of this magic is different from other magics, everyone except me is confused. Even Janica and Lortel can't understand the current situation, let alone the others. At this moment, Lucy recognized this magic circle, the legendary advanced aspectual magic circle that can bring people back to life. In that case, it is possible to resurrect the dead. According to the epilogue scene after the 2nd act ends, Lucy, who wakes up drowsily after the event, would say, "I see. Something like that happened, huh?" So according to the original story, Lucy should be taking a nap on the roof of the Trix Hall. If she is treated as a combatant and included in the first phase of the plot, Professor Glast, who is pushed to the brink, makes her an offer, and that is to use aspectual magic to resurrect not Sylvania, but his disciple Archmage Glock. This would turn Lucy into an enemy, and at the same time, the players' cooperation would completely collapse, leaving only Lucy's figure quietly disappearing into the sewer. Lucy Merrill, in the 2nd act, was never meant to be defeated. Even after hundreds of hours of research by various experts and veteran players, they came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat Lucy. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables not present in the main plot can still be patched up by my intervention, and sometimes, those variables can even twist the predetermined bad endings. At the same time, Elt secretly activated the magical tool. The mana in the vicinity will be suppressed for 10 minutes. Beleru's prejudice activated. Just as he thought he had restricted all our magic, he commanded the mercenary to attack. However, when the sword was about to hit me, I unexpectedly released a wind blade, because I am also a variable in the plot. Even so, I cannot stop such an existence. Seeing this, Elt was utterly shocked, asking himself how is that possible. When he looked up, he was even more shocked. Even if a legendary level magical tool can suppress all magic around, it has its limits. Just like it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket, Lucy is unstoppable. I have somewhere I want to go. Elt's experience is no less than those veteran mercenaries, the sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death, and now he is clearly being told of his certain death. As she get close, she asked, "You know that you can die, right?" Just as Lucy was about to end Elt's life, I signaled her to stop. "Unless you think it's fine to kill others, stop here." Lucy understands this well. She doesn't understand why Ed is concerned about Elt's life and death, and this sentence reminded her of that old man. Ed said almost the same thing as him. Then, Lucy stops her actions, but it seems she still wants to go to that place. "Where are you going? It's over, isn't it? I need to go somewhere. I know know she can't let go of that matter, so I ask, are you confident you won't regret it? Hearing this, she immediately stops. Conversations with Lucy always go like this. That's why I don't expect to get her reply. Meanwhile, a scene suddenly flashback in Lucy's mind. The last thing Glock told her was, what is lost is lost. Although it's regrettable, those who lose something must become stronger. So, become stronger. I dedicate the last sentence of this book to you, who has brought a full stop to my life, Lucy. And Lucy also softly spoke her answer, no, and so, just like that, Lucy vanished before my eyes. After handling this side, the mercenaries also withdrew from the academy. As for Elt, I handed him over to Lortel because Lortel also needs to personally end her grudge with him. I ran at full speed to the highest building in Sylvania. This is the Tricks Hall, the starting point of this plot. It's where Glass took the Sage's grimoire and where Taylor chased him to start the adventure. The academy took care of the injured, so I didn't expect to return here. I came all the way here in the end. Though unintentional, my reverse journey through the stages of this episode has came together perfectly. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my journey will end. Archmage Glock lived frugally, yet he donated all his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy. His traces clearly remain all around this academy. I know Lucy's personality, so I guessed she would definitely be here, a place overlooking the entire Sylvania, because Lucy thinks Sylvania is Glock's legacy. At this moment, Lucy is still talking to me like a machine. I just said there's no more jerky. Then, she patted the spot beside her, and I thought I'd die instantly if I fell from here. Meanwhile, Lucy remembered something from the past. At that time, I cried for a long time, but I don't know when I stopped feeling sad. Then, I asked her why, and although she thought for a long time, surprisingly, she found no special reason. It was just because a lot of time had passed. Lucy knows that dwelling on old wounds is foolish, and even if she uses aspectual magic to resurrect Glock, he will eventually leave one day. He is prepared for death, and if I resurrect him, he would probably be furious with me. I knew it from the beginning. Wanting to resurrect him is just my own greed. I called out her name. Then, I asked her again, are you really okay? Although it's not something I, who is stopping her, should say, I still have to ask. Lucy has always wanted to resurrect Glock. Her change of heart might be just a spur-of-the-moment decision. If she suddenly changes her mind again, something terrible might happen, so I must confirm it clearly. At the same time, she called out to me. Just when I thought she was going to ask about the jerky again, she leaned directly on my shoulder. I wanted to ask her why she let me sit beside her, but it turned out it's just because of this. After this event, it will be hard to find someone as passionate about aspectual magic research as Professor Glass. Resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead, and the lost are completely lost. Lucy has fully understood this, and so, I sat next to Lucy for a while, looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky in my view seemed higher than usual. It was quite beautiful. At the same time, on the other side, to protect the altar, Glass summoned the body of a giant. This is an ancient weapon made with aspectual magic, a golem with Isla as its core. Now, it's the final stage of the plot. Although Taylor alone might not be able to clear it, he has loyal companions. With their help, Taylor will rescue Isla, who is trapped inside. This damn nearsightedness. At some point, I stopped being able to see anything without glasses. Life as a teacher is bound to be static. Sitting at the large desk in his personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing aspectual magic, managing academic curriculums, and reviewing materials to teach students. Glass also doesn't know when he stopped paying attention to the scenery outside. The scenery outside the window continues to change. It's snowing. A first-year elemental studies student keeps coming to his personal study. She said she wanted to study intermediate magic in advance. It's raining. The youngest professor who caused trouble always comes begging for forgiveness. Flustered. The wind is blowing. The highest-ranking dean out on business often stops by to have tea with him, and even after he became the principal, it remained the same. As he sat in the same place, he thought that by immersing himself in work, those painful memories would disappear, but it wasn't as he thought. At the same time, Glass activated a small time reversal, and in an instant, all his injuries were healed, and Elvira and the others were directly controlled. Multi-time prison. But fortunately, Zix noticed this and pushed Taylor away. Zix is also caught in multi-time prison. Taylor was able to hang onto his sword. Sometimes Professor Glass's vision blurs, and then when he closes his eyes, what he sees in the darkness is what he once cherished most. Right, I'm almost there. Taylor was able to climb back up. Give up. Don't stop me, because with all his might, he will reverse reality. However, a different variable appeared at this moment. Taylor activated the swordman form and directly cut through the ancient robot, and the control magic on the others gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Glass decided to bet everything, even at the cost of all his lifespan. But he has no chance left. The recovered Zix quickly interrupted his spell casting, and the others behind him also attacked him simultaneously. With their efforts, Isla was successfully rescued. Professor Glass slowly walked back. All right, you won. Then, the next moment, Glass jumped directly from the high building. As he fell, he muttered a confession. I miss you, Muri. However, he did not fall to the ground because he had set up a spatial teleportation magic there, and just like that, he vanished. Aspectual magic spatial leap. He left that magic circle for the final escape, but for some reason, his escape was too late, and even with magic to stop the bleeding, it didn't seem to help much. Although there is no trace of him after this event in the original story, it's not hard to guess that Professor Glast will definitely die here. However, in these final moments, he saw someone who surprised him. Even so, there's one thing I need to confirm. An hour ago, Lortel imprisoned Elt in the trading company and hurried to Trix Hall because she needed to confirm if Ed was safe. However, when she saw Ed, she was stunned. It's Lucy beside him, still tightly holding onto Ed's sleeve, which made her feel a sense of crisis. At the same time, Dorothy and Claire came out from inside. However, I'm puzzled as to why both of them are crying. Immediately after, their faces turned to shocked. When I looked back, it was Janica who also arrived. After learning about the aspectual magic, she recalled something from before. Lately, Janica's meeting with the spirits to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkan detected the aspectual magic coming from the forest, but there was no magic tower appearing then, and the original story didn't mention this, so I'm considering whether to go and check. Even the fake boss Elt's level of impact is so strong. If someone like Glast doesn't exit the stage, I don't know how much impact it will have on future scenarios, so I plan to go and confirm one last time. Here, we see Professor Glast, who has escaped. Isn't it past your curfew? What are you doing here, Professor? Janica asked with utter shock. I was looking up at the moon. At this moment, he feels very ridiculous. However, I don't think so. Didn't you already guess you would fail? Glast confirmed. I was indeed too reckless, never expecting to be defeated by my own students. Even if they lost, Ober would have stepped in to stop me. He didn't act at the beginning. Could it be because of the bond we've formed over this time? He really isn't a qualified principal. Then, he praised me for being more outstanding than he had imagined, but unfortunately, he realized it too late. He had invited me with the intention of using me, but he didn't expect that due to my excessive fatigue, the plan would fail. When he hastily went back to get me, I had already escaped. At this moment, Glast reflected on his life, finding himself alone, and he mocked himself for dying in solitude. The 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely. 17 years. You could call them both long and short. You've known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time, right? 4 years during the degree program, and 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. Hearing this, Glast is confused as to why I am mentioning this. On my way here, Assistant Professor Claire is crying. This shocked him. Professor Glast is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. He's the meanest and most stubborn person I've met, scolding others for the slight mistake. He's really an impossible person to like, but still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. Dorothy also spoke in a trembling voice, saying she didn't know what Professor Glast was planning, but that he was a precious mentor who recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody can deny that he went astray either. He says he will die lonely, mocking his own fate, but that was his misconception. Claire, who became a teaching assistant at a young age, and Dorothy, the top alchemist, were both individuals whom Professor Glast, despite saying they were worthless, continued to nurture, uncovering their hidden potential and helping them shine. Just like how he told his daughter that she was a person of value. It's been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, a mentor. For others, a colleague. Professor Glast had severe myopia, and from a certain point on, he could no longer see anything without his glasses, not even himself. At this moment, Glast told me something. He had discovered that I had taken all the advanced crafting methods, but those were not the most valuable things. Then, he took out a key from his pocket and expressed his hope that I could clean up the library, after which he would give the library to me. From now on, it belongs to you, Ed. Under Raina's desk, there was also a hidden treasure vault. Once the Academy's investigation was complete, the treasures inside would be mine. Finally, he called out to Lucy, I hope you can occasionally look around, because that way you'll discover many different sights. It's a pity I realized this too late. I was curious about what expression Lucy would show. Unfortunately, I couldn't see it from my angle. I could only guess Lucy's expression through Glast, who closed his eyes as if simply falling asleep. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. We just watched for a while. With this, the plot of the second act came to an end. The next day, because I was once again involved in a case, I was investigated, but I had already prepared for this. The teacher was very suspicious of me, as my statements were consistent, but the problem was that there were too many coincidences. You left Isla, who was also kidnapped, and escaped alone. Isla couldn't move, and she didn't trust me at all, so I went out alone to call for help. Before I could finish, the dean interrupted. From the dean's perspective, it was indeed worth suspecting. I think you're pretending to be an innocent third party, but it seems like you know everything. These two incidents are the same, and you're also a student who suffered due to the Academy's negligence. Hearing this, I was puzzled. Then, I noticed that the principal wasn't holding my statement but my transcript. I have to admit, Ed, you've really been living diligently. So, the Academy wants to compensate you. For the entire semester, you'll be allowed to stay at Dex Hall. After coming out, Janica was already waiting for me. Then, I asked her if she was injured. The pigeon beside her whispered something to her, and she indicated that she had indeed suffered some minor injuries. Hearing this, I became nervous because I was worried she wouldn't tell me. I felt guilty about this. Every time, it's because of me that you get hurt. It's probably better not to get involved with someone like me. Hearing this, Janica didn't expect this, so she quickly apologized, saying she wasn't actually injured. Then, I called out to her again and asked her about Dex Hall. Janica was very happy to hear this, which meant that for the entire semester, Ed and I would be neighbors. The scene shifts again, and I return to the cabin. Although many things happened, fortunately, the problems were all resolved. I originally wanted to build a fence and plant some annual edible plants, but it seems this camping life will end earlier than planned. At that moment, something fell from the sky. When I turned around, I found it was Lucy, who had an utterly shocked face. It turned out that earlier, Lucy had gone to a remote island. She was puzzled as to why she was dreaming of her childhood, but she took the opportunity to visit her grandfather's house. She wanted to see her grandfather's face. When she pushed open the door, she saw a terrifying scene. It turned out to be a nightmare. Soon, Lucy woke up, and the maid was waiting for her to go to school. But Lucy ignored her and directly activated a high-level teleportation spell. Although she didn't know the reason, she immediately wanted to go to the northern forest. When she saw Ed, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. I wonder if it's going to rain, she thought to herself. Just then, she heard me speak, so my camping life is over now. She was worried that this life would soon end. Then, she fell down, but I didn't pay attention to her and went inside my cabin. Cats are very difficult to understand. They won't let us control them. When you think you've gotten close to them, they act aloof. When you get busy and ignore them, they come back to cling to you. Cats are just like that, always acting on their own whims, so the best interaction is to ignore them. In short, it's even more exhausting than being in a relationship. Professor Flurbin's classes are very interesting and everyone else had good grades. Although my grades were initially at the bottom, before I knew it, my preparation had advanced and almost no one could beat me in written exams. Just as the class ended, the teacher called me over to discuss the Academy scholarship. He thought I had been performing well recently, so he decided to give me this opportunity. The job was simple, assisting teaching assistant Claire. It was work that Professor Glast used to do, but now she couldn't handle it alone. Although Annis was helping her, they still needed a student to assist. Hearing this, I thought for a while because this involved the entire semester's freshmen, so that guy would also enroll, right? The scene shifts again, and Lortel is thinking carefully if it's really okay for her to sell the Sage's Grimoire to Crapin, but she is puzzled. Why had Ed been so opposed to him buying it before? These things were really hard to figure out, but one thing was certain, Ed would agree to any of her requests. With this, everything was worth it. Also, she didn't need to worry about the camp anymore. It was the end of the semester, so she probably wasn't the only one busy. Janica and Senior Ed must also be very busy. What worried her the most was Lucy. There shouldn't be any major changes recently, right? Just as she thought this, her pen tip broke, which made her sense something bad. She feels so uneasy. Back in the cabin, Lucy called out to me. Lucy, who usually never spoke, actually told me that the firewood was running out. This puzzled me. Why would Lucy say something so purposeful? But she wasn't wrong. I really hadn't been managing the cabin much. Since I'll be moving into Dex Hall next semester, my interactions with her will decrease, and the plot might become more stable. Just then, a familiar voice came. It was Janica. She wanted to come over a few more times before the winter break because she had spent many happy moments here, and she could also help me with the move. If there's anything you need help with, I can assist. Don't you have a lot of things to do? Indeed, it's about time to check out Professor Glast's secret treasure. Then, Janica placed the application form in my hand. It was an application form for Dex Hall. She had already filled it out once, so she could teach me how to do it. But at that moment, Lucy stopped her. This was the first time I'd seen Lucy act so strangely. She seemed afraid of me taking the application form, so I was totally confused. The next moment, I started spirit resonance training with Janica. She commented on my improvement, but she noticed something was wrong. It turns out Lucy is staring at her intently. Lucy, did I do something wrong? Janica nervously asked. Usually, the maids at the Ophelis Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today, it looks like she escaped the dorm early in the morning wearing pajamas. Over the next few days, Lucy came early every morning, and she would cling to me everywhere, which even the other students found strange. What is wrong with her? I felt like she was particularly hostile towards Janica. It wasn't exactly hostility, but closer to fear. What was she afraid of? But I've also been too busy lately, as I need to relearn many basic spells. Just then, Lucy called out to me and muttered something. If I leave, what will you do? Next, I need to light the campfire because the weather has gotten very cold recently. Although if I move into the Dex Hall, I won't have to worry about things like this anymore. The remaining task is to check the library. At that moment, Lucy was staring at me intently because she wanted to go with me. This puzzled me, but I had no choice but to let her. Why did you follow me to a place like this? Lucy offered to use her magic to bring me down, but I refused directly because I needed to confirm if I could get down there alone. There were still many magical tools here, so I'd have to come down again. Soon, I looked for the treasure location Glast mentioned and found the treasure vault. I wondered why he was still holding that key in his final moments. When I opened the treasure vault, a blinding light shot out from inside. I never expected something like this to be hidden here. The magical engineering items I asked Lortel to prepare should be almost ready, so it seems I'll need to get a ladder. If I hadn't trained my physical strength, I don't think I could have climbed even halfway. Lucy was puzzled about what I had just taken. This was an incredibly overpowered legendary item, the Glast's Phoenix Ring, which can distort the timeline and transfer the magical power of my future self to the present. In other words, I can now borrow power from my future self. Theoretically, I can immediately definitely use high-level magic, but I can't use it recklessly because, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. That means there's only one way I can use it in a battle. When I'm driven into a corner, I'll use it as my secret card as a final attempt. If not used for combat, I could use it for contracting with spirits. But there's still a big difference between me and Janica, as she not only has high sensitivity but also astonishing magical power. As a novice spirit mage, I only have 1 or 2 spirit slots, and even communicating with beginner spirits requires a lot of practice. This is because my magical power is too low, but theoretically, I could contract with high-level spirits, but of course still some risk. Professor Glast wouldn't waste time. Although he said that supporting those with ambiguous talents is a sin, this is an item that can break the maximum magical power limit. The reason Professor Glast researched magical attack items was based on this. He hid it from everyone, holding it close until the very end. All of this must have been a gift prepared for his daughter. When I climbed up and still catching my breath, Lucy called out to me. Actually, she followed me because she had a question to ask. Can you not go to Dex Hall? I didn't expect Lucy to say something like this, but I remained neutral in my heart. Should I move into Dex Hall or continue the camping life? If I move into Dex Hall, life would definitely be more convenient, as the cold winter in the wild is too harsh. Lucy also knew this would be the answer. Just then, she sensed that it was about to rain. Lucy often accurately predicts the timing of rain based on the dark clouds in the sky and the moisture she feels on her nose. But she isn't always right, as it's not the rainy season now, and no one can be sure that what falls from the sky will be rain. But after a long rainy season, one might unconsciously think it's going to rain, even if the rainy season has already passed. I called out to Lucy. Then, I signaled to her that I had too many things to do recently and hadn't prepared enough firewood for the winter, so she could come help me if she had time. Besides, didn't you say the firewood is running out? Hearing this, Lucy immediately pounced on me and kept asking if it was true. Actually, I've been thinking about this for a while. After all, I've completely adapted to the camping life. If I improve the environment a bit, continuing to live here should be better. With this, the second act ended, and the expanded trial of the third act officially began. Closing my eyes, I could imagine a multitude of scenes. The showdown between Princess Phenia, the student council president candidate, and Lortel, the main characters entering the academy as freshmen, and the new enemies, as well as the final person standing on this stage, the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. Although this matter is not to be taken lightly, I'll temporarily set aside my worries. Even if the next plot ends, I'm sure the two of us will still be alive and well. After seeing Lucy make expressions that I'd never seen in any scene or route, I was sure of it. Winter arrived quickly. Although the snow feels comforting when it falls, the accumulation also means my workload increases. Since I have to handle the scholarship matters tomorrow, I must finish my work today. Firewood to ward off the cold and food for the winter. Since I gave up the dorm, the academy will help reduce my tuition fees, which solves a major problem I had before. Whenever I want to rest at noon, Lucy occupies my small bed. If it were before, I would have thrown her outside, but there's heavy snow outside, and even though she has defensive magic and won't easily freeze, I still can't bear to throw her out. This is an ease that I don't know will come again. If I had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time. Shall I get started? I activated the Glast's Phoenix ring. Marilda, are you listening? Meanwhile, on the other side, Janica is having afternoon tea with her friend. The reason they invited Janica out is that they noticed she's completely infatuated with Ed. How did you know that? Janica was shocked, but Clara answered that it was too obvious. Although Ed's reputation is gradually improving, they're worried she might become too obsessed. When Clara learned about Janica's current situation, she concluded that Janica is heading toward the worst possible bad ending in love, a comfortable girlfriend. You have to make him think of you with desire. Even the spirit behind her agreed. Now that the winter break is approaching, Clara is worried that Ed might be taken by another woman, so she hopes Janica can find a solution soon. But Anis doesn't think so. Clara has contributed a lot to the improvement of Ed's reputation because he's the boy Janica likes, so Clara often speaks well of Ed at school, and before anyone realized it, his reputation has improved. I think a bit differently, though. The scene shifts again, and Clara is scolded by the librarian for overdue books, looking nothing like an assistant professor. Although her clumsy demeanor makes people doubt how she became a professor, Clara has one ability that even senior professors praise highly: people luck. Somehow, she got to have Glast and Flurbin as her masters, received guidance from countless scholars, and managed to finish her degree, and now even obtain the best teaching assistant. The reason she can handle all the important tasks is because of Anis, a second-year student recognized by senior faculty as the best assistant. From the cleanliness of the personal research lab used by the clumsy assistant Professor Claire, one can see her competence. She travels between various areas of the school to collect all the materials. If this were discovered, it would be very troublesome, but she successfully diverted attention with her elegant smile. Apart from Janica and Clara, no one knows her true nature. For Anis, human relationships are meant to be utilized, so she must figure out Ed's personality and background. She looks up to Lortel as her role model and similarly does whatever it takes to survive. Although she's not as strong as Lortel, Anis has her own abilities. Through her investigation, she has gathered all of Ed's past. The Roth-Taylor family is one of the most powerful aristocratic families in the empire, with one son and two daughters, and Ed is the second child, so striving in this direction isn't bad. That's why he feels a bit embarrassed when others mention him. Compared to receiving gifts, it's certain that he lives a comfortable life. Judging from the current situation, now isn't the right time to give gifts, and he noticed that Ed has all the bad habits of a noble. Would someone like him like a simple and cheerful girl? Recently, he's been cornered by his environment, so he decided to test Ed's true nature. Meanwhile, I went to find Belle because of the academy uniform issue. Since winter uniforms also need to be worn, I could only ask her for help. Belle said it wasn't troublesome because taking care of Lucy was more troublesome. Recently, while washing Lucy's clothes, lots of blonde hair was found on them. She also noticed that my clothes had Lucy's scent and hair on them. Indeed, Lucy has been clinging to me a lot recently. She only washed my clothes once and already noticed. If she weren't a manager, what would she do? Also, she felt that I was speaking formally toward her. I could only say that it was more comfortable for me. Actually, after becoming the head maid, she could be considered a senior figure among the school staff. She's always stubborn about this. I'm not a noble or a student of Ophelis Hall, so I didn't dare to speak to her casually. You're the chief maid. You must have a lot of people around you to manage and a lot to deal with. You should speak informally as if it's more comfortable for me. You have more people around you to manage, which made me a bit confused. No, worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it's your decision in the end. Just then, I noticed that the previously damaged buildings had all been repaired. The academy must have used all their energy to restore it. I commented, it turns out that 7 freshmen will be moving into Ophelis Hall this year, and one has already been confirmed. I knew she must be talking about Tanya Rothtaylor. It seems I'll have a headache during the break because Ed's younger sister is coming. Back at the cabin, Zix came to train with me again. He was puzzled. Are you going to stay in this cabin during the break? I confirmed this, because I need to at least learn intermediate magic before the semester starts. I plan to keep studying here. Zix halts his training. I can't sense any magic. Did you train your magic until your limit again? Just then, he placed his hand on my forehead. You seem to have a bit of a fever. Are you actually sick? Zix asked curiously. This was because I practiced with the glassed phoenix ring, but I couldn't reveal this secret to others. However, Zix didn't press further. He knew I must have my reasons. Zix's greatest strength is his straightforwardness. As long as I say I have my reasons, he won't ask further. Originally, Isla wanted to come to the cabin with Taylor to apologize, but he knew this was my secret base, so he didn't tell them. I asked him to relay that they don't need to apologize because I didn't take those things to heart and hold no ill will toward them. Then, I handed Zix a bag of gold coins because I needed him to help me clean the spirit library. I don't need money. I can just think of it as training. What are you going to use the library for? Zix curiously asks. As a workshop. Hearing this, Zix was amazed. Do you do magic engineering too? Surviving in a camp, training your magic, spirit magic, archery, and now even magic engineering. And you're starting work at the academy too. Just don't collapse again and do well. Check. And tomorrow I have the academy scholarship student work. The scene shifts to the next day. Clara had been working continuously for 44 hours to prepare for the freshman's arrival. So, the next tasks will be conveyed by Annis. The freshman placement exams were previously arranged by Professor Glast, but this year, Assistant Professor Claire is in charge. Just like last time, I already knew the results. I just didn't expect Clebius to participate as well. Annis briefly assigned tasks to the two of them because she wanted to create an opportunity to be alone with me. Clara and Janica both overlooked one thing. Ed has the face of a playboy. After reading his profile, I spent a night figuring out his ideal type. If he can't resist my temptation, he's just a frivolous guy, and in that case, I'll make him leave Janica's side. The scene shifts to the Oran Mountains. Just halfway through the journey, Annis says she's feeling a bit tired. Seeing this, I can only stop to rest for a while. Then she explains that there might have been some misunderstanding about me, which leaves me puzzled. Janica and I are good friends, so I'm worried she might be deceived by bad people. But I don't mind these things. The priority now is to finish the work as soon as possible. You've been a teaching assistant for so long. It must have been quite tiring. Immediately after, Annis grabs my arm. Although it's a little unexpected, it's okay because you're here. Then she tells me some things about her past. She indeed gives the impression of being very capable in life, as she handles everything, whether financial or otherwise, on her own. But her personality doesn't seem so emotional. Shouldn't she be more calm or realistic? Just then, she suddenly falls and lunges towards me. I'm confused because there's nothing on the ground that could cause her to trip. This makes Annis tense up, and she quickly asks me to wait here for a moment as she has something urgent to attend to. At this moment, Annis feels that Ed is hard to figure out. She had created 2 personalities for the girls in a fall scenario, and everything was almost going according to plan, but Ed didn't fall for it. However, she thinks Ed has a well-maintained physique, looking like a nerd but with a sturdy body. She initially thought Ed was just a clueless noble young master, but his ability to handle affairs is quite strong. As for his appearance, it's the type that could even captivate Janica. Thinking of this, she blushes herself, but soon, she thinks of another reason. Maybe this is how he attracts women, but I'm different. Let me tear off your true face, Ed Rothtaylor. The scene shifts to another side. I'm pondering over a solution regarding Tanya, the villainous young lady. That should be the most fitting adjective to describe her. Tanya Tanya, as the young lady of the Duke's family, can be said to be a political genius. She is naturally adept at politics and deception, making her the first person in Sylvania's history to compete for the student council president position in her first year. She plans to buy over influential people in the school. Belle said she moved into the dormitory earlier than anyone else, probably to establish her own power base as soon as possible. Tanya is not a minor character. She is a highly noticeable villain. Fortunately, I remember some of the plot about her, so I should still be able to deal with her. But the question is, how will Tanya treat me? Although Tanya knows me well, I don't know myself at all, because initially, Ed was a briefly appearing villain who then disappeared, and there's not much special record of him in the game. Such a minor character really leaves no clues. So, how Tanya views Ed is a question with no answer. However, to Tanya Rothtaylor, Ed is just trash. Tanya chose to come to Sylvania Academy because there are many geniuses here. The Imperial Princess of the Klol Empire, the head of the Elt Trading Company, and a genius spirit master who has contracted many high-level spirits at a young age, an alchemist who can engrave spirit medicine in the first year, a sword demon who can control beasts, and the coolest one, the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the great mage Glocked. So she has great admiration for such an academy. The first thing Tanya will do upon arriving at the academy was to clean up the trash for the Rothtaylor family. This matter also received the support of the family head. So at this moment, Tanya is full of confidence. The first method she thought of was to spread bad rumors about Ed. However, things didn't go as she thought, because the whole time she was talking to herself, following her father's advice. The first person Tanya approached was Lortel, known as the business genius. But Lortel's reaction made her shudder. Her eyes looked at her intensely as if they were about to tear her apart. "Are you upset?" However, being Ed's sister, Lortel didn't show any anger. The scene shifts to the next day. Most of the tasks from the past few days have been completed. Last night, I studied 2 intermediate magic books, and the first day of the Academy scholarship work is also over. But Annis has to work much harder than me because I can't use magic now, so I can only grasp theoretical knowledge. I can't even light a fire now, but presumably, she's lying inside at this moment. Although she used to pop up in unexpected places in various ways, I'm now used to her routine. Immediately after, I pull open the blanket and carry her out. The fire is quickly lit. Just then, she grabs my tie because she wants to stay outside too. Meanwhile, Lucy sniffs the scent on me. She smells a different perfume. I recall yesterday's events. It seems the floral scent from working with Annis has also clung to me. Then Lucy notices that my magic has disappeared. She thought I was sick again. If your magic is twisted, I'll release it. But upon checking, she finds it strange. It is not twisted. It's just empty. You've done something reckless. I immediately reassured her. Don't worry, it's manageable. Immediately after, she calls me again because she has a strange request. This leaves me puzzled. Can you pat my head? I have no choice because Lucy seems like a child to me. And Lucy, being patted on the head, enjoys it greatly, feeling carefree. Then, a familiar voice interrupts me. It's Lortel, because she encountered some issues and felt it necessary to tell me in person. Naturally, Lortel notices Lucy lying underneath. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tanya is continuously getting to know senior students. For this, she doesn't hesitate to give away various treasures just to get rid of Ed. When Zix hears her surname, he interrupts her, but Tanya sees the strong magic flow in Zix and thought to herself, his body is well trained, and I can clearly feel the flow of magic from it. I need to get this person on my side. You're Ed's younger sister. This makes Tanya feel inexplicably nervous, thinking Zix might hit her, but unexpectedly, his lips curled up. He laughs happily and then gives her the magic tools needed for the first year. This is a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but don't take a new one and just use this. Seeing this, Tanya is utterly confused. Zix then called out to Elka to get their first year study notes and probably all the magic tools used in the first year. After doing all this, both of them breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Elka remembers that she just said she would deal with Ed together, but in Zix's view, this is normal. Many siblings are rivals. After all, Ed is easily misunderstood. Anyway, so you're Ed's sister? Nice to meet you. I'm second year 6, and I'm Ed's junior. If you have any issues in the future, come to the second year to find me. Ed and I are good friends. Then patted her shoulder. They said good luck to Tanya as they went, while she fell while carrying such heavy items. This leaves Tanya completely baffled. What's going on? It's completely different from what she thought. Meanwhile, at the faculty building, Claire is exhausted, but Annis signals her not to worry. All that's left is the freshman exam, and everything can smoothly conclude. Claire can't help but praise how capable the young people are. Annis has been busy for 2 days, but her stamina is quite plausible. Upon Annis's inspection, it's found that Onyx from the 3rd year and Clebius from the 1st year are both quite sloppy in their work, requiring her to reorganize everything. But Ed is different from them. Not only does he handle the materials well, but his professional ability is also excellent. It's hard to imagine he's a noble. To say it's not surprising would be a lie. It seems he's not as simple as he looks. Just then, Claire calls Annis and tells her a little secret. Due to the affairs of Ophelis Hall, she investigated Ed for a while and found his life full of hardships. Seeing his living environment, one can tell how hard he's striving. Unexpectedly, even his grades are so good. Even Professor Glass approves of him. He even contracted with a spirit on on his own. Claire thinks Annis and his personalities are quite similar, and Annis, after thinking, finds that he is indeed a good man. After meeting him myself, there were no flaws I could see. He is more capable and gentlemanly than she imagined. She also unexpectedly finds that he has a good physique and smells good, and you can tell he takes care of himself well. But soon, Annis realizes something is wrong. She immediately stands up and opens the windows. She thought, this is trouble. I don't think this is okay. This is real trouble. She overlooked a very serious matter. It's impossible to contract with a spirit in such a short time. That is to say, Janica helped him. This way, the spirit might report everything to Janica. Annis suddenly doesn't know how to explain to Janica, and things are just as Annis expected. The spirit reports this matter to her. Janica is very sad upon learning this. On one side is her most sincere friend, and on the other is the person she likes the most. And at this moment, an unlucky girl arrives here. Tanya knows Janica is the most powerful spirit master and decides to visit her, because Lortel also recommended Janica to her. Although she doesn't know the reason, Tanya still comes, but she finds that Janica seems a bit off now. Isn't Janica naturally kind and the easiest person to get along with? And according to Lortel, she always listens and believes everyone's words. Winter is a busy time where I have to adapt to survive. Just last night, Lortel came to my cabin again because there was something very important she wanted to ask. However, there was something she was more concerned about at the moment. It was Lucy sleeping on my legs. Why is Lucy sleeping there? I responded, well, it's winter. Hearing this, Lortel was stunned and thought, is it ambiguous? Am I overacting? She immediately changed the subject. Actually, I came here not just to talk about the magic engineering tools. This puzzled me. Then, Lortel took out the sage's sealed grimoire. Are you still going to play dumb? So, you want it? I asked curiously. Yes. Then the sage's sealed grimoire slowly transformed, then turned to a letter. Pretty fun, right? Lortel said with a warm smile. You said it yourself. If I buy the sage's sealed grimoire, you will fulfill any request of mine. It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth. Hearing this, I felt uneasy, afraid that Lortel would make some indecent requests. However, Lortel signaled for me not to worry. I won't make you uncomfortable. I just need you to stand by my side. It was then I remembered. We are now in the third segment of the story. The confrontation between Princess Phinia and Lortel is about to begin. I am aware of the original plot, and this time the protagonist's choice will determine the winner, so it really has nothing to do with me. Then, I indicated to her, even if I stand by your side, would it really make any difference? Lortel laughed and gave a definite answer, although your support may not help much with the outcome. So what? Saying that so bluntly makes me feel a little hurt. Lortel, revealing a charming smile while secretly pondering her schemes, appeared even more elusive. It's not an issue of being politically meaningful. Then she looked at me, but the reason behind it concerns me. The scene switches to the next day. She's here, the biological younger sister of this body I'm in. The relationship she has with me is a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, it's hopeless. So, I couldn't prepare at all. It's been a while, brother. I brought you a present since it's been a while. But for some reason, her voice sounded tense, even somewhat troubled. Was she afraid? But at least on the surface, she didn't seem to bear any grudge against me. Could it be that I lived a solid life when I was at home? When Tanya saw me, she was reminded of Ed's former demeanor, a haughty, contemptuous noble scion who saw everyone as the lowest of tools. Yet now, this vile image seemed completely transformed. Seeing the gift Tanya brought, I was very happy. Strictly speaking, I've been disowned and can hardly be considered your brother, but you still prepared a gift for me. I don't know how to thank you enough. Don't just stand there. Go wait by the fire, I said while I turned around. Then, I made her a cup of hot tea. I heard you've been around the academy for quite some time. You must have met a lot of people, right? Tanya nodded. Yes, I heard a lot about you too. About me? But I don't know many people. Just 6, Lortel and Janica. Hearing the name Janica, Tanya suddenly felt a chill. Seeing her reaction, I guessed she must have met Janica. She's nice, right? Janica is the kindest person I've ever met. Tanya nodded repeatedly, but her expression seemed very unnatural. She clearly recalled some unpleasant memories. Yesterday, Tanya had witnessed Janica's summoned fire spirit tossing people around. Tanya thought to herself, Janica really is universally super kind. If I hadn't answered her questions, I probably would have been kicked around like a ball by a group of high spirits. Tanya's reaction made me realize something was off. The Tanya I remember wasn't someone to be this awkward. People who had previously interacted with Ed indeed didn't have much good to say about me. At that moment, I stopped Tanya again. I'm doing my best to live well now, so don't think too badly of me. Moreover, I've already paid the price for my past actions. Although I can't make up for those things now, I still want to say I'm sorry. I heard you're planning to run for student council president, and I'll cheer you on. I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work. Good luck. Although I said this, Tanya couldn't actually become president. Her existence was only to highlight Phinia's role as the antagonist. However, she was the first relative I had met. From her expression, I had no idea how our relationship would develop in the future. The scene shifts. Tanya returned to the school. Knowing Ed's true nature, she suspected all his actions were just a facade. At that moment, Tanya noticed a young girl nearby. Just now, she seemed to be at Ed's cabin. Was she next door? Well, even in Ophelis Hall, which is the best dorm, there is that unsophisticated and inelegant human. Lucy walked straight up to Tanya, trying to compensate for their height difference with her small stature and said softly, "You're Ed's sister, right? Let me know if you ever have any trouble." This left Tanya puzzled, and she began to wonder about the identity of the girl in front of her. Just then, she became anxious. She knew that only the top students have golden nameplates. When Tanya saw the name on the door plate, Lucy Merrill, she was utterly shocked. That person was the rare genius mage Lucy Merrill. It seems that Tanya still needs some time to adapt to life in Sylvania. It wasn't particularly her fault. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden, Annis found the head maid, Belle, and asked her to recommend a tall, handsome, and outstanding male classmate. This puzzled Belle, as she knew Annis had never been in a relationship. After all, Annis seemed like someone who was always busy, just like Ed, who was preparing for his third year. However, when she heard the name Ed, Annis was suddenly startled. This immediately made Belle realize something was wrong. As expected, another girl had fallen. She had originally intended to test Ed's character for Janica because she hoped Janica could find a truly excellent partner. But unexpectedly, she herself ran into trouble, so she wanted to resolve this quickly. After all, there are other boys in the world besides Ed. All I need to do is find someone to replace him. However, Belle immediately interrupted her. "Miss Annis, have you noticed your fondness for Mr. Ed? And looking for a substitute is a very rude act to the person involved." It turns out, Annis had encountered Janica yesterday, but at that time, Janica did not greet her, and there was an awkward atmosphere between them. Moreover, they have to supervise the class division exams together next week, which made Annis unsure how to face Janica. But Belle felt that this might be a good thing for Janica. Janica shows kindness to everyone and is very sincere. The problem is, she always appears too perfect. This attitude might not be a good thing. Belle knew that Annis's actions were driven by a protective instinct. She was worried that Janica might be deceived by the wrong people. Hearing that, Annis was shocked. She remembered it was indeed a desire to protect Janica. Her head was clearing up. She was finally able to organize her thoughts after Belle encouraged her not to feel guilty. And after that, she thought of Janica and couldn't help but smile. It's obvious where Janica would go when she's confused and having a hard time. Janica came to my cabin, and I also noticed something unusual about her. Today, Janica seemed particularly quiet, as if she was troubled by something. Seeing this, I thought of something. Then, I went back to my room to make a cup of hot water. When I came out, it had started to snow heavily again. Afterward, I gestured for Janica to come in and sit down for a chat. "Whatever is bothering you, you can talk to me about it." Janica shook her head, indicating she didn't want to talk about it. I didn't press further, just comforting her. "Don't force yourself," which she didn't expect. Then I handed her a blanket to protect herself from the cold. Although I sometimes forget this, Janica's life at the academy is also very difficult. Helpless, she looks like a small animal trapped in a dilemma, making it impossible for me to ignore her. It's cold. Winter continues. Just relying on a blanket and a campfire, it's really hard to get through this cold night. But still, spring is slowly approaching. Although the head of the family, my father, is often not at home, the Roth-Taylor family has always been very peaceful. However, after the eldest daughter and heir, Arwen, unexpectedly died and a new heir was appointed, everything changed. What kind of person is Ed, really? As the saying goes, when someone holds power, you can see their true nature. Ed showed his true colors, full of arrogance, only after receiving the insignificant right to inherit. To Tanya, he is a hopeless scoundrel. "What can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me?" Then picked up the dagger on the floor. "Since Arwen has left this world, isn't this good?" Then Ed forcibly handed Tanya the dagger. "Now, if I die, you'll become the heir. Do it. Stab me." Tanya felt utter horror. She felt her legs become weak. That was Tanya every day back then. In a moment, it would get hard to breathe, and Ed would once again look down at her with those eyes. The time he spent at home cast an indelible shadow over Tanya. If she weren't his biological sister, she would likely have been beaten by him as well. Facing this situation, Tanya was powerless, but she finally waited for her chance. The guy was kicked out of the house, so Tanya decided to seize this opportunity to prove herself. Her first plan is the class division exam. Time quickly moves to the day of the class division exam. Stay away. For some reason, Annis seems to prefer that I don't get too close. She set boundaries between us, probably for a reason. I think I've explained all of the details. Shall we go up and prepare the exam for now? Unlike the last exam conducted in the Northern Forest, this time, the exam was arranged on Oran Mountain. Because it is overseen by Assistant Professor Claire, the content of the exam also changed. Previously, it involved finding magic orbs, but this time the task is more complex. The target of this exam is no longer the hard-to-find magic orbs, but the easily located magic stones. We just need to hide the magic stones and place the found stones on the altar to have a chance to enter Class A. At first glance, this seems easy, but don't forget, Claire is a disciple of Glast. She perfectly inherited Glast's strengths, forcing freshmen to fight countless monsters and wild animals and achieve victory. Thus, the difficulty of the exam is quite high, a so-called hellish survival exam. Ultimately, none of the new students at Sylvania this year could enter Class A. This is, of course, a plot point that has been predetermined because it is closely related to subsequent major events and must follow the original storyline. Therefore, I didn't discuss the difficulty of the exam with Claire. The only reassurance is that there will be no casualties among the new students, because they are only fighting against preset imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item we'll set up. Vision Disc. It summons the apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. As long as we set up the equipment and manage safety properly, everything can be completed smoothly. That purple Vision Disc is the most important. From what I know, the reason no one makes the Class A is because of that Vision Disc. It summons the apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Although Annis says these items are important and insists on keeping them herself, she obviously looks overwhelmed. To ensure the safety of the Vision Discs, I decided to keep them for her. However, when Annis saw my face, she was startled and stepped back. Fortunately, I was quick enough to catch her, but I didn't notice the Vision Disc falling from her hand. When I saw it, I became anxious. The most important purple disc. I scream internally. Thankfully, Clebius caught it in time. Shouldn't you be careful? What are you going to do if it breaks? I breathe a sigh of relief. As expected of a top student, the scenario almost got messed up before the semester even began. Unexpectedly, the next second, the disc made a clicking sound and then shattered on cue. This scene left everyone stunned. Now what? Clebius nervously asked. I knew it. Things couldn't go that smoothly. Last year, during the joint combat training, the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy, and received attention. Although the storyline changed afterward, accelerating Janika's rampage, this year's joint combat training remains a very important event. The elite first years, full of talent, get to request combat training matches against the previously famous protagonist and his companions. Although it was just combat training, the freshmen still attacked the protagonist ruthlessly. However, in the end, all of them were easily defeated by Taylor alone. Taylor, who had gotten stronger throughout the year, becomes known to everyone, and Saintess Clarice, who was hiding her identity in the crowd, also looked at him with new respect. The destiny between one of the protagonists, Saintess Clarice, and Taylor is very important. We need her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and for what comes after that as well. So this event has to go according to the scenario. That means that the elite first-year students have to go rampage as planned. Their rampage is because not a single freshman managed to enter Class A in the new student classification exam. The reason none of them make it because the motivated assistant Professor Claire used these purple discs during the exam. Everyone stared at the shattered Vision Disc, at a loss for a moment. Just when the situation couldn't get any more complicated, Annis felt very guilty, but I quickly thought of a solution. We can definitely solve things. Then, I placed my hand on Clebius, and by we, I mean Clebius, of course, which made Clebius utterly shocked. What? The scene shifts to another side. Tanya truly felt that she was in Sylvania Academy when she met such noble students as her classmates. Because the princess and chancellor were both Sylvanian students, they all wore the same clothes and didn't take into account birth and status. This implicit rule also has exceptions, such as the anchor of millions of people within the Telos order, the Saintess Clarice. Greeting the Saintess in front of everyone is a natural action, but for Tanya, it is a rare opportunity because it can increase her influence, thereby boosting her score in the student council president election. However, today's main event is still the class placement exam. As a firework burst in the sky, all the first-year students simultaneously rushed up the mountain. Being in class, it grants various privileges, and the academy will do its best to provide whatever resources are needed. This is the dream of all Sylvania students. At this moment, Tanya found many red magic stones, but she felt it couldn't be that simple. Surely more than just placing the magic stones on the altar. There must be other challenges. Just then, she heard a noise nearby, turned her head, and saw a student kneeling in the snow. Thinking the person was injured, she was about to call a teacher, but the student stopped her. It turned out this was the student's first time seeing snow and, out of curiosity, wanted to see how soft it really was. This statement stunned Tanya. Looking at the other's clear eyes and demeanor, she thought, did this student hit their head at the start of the exam? This thought made her chuckle. Then, Tanya began to introduce herself, and the girl had heard of the Roth-Taylor family, known for their excellence. However, Tanya refuted that perception. Even if the family's reputation is high, it does not lack some unreasonable scoundrels. Although Tanya saw Ed change a lot at the camp a few days ago, she couldn't be sure it wasn't just an act. After all, the fear in her mind was still lingering. But Tanya indicated to the girl not to mind her identity. This is Sylvania Academy. None of that matters here. The girl nodded. You're right, it is Sylvania, and then introduced herself. My name is Kylie, from a small city in the east. If I do something strange, I apologize in advance. I'm not used to places like this. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Before Kylie could continue speaking, Tanya interrupted. I think we should hurry. This is an exam. However, Kylie is not bothered. I'm not very concerned about getting into Class A. That will just make me gain attention. Then she suddenly intertwined her fingers with Tanya. Since I'm not very interested in the exams, let me help you get into the class you want. Then we'll get closer, right? This statement took Tanya back. 30 minutes swiftly passed. The mountaintop finally welcomed its first visitor. However, before he could react, what greeted him was a punch as big as a sandbag. Although this action might seem underhanded and not something a senior should do, it was indeed effective, just as Ed had described. A while ago when Ed called Clebius, he immediately protested why it was only him. Then Ed looked at him seriously. It won't just be you. Each had their specific tasks. Annis was responsible for stopping the freshmen at the northern mid-mountain. Onyx was in charge of the freshmen's safety. Claire needed to modify the content of the exam before it ended. Hearing this, this? Anis asked what my task would be. I immediately answered, I'll be here. I'll responsible for the last line of defense, guarding the altar. Claire noticed my magic seemed insufficient, but I signaled her not to worry. I have something in mind. No matter what happens outside, I just need to hold this position. Currently, the vision disc is still not fully repaired, and my magic has not yet recovered. However, the props used in this exam are high-value magic stones. Most importantly, as long as items with magic are placed on this altar of substitution, magic can be extracted and temporarily used. If I use this altar, it may take a while, but I can continuously replenish magic. Meanwhile, Mug is now visible. It's been a while. I still can't hear what you're saying yet. Anis and Clebius will stall some time, and I have enough magic stones. My goal is clear: to prevent anyone from entering Class A. Now, everything is ready. Bring it on. My goal is clear: to prevent anyone from entering Class A. Now, everything is ready. Bring it on. As expected, Clebius successfully stopped most of the students, and Tanya also arrived here. However, with her current abilities, she couldn't confront Clebius. Let's end things quickly. A loud explosion came from halfway up the mountain, drawing Clebius's attention. That was Anis's responsibility area. Taking advantage of Clebius's distraction, Tanya and Kylie sneaked past. Although top assistant Anis is very proficient in practical and academic aspects, her level in combat magic is only slightly better than students of the same grade. However, this is enough to make her the nightmare of the first-year students. At this time, a freshman demonstrated extremely high magical skills. His name is Joseph. Unlike the head of the alchemy department's sister, Joseph, at his young age, can freely use intermediate magic, giving him a chance to compete for the top spot. In other words, he's a genius. He is a leading top student candidate. In the end, Anis had to let him pass. Then Joseph immediately moved his way up the mountain. At this time, Anis felt defeated. Anis had arranged this class division exam flawlessly, but the most crucial magical device was damaged, and she couldn't think of a solution herself. All of this required Ed to take charge. Unexpectedly, Ed not only did not complain, but also offered the most useful suggestion. This made Anis realize she couldn't even hold this front, leading to further disappointment in herself, because she kept thinking of the trustworthy face that resolved this situation in whatever way possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, I welcome the first visitor. Joseph, you should be clear about the content of the exam, right? You just need to place the magic stone on the altar. However, I won't let you succeed easily. At this moment, Joseph was continuously observing his surroundings. His conversation with me was just to buy time. Soon, he noticed a vision disc nearby, but found its color different from what he had seen before. He also didn't feel any magic from me and noticed traces of magic stone usage on the ground. I'm the first one to reach the summit. The senior has already used a magic stone, which means his magic reserves are low. It's disappointing to think that I expected to learn a lot here in Sylvania. At that moment, Joseph was already thinking about what flavor of sandwich he would eat after descending the mountain. Then, he released an intermediate spell at Ed. If you hadn't anticipated the trajectory beforehand, it would basically be impossible to dodge this magic, Joseph thought. However, to his surprise, Ed dodged it. From the flow of things, he'll use fire magic. Judging by his level, it'll either be ignition or scorch. Joseph pondered, but he quickly became puzzled. Why is his magic dispersing directly towards the ground? Then, a fire attack in a parabolic shape came, larger than he had anticipated. He realized that Ed's basic magic training was very solid, and he might have already reached an intermediate level. However, this seemed like a waste of effort to Joseph. No matter how strong his fire magic is, it can't break through my defensive magic. Plus, he doesn't have much magic reserve to afford such expenditure. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana, so if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. Joseph judged that Ed's experience in magical combat must be quite limited. He won't be able to block my offense magic or maintain his ignition once he runs out of mana. Battles between mages can be very intricate. However, before Joseph could react, Ed had already breached his defense. You can block spells with your defensive magic circle, but not physical force. With that, Ed kicked Joseph's face. You wouldn't think that mages only fight against other mages, would you? Ed said coldly. Joseph backed down. He didn't expect his shield to be broken by Ed. He began to reassess the senior's capabilities. It seems I shouldn't underestimate him anymore. I'll be using mid-rank ice magic. Fire magic again? Does he plan to use fire magic against my ice magic? Joseph speculated that Ed might want to use steam to obscure his vision like before, but he chuckled lightly. Don't forget, I can use other elemental magic too. Immediately, Joseph also released fire magic. At the same time, I activated the Blessing of Recovery, which temporarily enhances fire resistance. This totally stunned Joseph. Damn it, where did that dagger come from? However, his casting speed was still slightly better. Just as he was ready to go all out, Ed suddenly chose to distance himself. The next second, I called out to Mug and used the Spirit Formula Explosion. Instantly, Joseph was blasted away. He also stumbled several times before finally landing his back in a tree. Joseph thought, keep it together. Think, his speed couldn't be faster than mine. That was spirit magic. It's not explosion magic, but a spirit formula. Now I understand how he went through my scorch with his bare body. It's because he can use the spirit magic Blessing of Recovery. He purposely hid his spirit's form within the the fire. He only used 2 techniques and still had a bunch of magic devices unused. Who exactly is this guy? Then, Joseph dropped the magic stone and said softly, I lost. The magic stone slowly rolled to the back of my feet. As I turned around, he suddenly launched an intermediate magic attack at me, but I was prepared and easily dodged his assault. However, Joseph seemed not ready to give up easily. His fist heavily slammed towards my face. But for someone who has spent a lifetime studying magic, such punches could not cause me any harm. Strong wind slowly surges which shocked Joseph. No way. Could it be? Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is recognized, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. I threw him into the skies with a fierce wind. He lands his back on the tree again, and when the dust settles, I can see his face. He mutters, this time, I truly lost. Then, the magic stone was broken into pieces. His performance did impress me. Good work. That ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. Just before Joseph fell unconscious, he asked in a low voice, what is your name? Ed Rothtaylor. Then, Joseph was taken away by Onyx. The scene shifts to another side. Elka asked Zix, why didn't you go to the combat department but chose the magic department instead? It turns out, Zix felt that the position of chief didn't hold much significance for him because the upcoming second-year chief of the combat department is Clebius, and he knew he couldn't beat Clebius. However, at this moment, Clebius was knocked out by a first-year student with a single move. What skill did she use just now? Clebius passed out before he could figure it out. Clebius, you okay? Get it together. Onyx tried waking him up 20 minutes before the end of the exam. When Tanya and Kylie reached the summit, they were instantly stunned because the final guardian of the last challenge turned out to be her own brother, the person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate. Ed Rothtaylor, I'll get to the point. Give up. The Saintess Clarice had 2 dreams. I believe nobility comes from unwavering beliefs you maintain your entire life. You must become like a blank slate. One was the dream she dreamed on the day and was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was rather than living as a blank slate, it'd be better to die in wastewater. Saintess Clarice heard a melody and she slowly opened her eyes. There, she sees someone singing by the window. She sings about the golden field of the imperial capital Clolan, the emerald fields of the land of farming Pulin, the red roofs of the commerce city Oldek, the turquoise intelligence of the land of scholars Sylvania, past the Drastia desert's reddish sand ocean are the purple shadows of the lawless Cohelton. Then she continued strumming, the pure white is just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors. She was the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele. After leaving the order, she called herself the romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, when the world went to sleep, she sang a song at Clarice's window. The dream she dreamt at night was the outside world that her only friend whispered to her while looking at the stars. A life where you take classes normally, make friends normally, and love normally. Isn't that where you can feel a sense of nobility? Rather than the countless prayers from believers who revere me, do you know that a hug from someone you love might be more valuable? After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she would go around the world like she does now. After Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night. At the end of it, Clarice would share a deep hug with someone, and they left together on the path she'd taken alone. The journey that was full of many colors, which sharply contrasted with her life that had simply been pure white, was the most outrageous imaginative thought she could have. But always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity, and that you have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing, I'm not that worried. But before Archbishop Verdio could finish, Clarice interrupted. I seem like such a different person, so who would suspect it? Verdio, there's nothing bad about being careful, he added. Coming to the academy with the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. That alone made her feel satisfied, making her breath shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her. At least, not a single person here in Sylvania. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the saintess? Other than one person, that was me, Ed Rothtaylor. When Tanya stepped onto the final stage and saw her brother guarding it, she was incredibly shocked. Then, I reminded her, give up. Even if you are my real sister, I won't go easy on you. At that moment, Tanya found it unbelievable because Ed's aura was even more formidable than that of typical graduates, and he had contracted with a high-level spirit. Kylie reminded Tanya on the side, I'm giving up. Let's think rationally, Tanya. However, the horrifying images of a high-level spirit from the past re-emerged in Tanya's mind. She gritted her teeth. If she chose to leave now, it would mean nothing had changed. So, she decided not to give up just yet, which shocked Kylie, because according to high status and rank she carries a burden and responsibility on her shoulders. In Tanya's memory, Ed was so weak he couldn't even swing a sword, a person who couldn't even perform basic magic. How could he possibly now have a high-level spirit? She guessed it was all an illusion. Just defeat that spirit, and all illusions will be dispelled, Tanya thought firmly. However, things were not as Tanya imagined. The spirit merely blew a breath, and they were unable to move. Because this was a real high-level spirit, they were quickly blown away. Is this man really Tanya's brother? Kylie's impression of nobles had always been neat appearances, generous smiles, and graceful manners. When she heard that this person, completely opposite to the noble image, was the son of Rothtaylor, she immediately immediately understood that this was the villain Tanya had spoken of. From the beginning, Kylie sensed that Tanya harbored deep hatred for Ed, so she decided to teach Ed a lesson for Tanya. So, she called out to Tanya, telling her to aim for the body. I'll play the role of the bait. Like I told you, I have a strange constitution, so I definitely won't die outside of special cases. When Tanya heard that Kylie wanted to help her, she was very puzzled, because the current situation was very dangerous, and Kylie had previously expressed disinterest in the exam. Kylie stepped forward. You said he's a really bad person, and you are the first friend I've made at Sylvania, she said while looking back at Tanya. Under normal circumstances, Tanya would have thought these words to be nonsensical, but on the way to the altar, she witnessed something incredible. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them scarily, Kylie used an unknown power to knock him flying with one move. What shocked Tanya the most was that Kylie, usually timid as a mouse, had taken the initiative to stand out. Did she normally have this much bravery? Kylie started running while shouting. Seems that Tanya is mistaken. Then, Kylie ran in front of Marilda, trying to draw attention. Kylie was this brave because she could use the Holy Magic's blessing. When the target was attacked by an enemy, a medium level or higher sanctity spell would automatically activate. Although Marilda suffered backlash because of the impact, Kylie was also knocked away. Is that it? Ed commented, but then he heard something. You thought I'd give up? Suddenly, Tanya appeared right next to me and released a basic magic spell, Emit, without hesitation. I was blown away on the spot, but she didn't realize that was just one of my illusions. Seeing this, Tanya immediately felt something was wrong, and then she discovered it was the work of the vision disc. Then, several attacks landed right in front of her. This left Tanya in shock. He couldn't even hold a knife handle before, and now he can use a bow and arrow, and it's a magic-made bow and arrow. Is this guy really Ed Rothtailor? She was totally shocked. She then closed her eyes out of fear. Her mind flashed back to memories of herself as a child. No matter how hard she tried, nothing changed. Just then, I called out to Tanya, you've tried hard enough, but I also have my own unavoidable difficulties. After all, I can't just let you win because you're my sister. If I really did that, you'd be upset when you found out, right? Even though it was just my illusion, she still tried her hardest to subdue me. I genuinely admired her for that. At the same time, Tanya noticed that I was wearing the tie clip she gave me a few days ago. If it were the old brother, he would never wear such a thing. She realized that her brother might really have changed. It was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud. You're quite impressive. Hearing this, Tanya can't help but be emotional. Then she burst out crying. Seeing Tanya crying, I was puzzled. Is it really necessary to cry so much just because you didn't get into Class A? Then, Kylie ran over to protect Tanya, thinking I was purposely bullying her. I'll say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me, bad things will happen. At the same time, Claire called out to me. The test is over. Clebius has fainted, so I need your help. Hearing that the test was over, Kylie breathed a sigh of relief, but she quickly realized that her voice seemed to have changed, probably because the transformation magic was wearing off. She remembered that this happened because of excessive magical energy use during the fight. The magic engineering device must have fallen somewhere. She remembered how she was reminded to carry it at all times. At that moment, Kylie was extremely nervous because if her true identity were exposed, her campus life would be completely ruined. Mug picked up the fallen magical device, and I quickly handed it back to Kylie, saying, be careful not to lose your things. You're ho kid. What? Okay. Kylie is a bit confused. Fortunately, no one noticed her abnormality. After doing all this, I left without looking back, and thus, the new student class division test was concluded. Ed successfully got all the plots back on track, except for one person. It was a very minor, negligible flaw. Because of this flaw, under the sunset, Kylie gazed at Ed with her ruby-like eyes. She had clearly heard Ed use polite language earlier, but then he changed his tone. Does he know my true identity? Kylie wondered to herself. As Assistant Professor Claire walked down, she told Ed to rest and called out to Onyx to support Clebius. Onyx, while looking above, agreed, sure, I'll be on the way. I swear I just saw the shape of a person. I'm sure I was mistaken. Onyx commented while looking above the altar. Time quickly moved on to the evening. I finally had a moment of leisure, but Marilda kept lecturing me in my ear. Janica had told me a lot about her before, and though I didn't believe it at first, now I fully understood. Marilda thought I was serious about my work, but didn't take good care of myself. So, she suggested, you big blockhead should start a romance. And isn't there someone kind, cheerful, and familiar to you right by your side? Mug also nodded in agreement. These two were clearly putting on a show in front of me. Marilda did not make a contract with Janica. They're just close. That's why Mug and Marilda's relationship isn't like a superior subordinate one, but Mug still seemed quite afraid of high-level spirits. Changing the topic, I asked, do you know what's been up with Janica lately? She looked down. Marilda indicated that she knew Janica hadn't told me what had happened, so she couldn't tell me directly either, but she comforted me. Don't worry about her. Letting her experience some things occasionally is good. She needs to learn some lessons from these experiences. After saying this, Marilda prepared to leave. After all, her presence consumed a lot of my magic, even though she was in the form for the best efficiency. I curiously asked if Marilda had other forms. Marilda answered, would you like a more beautiful girl? It's better on the eyes, but I don't think you'd be able to manage it. I didn't notice much a difference in your efficiency back then and now, so I was curious. Hearing Hearing that, Marilda jumped on me toward the top of the mana stone. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? A spirit like me wouldn't contract with one person. I looked up at Marilda, then she disappeared. My current magic level couldn't sustain summoning a high-level spirit for such a long time, I thought while climbing the stone. If it's not my magic supporting Marilda, then who is it? I reached the top. If you think about it, the person contracted with Marilda is already quite obvious. I don't think this is a good place for a nap. Lucy sits alone, watching the sunset. I'm not here for a nap. The cabin's better for a nap. So I curiously asked why she was here. She didn't like the empty cabin, so she went out for a walk. But I knew very well Lucy's real purpose. And this place is precisely the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice began to realize the darkness of the followers and gradually grew suspicious of the church. In order to condemn Clarice, the apostles of Telos descended upon Arkan Island. The people in the academy were completely unaware of this, blindly believing the archbishop's one-sided story and rashly taking action. Whether it was Princess Phenia or Lortel or even the main characters and the principal, all of them joined in. In this tangled web of connections, everyone's blade ultimately pointed to one place. She was the one tasked with guarding Arkan Island, according to her master's last words. Here, she looked down on everyone. Even when called a non-believer by the masses, she never complained. This person was the awakened Lucy Merrill. She subdued all of the main characters at Arkan Island and single-handedly took down more than half of the people in the group. But in the end, her stamina runs out and she was defeated by Taylor, the swordmaster who has learned the final swordsman form. The truth came to light. Only then did everyone understand why Lucy wanted to kill the apostles of the gods. However, Lucy died in the misunderstanding of others. For the person involved, delayed understanding is more painful than the misunderstanding itself. In the end, Lucy kept everything to herself. However, I don't plan to stop her. But is it really necessary to sacrifice Lucy for the original plot? I don't think I am a cold-hearted person. It's just that, if things continue like this, we won't get a bad ending. The great Archmage, Glot, was both Lucy's master and her only family. Before he died, he asked Lucy to take care of Sylvania Academy. Only Lucy knew how heavy those words were. Lucy also needed to get rid of those muddy emotions. Though it would be a long battle, with many dangerous moments, this was an unavoidable part of Act 3's scheduled plot. However, this time, I don't plan to stand by and watch. At the same time, Lucy patted my thigh. She recently realized something. She seemed to be afraid of loneliness. I knew she was thinking about what would happen later. After all, when the snowstorm arrives in a few days, I would also leave the cabin for a while, but I would make sure to inform her of everything in advance. Several days later, at the Rose Garden, Clara found Belle with a gift in hand. Although everyone often mistook Annis for coming from a noble family, it was actually Clara who was the daughter of a viscount. Belle thanked her for the gift. This time, when returning to school, Clara had prepared gifts for her good friends. She quickly waved goodbye to Belle since she was very excited to talk to Janica and Annis. What she didn't know was that Belle didn't like blueberry pie, because to her, it felt like eating sand. At the same time, elsewhere, Clara sensed that something was off between the two. Did they have a fight? She wondered silently. Should I tell a cold joke to break this awkward silence? Just then, Janica suddenly called out to Annis, and Annis jumped out in shock. This confused Clara. You got a hug from Ed? She continued while looking like she was about to burst into tears. Meanwhile, I just finished building a wooden wind-blocking wall. Now, items like this no longer raise my stats and production proficiency. Do I need to look for something else to continue growing? Just then, I heard someone comment that it'd definitely be good to be prepared for strong winds. I looked up. It's a relief that you look healthy, young Master Ed. As soon as Belle finished speaking, Lucy was ultimately dragged back by her. Because a snowstorm was expected to last a week, and Lucy was the most likely to attempt an escape, Belle took special care of her. Looking at Lucy, one might think it was a life or death parting. Just then, Belle coughed, signaling me to use informal speech, but I immediately answered, I will continue to use formal speech. At that moment, Belle called out to me, Master Ed, do you really plan to spend a week-long snowstorm here? Belle doubted that my small cabin could withstand the cold of the snowstorm. However, I had prepared in advance. I explained to her, I did this just in case the snowstorm carries the cabin away. I secured the roof with ropes and firmly tied it down to the floor with nails. I also had all sorts of hunting gear neatly arranged. During this week of the snowstorm, I planned to focus on studying magic engineering in the spirit library. Then, I signaled to Belle not to worry, because I had already found a place to shelter from the snowstorm. However, from Belle's expression, it seemed she still had something on her mind. Then, Belle called me again. She remembered something about Annis from a few days ago, but didn't know how to start. In the end, she could only simply wish me luck. The scene switches to another side. Janica couldn't help but ask Annis, were you really hugged by Ed? Upon hearing this, Clara looked confused. However, judging by Annis's reaction, the answer seemed obvious. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Clara cautiously asked. Before she could finish, Annis admitted, yes, to be honest, I flirted with Ed. She clenched her fist. Janica, I'm sorry, because I think that man is utterly unreliable. He looks just like a playboy, so I wanted to test him. Janica was confused. What? You're not lying? For real? Don't worry, he's not my type at all. He's so full of himself. I don't see what's good about him, and I definitely wouldn't consider dating him. Hearing this, Janica can't help but be emotional. You're being too mean, Annis, you don't even know Ed like that. Then, they became silent for a while. Annis added, I'm sorry for not telling you before I went to test him. Upon hearing the truth, Janika's tears started to flow uncontrollably. She thought to herself, what right do I have to be jealous? Am I being too presumptuous? However, Annis reassured her, you're quite the special person to that man. From what I've seen, you are definitely more than a friend to him. Hearing this, Janika couldn't be angry because everything Annis did seemed to be for her. Seeing this, Clara breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you had fallen for Ed. But Clara quickly noticed something was off. Annis's expression seemed to reveal a different emotion. Could it be? No way. Clara speculated silently, her eyes filled with doubt, hoping it's not as dramatic as she thought. She then found a way to get Janika to leave first. You probably haven't been to the northern forest much lately. Right after that, Janika immediately scampered off. Just then, Annis stopped Clara. Could you introduce me to a man? If all else fails, break the norm. How about dating me? Upon hearing this, Clara was stunned. I've never thought about this. At this moment, Annis felt she was going crazy. But if you can't see the other person, maybe the feelings will fade. Once the break ends, the academic scholarship student work will end too. However, things are not going her way. Assistant Professor Claire is celebrating since the Academy scholarship students will continue as student assistants because their performance had been very good, especially Ed. Now she had nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, my magical training has gradually yielded results. From a basic apprentice, I have grown into a skilled magic student. I have also gained the ability to sense spirits and have successfully contracted with Mug and Marilda. Now, I can even contract 2 more spirits. Meanwhile, Janika has come to my cabin. I noticed that her spirit seems to have recovered a lot. The last time she was here, she looked quite downcast. Hearing this, Janika felt very shy. Is that so? I don't seem to remember. When I face Janika, my heart seems to soften. Perhaps it's because Janika is a character completely removed from the plot. Among my year, Janika is the only one I can call a friend. Then, she asked about my contract with Marilda. Although she did not witness it, she found it strange. Subsequently, I took out the glassed golden phoenix ring and explained its origin and my plans going forward. I told her that the matter of contracting with a middle-level spirit would have to be postponed. However, I still want to congratulate you. Contracting with your first high-level spirit is like starting a second life. After the snowstorm ends, it will be time for the student council president elections. As a sophomore class top student, Janika will definitely attract a lot of attention. In the script, although Janika is the Academy's president, she hasn't received special attention this year. But given her character, she would respect the other candidates, right? Meanwhile, Janika seemed to remember something and asked, is Tanya also participating? To this, I nodded affirmatively. Tanya has her own goals and ideas. She then asked, are you pretty close with your sister? I thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure if it counts as good. After all, I was disowned by my family, but she is still my sister. So, I want to get along well with her. I can't say we are very close, but I still cherish her. Hearing this, Janika silently lowered her head. Then, Janika tugged at my sleeve and asked in a whisper, I want to know what kind of gifts Tanya likes. Does she prefer gifts or food? This puzzled me. Did you do something to Tanya? Janika immediately shook her head in denial. No, but Janika is really bad at lying. The guilt made her hesitate for 3 seconds before she spilled everything. Fortunately, what she did wasn't anything serious. The scene shifts to another side. Starting tomorrow, Ophelis Hall will prohibit students from going out. However, the events of the past few days continue to haunt Kylie. The sight of that third year was terrifying. Most importantly, what she felt more than that was discomfort. His every move was too natural, which made Kylie doubt if she had misheard. But she distinctly remembers he had used honorifics with her. Does he know my secret? Kylie wondered to herself. At this moment, Clarice was filled with anxiety. She had invested a lot in maintaining her ordinary campus life. If someone discovered her real identity, her campus life would be over. Getting information about Ed wasn't difficult. The freshmen were all talking about a mysterious senior, said to live in a cabin in the northern forest. The snowstorm would last at least a week, during which no one could leave. And once the snowstorm was over and the new term began, things would become more complicated. I'm scared. I'm so scared of Ed Rothtaylor, the darkness, and the bitter cold. If I don't experience this colorful world, I'll regret it all my life, Clarice thought. She jumped out of the window, held on to the magic engineering item, and transformed into Kylie. She didn't want to lose the freedom she worked so hard to obtain. To properly confirm it, she resolved to meet that man. Would Saintess Clarice put herself in danger and distress by doing this? The scene shifts. Clebius' life had been dark from the start. When the Nortondale family ostracized him, only his brother stood by his side. What marked him most was the moment he plunged a knife into his brother's heart. Even then, his brother used his last strength to say something to him. But at that time, he couldn't hear it clearly. Was it a cursed last word? Clebius approached Assistant Claire and offered his resignation. Claire was puzzled. Did another department want you? Clebius denied it. It's not like that. He mentioned that he hadn't performed well in the examination work and even caused trouble for everyone. However, he was very satisfied with his work here. Claire thought the treatment here might not be good enough, so she asked, so, you still want to stay here, right? Clebius nodded awkwardly. Claire then comforted him, encouraging him to stay and continue working here. She knew that Clebius was a very responsible person. Finally, Clebius agreed to stay. The scene shifts to another other side. Now, magic engineering and spirit formula infusion are now good enough to be called my specialties. After some training, I will be able to use these two skills flexibly. For the remaining week, I decided to devote myself to research at the spirit library. I had asked Six to help clean up here before, and he tidied everything up neatly. Even the books were arranged in an orderly manner. Probably, Elka also contributed to this. They probably did it while thinking of it as training. I must thank them properly for their hard work. Let's get started then. This time, my goals are very clear. The Glockseye that temporarily amplifies the proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. The Delheim's Hourglass that reverts all physical states by a few seconds, which removes all damage and wounds. I aim to create at least one legendary magic engineering item. I'll craft them repeatedly to raise my magic engineering skill, and once I'm skilled enough, I'll make other rare items. I've already brought all the materials here. Now, I just need to dismantle them with tools to start the creation process. Soon, I realized something was wrong. My tools seem to have been left in the cabin. I need to finish this task quickly, so I quickly decided to climb up. Let's go back. It's time for my body to do some work. Meanwhile, Clarice embarked on her journey to find the cabin. Although the snowstorm was severe, Clarice found it very exciting, like an adventure. Clarice wasn't afraid of encountering bad people because she had the protection of the Holy Magic's blessing. Can activate intermediate or higher level single target spells. Anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. Therefore, no one here could threaten her life. However, when she faced Ed, she felt an inexplicable fear. Ed, once the heir of the Roth-Taylor family, had likely undergone the baptism of the Telos Order. Hence, the Holy Magic's blessing could not exert its full power against a baptized believer. Clarice was uncertain if Ed knew her true identity, so she had to confirm it herself. Then, she pushed open the door of the cabin. The moment the door opened, she accidentally bumped into something, scattering a mess of tools on the floor. Why are there no lights on here? She wondered. As she looked up, she saw a horrifying scene, blood all over the floor. It was like a scene from hell. Just then, she heard footsteps outside. Clarice panicked and could only think of hiding under a table. I opened the door. My face was fully covered to protect myself from the snowstorm. As I walked in, I didn't notice the mess in the dark. Clarice is under the table, daring not to make a sound. While I was searching for my tools, my hand slipped, knocking more items over. Soon, I found the tool I needed. I checked the tool carefully. At this moment, Clarice, watching me, was convinced the Ed before her was a merciless murderer. She was shivering from fear. When I bent down to pick up the fallen tools, I unexpectedly found someone hiding under the table. Who are you? Then I was able to recognize her. It was Kylie. What are you doing here? And why are you shaking? Before I could finish, what greeted me was a strike of holy magic divine explosion. Completely unguarded, I was slammed hard against the wall. The dust was blocking her vision. Soon, the dust settles. Seeing the bloodstain on the wall, Clarice thought she had killed someone and knelt down before me. I killed a person. Then she started praying and apologizing. Dear Telos, I have gravely sinned. I, who was supposed to live a life of purity, I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depth. Before she could finish, I interrupted her. Hey, are you kidding me? However, Clarice did not answer. Instead, she fainted from fright. At this moment, I am covered in blood, and it looks like I'll have to spend time cleaning up again. Meanwhile, back in the Ophilis Hall, the duty maid noticed that the Saintess was missing. Belle is aware of Kylie's real identity. The Order had decided that the person in charge, at least, needed to be aware of the truth. Although it would be a national crisis if the Saintess perished in the snowstorm, the information couldn't be widely known yet. Since the Saintess is protected by the Holy Magic blessing, the priority is to find her as quickly as possible. Belle decided to find Kylie on her own. According to the clues, her last known location was in the direction of the Northern Forest. Hearing this, Belle was shocked. The Northern Forest is that man's territory. His luck with women cannot be described as good. Rather, it's that no woman who becomes curious about him can escape. If these two are trapped in the cabin together in the coming days in this snowstorm, alone together, it's inevitable that some indescribable things might happen. Thinking this, Belle quickly shook her head, not daring to continue the thought. I must stop them at once. The Saintess is in danger. There's a suspicious man in the Northern Forest, an expressionless man who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. There were already rumors among the students. Of course, Belle knew the truth. Not long after, she can already see Ed's cabin in sight. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was easy to talk to and was pretty considerate. He faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women who approach him. He's someone worth trusting. Upon learning that Clarice had gone to the Northern Forest, Belle immediately rushed there. After all, that man's luck with women is absurdly good. Just thinking about this gave Belle a headache. Master Ed probably doesn't know Miss Kylie's true identity, does he? As I expected, Headmaid Belle quickly arrived here. Young Master Ed, could I ask for an explanation? Then, I explained the situation to her. Hearing this, Belle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness nothing bad happened. The Saintess came all this way, presumably because of something that happened before. Although I tried hard to act naturally, it still seemed somewhat off. Kylie's true identity should only be revealed much later. I can't let her know that I'm already aware of it now, but she has begun to suspect me. What should I do? Then, I gestured for the Saintess to put down the chair she was holding. Hearing this, Belle and Clarice were stunned. So you knew? At this, I nodded affirmatively. After all, I am a baptized follower of Telos Order. When the magical disguise was was dispelled at such close range, I naturally realized. Hearing this, Clarice slowly put the chair down. My plan from the beginning has not changed, not to get involved with the main characters of the later storyline. But if I choose to look the other way, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected. It would be better to honestly tell her that I already know her true identity to eliminate any unease. So, you're hiding your identity to experience life without being constrained by it, right? It must feel suffocating, doesn't it? Clarice didn't expect that everything about her had been seen through. I then signaled to her not to worry. I won't mention this to anyone. Seeing how freely I live in the forest, what do you think of my life? From the surrounding environment, Clarice deduced that Ed's life was more about survival. Everything has its light and dark sides, freedom included. If Adele represents the romantic who loves freedom, then this man represents the dark side of freedom. I apologized to Clarice for overstepping my bounds, then kindly told them to leave. Now that all the issues were resolved, Belle took Clarice away from the cabin. Reflecting on the experience, Clarice felt that the cabin was like a dream, yet it was filled with the smell of blood and harsh reality. She had never imagined that the man who had magically blocked their path lived such a life. It's sad that someone has destroyed the concept of freedom, but it is precisely because of this that she was even more convinced that coming to the Sylvania Academy was the right choice, as she had met a senior worthy of respect. Seeing this scene, Belle was stunned and speechless. Can it really be? It shouldn't be, right? Belle couldn't be sure of her speculation because she had no idea what Saintess Clarice was thinking at the moment, only feeling extremely anxious inside. Time quickly moved to a week later. Spring comes when you've nearly forgotten about it. That's what makes it special. Lortel invited me outside to a famous bakery. It's difficult to reserve a sit here, but since she came for business purposes, it was easy, and the shop owner immediately came up to greet her when he saw Lortel. After all, the flow of goods in the vicinity was controlled by their merchant guild. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it. You're maybe right, but I don't harass people. It turns out that after the snowstorm, there were problems with the supply of goods on Arkin Island. This bakery had ordered a lot of supplies they didn't need before the snowstorm, but canceled the order just before delivery. Due to the increase in food prices, Lortel could understand, but the other party hoarded the goods to sell elsewhere, which infuriated her. Therefore, Lortel used some tricks to sanction their supply chain. At this moment, the shop owner was desperately pleading for Lortel to spare their small shop, but Lortel paid no heed. I have a lesson in the afternoon. Do you want to walk me to class? In the end, the shop owner couldn't do anything. As we walked, she told me that their guild's funds were also stretched thin. Even if there's money, we still have to tighten our belts. To this, I nodded and said, I guess even you guys struggle sometimes. However, Lortel indicated to me that her specialty is managing money, so I don't have to worry, as long as no additional unnecessary expenses were incurred. Meanwhile, Lortel looked at me and noticed I didn't bring my textbooks. To this, I candidly admitted, I'm going to borrow books from the library. Consider it as a run to exercise. After hearing this, Lortel immediately suggested I buy a textbook, but she thought about it carefully. The textbooks in Sylvania are very expensive. Although Lortel was reluctant, she still pulled out her savings. How much is it all together? Is this what it feels like to be sponsored by a wealthy woman? Nevertheless, I still refused her kindness. At this, Lortel also felt helpless and then changed the topic. Next up is the student council president election. Aren't you planning to run? I curiously asked. For Lortel, the guild always comes first. If someone she likes became the student council president, that would be ideal. So, she asked me if I wanted to participate and expressed that if I did, she would support me fully. But I shook my head. Someone like me should pass. What about Tanya? Lortel asked, because she definitely did not want to support Fenia. But this question, I also found it hard to explain. Even if Tanya received the support of all the chiefs, she wouldn't succeed, given the disparity between her and Princess Fenia's status. Lortel's judgment was precise. According to the original storyline, it was Princess Fenia who eventually became the student council president. Tanya tried every possible way to gain even one more vote, but still, the gap in the number of votes was insurmountable. In the end, she became the antagonist who exits the stage. Then, Lortel asked me if I would support the princess. Strictly speaking, I support my own sister more. Hearing this answer, Lortel finally breathed a sigh of relief, because she feared I would admire and support the princess like most students. Suddenly, Lortel moved closer and leaned against my chest, whispering, Senior Ed, you should know my feelings for you, right? At this moment, she looked at me with affection, even with a hint of grievance. I was almost jealous just now. However, I remained unmoved. Did my tactic not work? Let me check the heartbeat. Seeing her getting closer, I immediately stopped Lortel's action. You're really cold-hearted. Did I do something to upset you? I denied her thought and explained, because before I graduate, I don't intend to date anyone. Lortel did not give up. What about after graduation? This question stunned me, because I really hadn't thought about what comes after graduation. For Lortel, this was crucial information. I don't know what graduation means to you, but it's not far off now. The prerequisite is that you successfully face the obstacle of rejecting me. Graduating smoothly is definitely not an easy goal, because at the end of the story, I will have to face the final boss. Only if the protagonist defeats it, the world can regain peace so that I can also graduate smoothly. Only with the support of both Saintess Clarice and Princess Fenia can Taylor defeat the final boss. This means that Taylor must grow according to to the plot, gathering all allies to successfully complete the mission. The class division exam has ended according to the original plot. Clarice continues her studies in disguise. Although it's somewhat unfair to Tanya, according to the script, Phinia is bound to become the student council president. Then, all the plot will return to its original track, allowing me to rest easy. However, Phinia's expectations are completely opposite to mine. Feeling extremely guilty, Phinia even considers giving up the election. If that really happens, the whole plot will fall apart. At this moment, Clebius is hiding in his room, worrying. Why do all these damn things come after me? Must there be a duel with me? Meanwhile, a man interrupts Zix, who is studying. He challenges Zix, but Zix seems not very interested. Aren't you already the freshman top student? However, Wade thinks differently. He feels that this is far from enough. Next, he plans to challenge the third-year Janica, as well as the mysterious senior rumored in the magic department. He aims to defeat everyone one by one. Currently, second-year Clebius has received his challenge letter, but Clebius seems to be avoiding this matter. Wade states that if he defeats Clebius, he will then challenge Elvira and afterward challenge Zix. So, I'm here now just to inform you. Why am I next? I'm not even a top student. Wade explained because the second year's top student, Lucy, is out of the question, so that makes Zix the technical top student. Although Wade is confident about his plan, Zix feels his idea is mistaken. It seems that the first lesson you need to be taught in Sylvania is that you're not always right. I don't think it'll be easy to defeat you. Wade's immediate defense. No, that's not what I meant, Zix said while grabbing Wade's shoulder. You won't be making it to me, let alone Janica or Ed. Zix adds with a cold laugh, because you won't be able to defeat Clebius. Hearing this, Wade is obviously pissed off. When I come out of the library, I happen to meet Zix. I express my gratitude to him for helping clean the library last time. Then, Zix tells me about the situation with Wade. Wade, the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, was born a skilled swordsman. In his first year, he easily claimed the top spot among the freshmen, but he wasn't satisfied with just that. Wade, with unstoppable momentum, challenged top students from all grades to duels, defeating each one of them. Even Zix lost to him. Though Zix was exhausted at the time, a loss is still a loss. The seemingly unstoppable Wade was ultimately defeated by Taylor, who had rapidly improved in a single term. I heard that there was going to be a welcoming festival for the new students tonight. Do you want to check him out? Zix asked, which I immediately declined. I have plans. I've seen Wade's face countless times, so I'm familiar with his appearance. I like to think that with my personality, I wouldn't care about these things. Yet, seeing how energetic this school is gives me energy too. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester makes my footsteps lighter. Watching me walk away, Zix suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to tell me that recently, Princess Phinia seemed quite listless. However, whenever someone brings up a topic related to Ed, Phinia would perk up and listen intently. One time, Zix tested it out and read a book aloud. Ed, Ward said, wake up. She seems to be very interested in Senior Ed's affairs. However, Zix felt these were just surface observations and decided to watch for a while longer before telling me. With the end of the snowstorm, it soon became warm. The scenery in the northern forest was worthy of being called spring. As usual, Lucy is sleeping on the roof of the cabin. At this moment, Janica was explaining to me about contracting with mid-level spirits. She called this her teacher Janica mode. It sounded cute, but she believed she exuded authority. Therefore, I seriously cooperated with her. Regarding the contract with mid-level spirits, it's crucial to find a spirit that matches one's own aura for a successful contract. Feeling a resonance between the elements and the spirit is key to the contract. The reason my contract with Marilda and Mug did not encounter such issues is due to my high affinity with the fire and wind elements. However, Janica hopes that this time I would choose a spirit whose element differs from the ones I've previously mastered. Janica is right. Contracting spirits that match one's strongest element, while convenient, doesn't allow for handling various complex situations. Although I can't master all elements like Janica, aiming to diversify the elements I can use is the optimal choice. I remember a game illustration about a spirit master depicting a romantic scene of a spirit master wandering between forests and rivers, encountering destiny-bound spirits and communicating with them. Under Janica's guidance, I slowly closed my eyes, focusing my magical energy on them. At that moment, I opened my eyes. Countless mid-level spirits appeared before me. These were the spirits carefully selected and brought by Janica. Seeing this, I was astonished, worthy of a spirit sorcerer. All these spirits came here voluntarily. Soon, the spirits orderly lined up in 2 rows, introducing their abilities to me one by one. Even Mug started sizing them up. He's still a junior spirit, yet he already assumes the posture of a senior. Faced with so many spirits, I was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Is it weird? Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time? No, it's nothing. However, inside I thought, is it really okay for my fated encounter to be like this? Meanwhile, a freshman welcome party was taking place elsewhere. Senior Janica from the 3rd year and Junior Lucy from the 2nd year were absent due to private matters. The teachers were worried this would make the event dull and lackluster, but even without their presence, it did not affect the atmosphere, because one of the most prestigious individuals at Sylvania Academy, Princess Phinia, attended the welcome party. Although the academy promotes equality among students, no one dares to casually converse with Phinia, who comes from a royal lineage. In the end, the only only person who conversed with Fenia at the welcome party was a loyal servant of the royal family and the heir of one of the 3 great swordsmanship families, the Collinmore family. Freshman top student Wade. Although Fenia was playing chess with Wade, she couldn't concentrate because she was troubled by thoughts of Ed. Initially, Ed's presence was like a thorn in her throat, subtly uncomfortable. However, he saved Janica and built a house by himself under harsh conditions. As more time passed, his presence grew more significant, and even the freshmen held him in high regard. Seeing him diligently and earnestly live his life at the school, Fenia realized that her misjudgments were gradually magnifying. Fenia understood that she could no longer avoid this matter. You can be wrong sometimes. That's something that applies to all aspects of life. It had nothing to do with her status. This was Sylvania Academy, a place for learning. So, she made up her mind. She can't run from her mistakes forever. That would be foolish. It would take about 4 days to sort everything out, and then she would go to the Northern Forest campsite to find Ed, have a thorough talk with him, and leave everything behind. After making this decision, Fenia felt relieved, as if the heavy stone weighing on her heart had finally fallen. With that, Princess Fenia welcomed the belated arrival of spring. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, she received a shocking piece of news. Ed Rothtaylor was dead. As the story progressed, Tanya gradually adapted to her school life and made a few good friends. Although she was running for president against Princess Fenia, who was beloved by the people, which put pressure on her, she continued to live her life to the fullest. Yet, Tanya held on through the pressure and eventually met Lortel, who was a few years older than her. Lortel was a very mature businesswoman. Though she was unsure if she could successfully obtain the sage's sealed grimoire, she would try her best. However, the most surprising thing for Tanya was her older brother, Ed. Though Ed had once been expelled from the family, now he seemed more grounded and hardworking than ever. She was so young that her memories aren't great, and she may be misinterpreting it, but she recently had a strange dream of when she was younger. In it, she was at the low hills behind their residence, a place where flowers bloomed during the spring. She remembers going up holding hands with 2 people. One definitely belonged to Arwen, so the other reliable hand must have been her father, or perhaps when Arwen was still alive. Ed wasn't that much of a scoundrel. The night brings me many complicated thoughts. From your loving daughter, Tanya Rothtaylor. This is a deadly poison magic. Seal of deadly poison. If you are grazed in the slightest, you will flail around in pain and die. Just then, Crepin discarded the letter after reading it. What concerned him most was the student council election and the acquisition of Lortel's Book of the Sage. The rest of the matters didn't interest him. However, considering that Tanya might not be able to handle the sage's sealed grimoire issue on her own, Crepin decided to send some of his vassals to assist her while also handling other affairs. It's for business reasons, so the academy has allowed it. Now be on your way. Both of them nodded in response and made their way to the academy. At that moment, Crepin slowly removed a glove, revealing a demonic hand. This hand had the ability to view causality, predicting the results of any potential variables, and it was called the highest level magic, cause and effect determination. By setting an action as the cause, one could see the inevitable result that would follow. However, cause and effect determination required a vast amount of magical energy, so Crepin typically wouldn't use it lightly. It was only in the face of major events that he would use this magic to confirm the inevitable outcome. When he activated cause and effect determination, the crystal ball showed images of Ed being murdered and pushed off a cliff. Janica tried to reach out to Ed but miserably failed. Janica couldn't believe what had just happened and slowly looked back at the killer. This is the end of the vision Crepin saw. Although Ed was his biological son, Crepin considered it a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, the support rate results for the student council president election were officially announced. As written in the original story, Tanya's support rate was only 5%. Princess Fenia is so popular that all the people of the Klol Empire would have heard her name at least once. If Princess Fenia officially entered the race for student council president, no matter what happens, the chance that she'll win is 0. Knowing her chances were nearly 0, Tanya felt regret but had to abandon hope. At that moment, Zix, who was passing by, greeted her and signaled that she could ask him for help anytime if she didn't understand something. Seeing this, the classmates behind them cast envious glances. After all, Zix was a well-known figure in the 2nd year. At the same time, Lortel also came over to discuss the sage's sealed grimoire with Tanya. Even Lucy, the strongest magician in Sylvania, smiled and greeted her. Her connections are really different from ordinary students like us. Tanya is so cool. Hearing this, Tanya can't help but feel embarrassed. Although she didn't know why, she smiled back at them. Back in her room, Tanya thought seriously. She realized her popularity was unusually high, but she hadn't done anything. If there had to be a reason, it must be because I'm Ed's sister. At that moment, Tanya felt very guilty. She had always thought her brother was worthless, but now it seemed that she was the least useful. Just then, she heard something. Her room door slowly opened. Cadex and Knox from the Rothtaylor family's vassals appeared in front of her. They were here to help Tanya with the sage's sealed grimoire in the student council president election. However, there was new news about the student council president that morning. Princess Fenia announced that she would not participate in the election. Now, everyone is hotly discussing this matter, including Janica and Ed. However, since it's just an announcement, there could still be changes. I began thinking of the plot for the fourth act. The final boss of Act 4, Creepin' Taylor, with his perfect workflow and benevolent appearance, has convinced everyone that he is the kind-hearted patriarch of the Taylor family. However, only Princess Phinia has noticed his darker side. As someone who holds power in both the royal family and the academy, Princess Phinia has the ability to lead and oppose Creepin, who is about to reach out to Sylvania Academy. The strongest ally must let the story proceed according to the original script, but Princess Phinia unexpectedly does not plan to run for student council president. Meanwhile, Janica is angrily staring at me. I'm slowly getting the feeling now. The feeling that you're going to do something reckless again. I can't accept you getting hurt and bleeding by yourself again. You've already worked so hard, she said petulantly. No matter what it is, I'll help you. Then, I honestly told her my thoughts. I think it would be better for Princess Phinia to become the student council president. This surprised Janica. Didn't she do something bad to you? And Tanya is your sister, so I thought you'd support her. Just then, Zix interjected to interrupt Janica. There are a lot of eyes. Aren't you two being too scandalous in broad daylight? Zix came to tell me about the reasons Princess Phinia is not running for election. He described, she's like an alpha wolf that has lost its pack and is wandering alone. A pack leader who has killed her pack due to her own wrong choices. Even if you aim an arrow at it, it will not react. Princess Phinia's eyes conveyed this sentiment as if she was in a state of complete lack of confidence, unable to do anything. After reminding me that it might start raining soon, Zix left. Zix's animal-like instincts are stronger than the ordinary human senses, and his guess is likely correct. The worst-case scenario might be that Princess Phinia has lost her hostility towards the Taylor family. What should I do next? Just then, Janica happily said, if it rains, it's the best condition for training water elementals. Let's go to the northern cliffs tomorrow and try to control a mid-level spirit. I thought for a moment and realized Janica was right. Let's just do what we can do now. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, Lucy noticed that it was about to rain. Just then, she sensed something, so she immediately jumped off the roof and landed perfectly. Then, she smoothly cast a spell to ignite the flame on the bonfire. Not long after, I arrived at the cabin. It's finally spring, but because of the rain, it'll be harder to go out. Then I looked at the sleeping Lucy. The rain that drizzles onto her body makes Lucy depressed. If it's going to rain, I hope it passes quickly. The next day, I arrived at the northern cliff, and like Zix and Lucy expected, it was raining. Mug shared that it's his first time coming to the northern coast. He keeps on talking, and I just listened. Just then I noticed someone arrived, so I asked Mug to keep quiet. I aimed my arrow at them. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Act 4's final chapter scene. The Creepin' Showdown's third phase middle bosses, Cadex and Nox, the vassals that are in charge of darkness within the Taylor family. They should be faces I'm happy to see, but I don't really feel that way. Both of them slowly walked closer to me. Immediately after, Nox called out to me. I've heard about you, young Master Ed. We came here on the order of Creepin. Our goal is to assassinate you. However, we repent. Hearing this, I was shocked. Then, both of them kneel in front of me. Our servant had a great grudge against you, young Master Ed. That's why we tried to kill you with this deadly cursed dagger. But the more we investigate the evaluations within the academy in your life, we found sharpness from your youth, and we realized that you had returned as the true heir. We'll explain everything to Creepin. Please become the heir and restore the honor of the Taylor. There was a moment of silence. Then I scoffed, responding without hesitation. Don't make a fuss. It seems to me you just came to kill me. Nox and Cadex exchanged glances, then quickly moved apart, both taking a combat stance. Cadex's wind sword whipped up a strong gust, swirling the leaves on the ground. Nox's fire staff then ignited a fierce flame, instantly heating the air around them. Fortunately, I was able to dodge their attack. I immediately released an element arrow, which they also blocked. These are the ones, the vassals who are responsible for the darkness of the Taylor family. Just then, Nox speaks. Do you remember Meliana, the poor girl who lost one of her eyes as a mere plaything of yours? She is my daughter. Nox shouted while aiming for an attack. He attacked me with blazing flames. Although it was the old Ed who did that, now I have to carry the burden for his actions. Now that you mention it, that did happen. Hearing my voice, Nox was shocked. I was able to block his attack with a protective barrier. Revenge is always empty, Nox. I added. Nox grabbed his mace again. I know that it only leaves an emptiness, but this is not a story for you, young master. Then, he proceeds to attack and break my barrier. It seems the young master has indeed grown a lot, Cadex said with a cold laugh. But I knew they wouldn't stop there. Next, I had to fight with all my might to prove that I deserve not only to survive, but also to shut them up with my strength. Cadex didn't expect me to dodge their well-coordinated attacks several times. Soon, they cornered me at the edge of a cliff, seemingly with no way out. Seeing this, Nox immediately charged forward. He didn't realize this was exactly the trap I had set. I immediately commanded Mug to attack, and then a dagger pierced through Nox's body. Seeing this, Cadex was incredulous. You actually contracted a spirit? He murmured in shock. Just now, I had used basic defensive magic to block their attacks and deliberately let Nox get close. Then, I activated a spirit technique, which exploded on Nox. At this moment, Cadex couldn't get close. I took the opportunity to distance myself, and two arrows swiftly shot out from the smoke. Although Cadex dodged one, he was hit by the other. How can he attack in such an explosion? Cadex looked at me, his tone full of disbelief. The blessing of fire and misfortune is currently activated. That's why I am temporarily immune to flame. It seems a lot of interesting things have happened to you lately, but next time, aim for the enemy's vital points. But of course, there won't be a next time. Then, he obscured my view with an attack. When the dust settles, he saw I avoided the attack by using Nox's body as a shield. The next instant, he charged at me. However, a spirit had already appeared behind him. Kadex instantly realized that all this was a trap I had set up in advance. Laika, the Lieutenant Water Spirit, is helping me all along. At this moment, he struggled to breathe. He let go of his weapons. The dagger also falls into the ground. Kadex is trying to fight back, but still meaningless. Just then, Nox grabbed the dagger, his body covered in burns and stab wounds. Injuries severe enough to knock a normal person unconscious, but the self-proclaimed veteran of countless battles, the Bear Knight, still clung to consciousness. This guy, he can still stand. This is something even I did not expect. Fortunately, I had the blessing of the storm, which would blow the enemy away if I received an unexpected attack. Then, a powerful gust of wind magic pierced through Nox's body, rendering him incapable of fighting. There was another moment of silence. Then, both of them fall to the ground. Looking at the two lying on the ground, I silently plotted a plan. Nox signaled me to give him a quick death, but I interrupted him directly. The one who should say that line is me. I spoke coldly. I know the family head sent you to make sure I would certainly die. Even if you die, others will be sent to kill me. Hearing this, Nox was confused. Instead of living a life on the run, at least you won't have to live in the shadow of vengeance anymore. This is a small gift I leave for the loyal vassal of the Roth-Taylor family. Before Nox could react, I plunged the dagger into my own body. This scene was unfortunately witnessed by Janica, who arrived too late. When she looked at what was happening, she saw the scene of Ed falling off the cliff. She immediately ran to me, but was powerless to help. Janica was still too late. She could only watch helplessly as Ed plummeted into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Although she kept calling out Ed's name, there was no response. Nox sensed trouble. He hadn't expected a witness to appear at this moment. However, when he tried to flee, he found that his body couldn't move. Then, a powerful aura burst forth from Janica's body. Nox, a Bear Knight, thought he had experienced everything possible on the battlefield, yet he had never imagined such a scene. Standing before him was a being higher than a high-level spirit. A god-level spirit, one of a kind from each element in nature, was summoned and controlled by this young girl. At this moment, Janica looked like a demon from hell, coldly staring at Nox. Do you even know what you've done? Just after Janica witnessed Ed falling off the cliff, she summoned a god-level spirit with her grief and rage using a massive magic circle. The last time she did this, she only summoned the right arm of the highest dark spirit Glaskin, but this time's spirit was even more terrifying. Just its tail was the size of the royal palace. It was Theorpus, the highest-ranking fire spirit, who burned down the entire Apeth mountain range in the Mythic Age. Even if Janica could now only summon one arm, it was enough to incinerate the northern forest entirely. Looking at the incomprehensible god-level magic circle before him, Nox was completely dumbfounded. In the presence of such a terrifying entity, his fate was sealed: death. Then, Nox felt his blood boiling, as merely the aura was enough to suffocate him. Just then, a powerful gust of wind countered this oppressive force. It was the high-level wind spirit, Marilda. Despite Nox not understanding what was happening before him, his only thought was to flee. However, his escape routes were blocked. Even if you are Marilda, you can't stop me. At this moment, Janica was blinded by rage, but Marilda didn't show any sign of dodging. She immediately spoke up, urging Janica to calm down and think things through. It wasn't you who summoned me, Janica. Hearing this, Janica suddenly realized what Marilda meant. Ed was still alive. Meanwhile, I finally climbed ashore from the sea. All thanks to my studies from the previous period. I had focused all my efforts on researching magic engineering items, and this decision saved my life. The legendary magic engineering item Delheim Hourglass allowed me to restore my physical condition at the brink of death, returning me to a few seconds earlier and eliminating all negative effects and damage. The fatal injuries caused by the fall from the cliff and the curse of the toxic imprint were all removed. However, the scars left from the battle were unavoidable. The wounds stung unbearably as they were eroded by the seawater. Currently, my body temperature is dropping rapidly, and something seemed off about the situation on the cliff just now. To ensure safety, I summoned Marilda, but I'm unclear about the current situation on the cliff. Although I didn't expect a magic item obtained in the third act to be used so soon, and it's regrettable to say it wasn't a pity, at least I survived. I know that Creepin likely used cause and effect determination magic, seeing a prophecy about me. If he finds out I escaped from Kadex and Nox, he will definitely use a huge amount of magic to repeatedly use cause and effect determination magic until he sees a new outcome where I truly die. Therefore, this time, I must die in their hands. Although I don't know why Creepin is so intent on killing me, if I confirm a future of death, perhaps he will temporarily cease his focus on me. He wouldn't send vassals to the academy for no reason. It's either to assist Tanya in her campaign for student council president or to acquire the sage's sealed grimoire. In any case, I must wait until these matters are resolved before I can reveal myself. For now, I must live as a dead man. Currently, I am too weak to move, but the noise on the cliff soon caught my attention. When I saw that it was Tarkan, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it was Janica who sent him. However, before I could react, Janica ran up from behind Tarkan and hugged me tightly. In that moment, the world seemed to quiet down. Since I had no strength, I could only let her hold me tightly. Then, I whispered to her, "Sorry for making you worry." Janica continued to hold me tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go. But right now, finding a place to shelter from the rain is most important. We soon found a small cave at the edge of the cliff. After entering the cave, I explained the next steps of the plan to her. However, Janica's face was filled with happiness, clearly delighted by my survival. "I will bring daily necessities for you next." Although the cave is spacious, Janica has been holding my hand tightly since the beginning. When everything quieted down around us, Janica seemed to realize her reaction belatedly, and her face turned slightly red. Then, Janica, blushing, hugged her knees and buried her head into them. Although it is raining now, it seems this rain will continue for a while, and there's not much we can do about it for the time being, but I still have some tasks to complete. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucy was leaning against the door of the small cabin, not entering the room, obviously waiting for someone to come back. Normally, if it were Ed returning, he would usually pass through the bushes, check if the campfire had gone out, kick the wooden fence a few times to check its sturdiness, then tidy up the wet clothes on the clothesline and push all the rusted tools under the tent. After that, he would return to the cabin, wipe the rain off his shirt. Finally, he would turn to Lucy and greet her. No matter how busy Ed was during the day, he would always return here. Then, he would light the oil lamp, sit at the desk and read books on magic engineering, while Lucy quietly slept in front of the fireplace. The sound of the rain, the burning of the fireplace, and the turning of book pages all brought an inexplicable sense of security to Lucy. However, this time, Lucy smelled a trace of blood, which puzzled her. The northern forest is usually seldom trodden by people. If it wasn't Ed, who could it be? What was their purpose here? Lucy was not usually curious about these matters, but the smell made her uneasy, so she decided to investigate. Soon, she found two injured people. "Who are you?" Lucy asked coldly. "I am Knox, a vassal of the Rothtailor family. Help me. I've been seriously injured." Knox quickly explained that they were injured due to accidentally falling from a cliff. However, Lucy clearly did not believe his explanation. She has a strong intuition, and the aura emitted by these two made her extremely alert. She smelled Ed's scent on them. "If you tell the truth, perhaps I will spare your life." The scene shifts to another location. Professor Flurbin picks up a dagger on the ground with traces of deadly poison and, after a careful observation, says, "It seems they have already used the deadly poison on the dagger, and the person affected by the curse is already dead." Then, the professor begins to piece together what happened. Janica and Ed had originally planned to practice magic here, but they witnessed the entire process of Ed being killed. A heartbroken Janica confirmed the answer, and the leaders were Rothtailor's servants, Cadex and Knox. Due to the sudden nature of the event, Professor Flurbin decides to report the situation to the dean as soon as day breaks. At that moment, he senses someone approaching from behind. When he turns around, he sees Lucy instantly appearing in front of the group. Worried that Lucy might do something regrettable, Janica plans to go back to the cabin later to explain everything to her. However, Lucy does not heed her advice. Lucy walks straight to the bow and arrows used by Ed, picks them up. In the next instant, an immensely powerful aura bursts from within her. In a blink of an eye, Lucy teleports away. Professor Flurbin sighs. Lucy is definitely going to settle accounts with the Rothtailor family. Janica, upon learning of the situation, says she must stop Lucy, fearing that Lucy might make a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Cadex and Knox have been taken away by Lucy. She has brought them above the Ophilus Hall. Lucy holds no fondness for the Rothtailor family, as they had previously expelled Ed from their ranks. Moreover, these two men had emerged from Tanya's room, leading Lucy to direct all her suspicions towards Tanya. Then, Lucy directly crushed the two men. She blasted through the defenses of Ophilus Hall, and Tanya's room was blown apart. However, Tanya was not found inside. At that moment, Lucy still maintained a cold expression. "Where's Tanya Rothtailor?" Meanwhile, a voice interrupted her actions. It was Belle, the head maid at the Ophilus Hall. Belle has taken care of Lucy longer than anyone else and is well aware of her character. Lucy would never harm anyone, but now she seemed on the verge of losing her sanity. Belle tried to persuade Lucy, but just a glance, and the high-level magic engineering item was instantly destroyed. Then, Lucy erupted with an extremely terrifying magical force. With an intense gaze, she commanded, "Bring Tanya to me." Meanwhile, on the other side, a fierce match was underway in the underground arena. Wade was challenging a senior from the higher grades, and from the look of things, he was winning effortlessly. Then, Wade turned his attention to Zix behind him. "You're next." Hearing this, Zix sighed. Although one-on-one combat is not Alvera's specialty, he had after all defeated the alchemy department's head, a swordsman from the distinguished Collimore family. Wade, perhaps, he really might defeat Zix. Just then, a loud noise interrupted everyone present. Could we be under attack? No matter what, they need to go out and check the situation now. When Zix looked out the window, he was stunned, because everyone standing outside had turned into statues. This was the high-level magic time prison released by Lucy. This magic, developed by someone who spent their life researching it, Lucy could learn just by glancing at it. For Zix, even if he spent days and nights studying, he might not understand the principle of this magic. But when he saw the familiar face under the hat, he realized it was Lucy Merrill. Meanwhile, the maids were evacuating the students inside. Next, Wade and Zix asked the maids about the situation. Although they also didn't know exactly what had happened. If what Miss Lucy said was true, Ed, the third-year magic department student, was already dead. Upon hearing this, Zix was shocked. It was claimed that the assassin was a servant of the Roth-Taylor family. However, Zix suddenly stopped, which puzzled Wade and the maid. Then, Zix signaled them to leave first. Wade thought it wise to retreat, but Zix ran towards the staircase because he needed to confirm something now. Quickly, he broke into Tanya's room, but the room was empty. Less than 5 minutes had passed since the first explosion, yet Tanya was nowhere to be seen. Then, Zix's gaze fell on the wardrobe next to him because it was the only place left to hide. When Zix opened the wardrobe, he found Tanya cowering inside like a frightened hamster. No matter how you looked at it, all the evidence pointed to Tanya, but Zix told himself to calm down and think carefully. Tanya, because of her relationship with Senior Ed, received high praise in the academy. Although she seemed to harbor resentment towards Senior Ed, she did not seem like someone who would stab someone in the back. Zix took a deep breath to calm himself. Then Zix stopped Tanya, speaking in a serious tone. Listen, Tanya Roth-Taylor, you must answer my question truthfully. Did you instruct the servants to assassinate Senior Ed? Hearing this, Tanya was so frightened that she immediately burst into tears and shook her head vehemently. No, really, I didn't. Zix lowered his head and pondered for a while and could only conclude if Tanya dared to show herself in front of Lucy, she would surely die. He believed that Ed would never want to see such a thing happen, even though Ed's death also made him incredibly sad, and many things remained unexplained. Then, Zix took off his cloak and covered Tanya with it, because the only certain thing now was that Tanya could not show herself. He had to stop Lucy. After all, Senior Ed would not want Lucy's hands to be stained with blood. Just then, a voice came from behind, interrupting Zix's thoughts. Senior Zix, don't you understand the situation yet? If we can't stop that monster outside, we all will be in danger. Therefore, handing over Tanya is the correct decision. Zix did not agree with the suggestion. He firmly said, I'll act according to my judgment. Wait. At this moment, Tanya was cowering in the wardrobe, trembling all over. The other party sneered, since you have chosen a wrong decision, I must enforce my will by force. No matter how you resist, I will take Tanya away. Meanwhile, Lucy launched several attacks with Ed's bow and arrows, instantly destroying half of the rose garden. A nearby statue was also blown down, landing right in front of the fleeing Clebius. When Clebius saw the statue clearly, he gasped. It was the statue of the fourth-year alchemy department top student, Dorothy. Clebius's legs went weak as he thought. If even the senior from the higher grades was defeated, how could I, a mere Clebius, handle this situation? He trembled as he lifted his head to look at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. Just as he met Lucy's gaze, Clebius was so frightened that he took off running, muttering a bunch of words. My damn life, why does it always make me encounter such bad luck? He hurried away, completely unaware of the stones under his feet, and fell flat on his face. Rain kept falling on him, soaking him through. The sudden events left him at a loss. Damn it, this damned life. Just then, a cold voice interrupted his self-pity. What are you doing, foolish Clebius? The speaker was Elvira, who clearly disdained his disheveled appearance. Since the last Glaskin battle, you've really outdone yourself, like a joke. Facing this situation, she continued, now, who else but us top students can stop that monster? We must buy some time. We need to hold out for at least half an hour. Then, without any mercy, Elvira kicked Clebius's shin, her tone commanding. Looks like you still have enough energy to run back to the academic building. If you see any faculty, remember to call them over for help. After saying this, Elvira left while looking back. Clebius stood dazed in the rain, mumbling to himself, damn it, I'm such a pathetic and useless waste. He clenched his teeth, shivering all over as the rain hit his face, mixing with tears streaming down. Other than lying in the rain, he could do nothing else. Meanwhile, back at the cave, Janica hurried to my side, her expression anxious as she explained Lucy's situation. After listening, I nodded and pondered for a moment. Then, I immediately stood up. I know Lucy's character. She must have gone to Awfulus Hall looking for Tanya. Though I'm exhausted, I have to act, because my poor sister is really in danger. This is something I need to handle myself.